Alright, so we just finished EOS, and we learned a little bit about some of the things that we can use our newly found resources on, so we might poke around the ship a little bit and experiment a little more, look a little more in-depth into what some of those options may be, and perhaps actually spend some of those monies, because we haven't really done much of that yet. Let's see what the deal is here. VidCon, I don't remember what this is. No calls available at this time. Okay, so just like a video conference, basically. Is that the idea here? Alright. And this is really our first time being up in, or at least being in control while being up in this room. Might have had a cutscene or two take place here before. But this...
Ryder,
oh.
when you've got a minute, stop by the medbay.
Okay. This is one of the places where, yeah, we can... oh, we can look at the strike missions from our ship. Okay, that's good, because I was feeling like that's one of the things that supposedly we are going to want to do pretty regularly, is make sure we're launching these teams. But if we had to go back to the Nexus every single time, then it felt like that would be a little tedious. So good to see that we can still do it from our ship as well. So let's see. Eliminate supply ships completed. This is the one that we sent our team on before, and our first one that we ever did. So let's see. Expires upon completion. It looks like a debrief to view results. Okay, yeah, let's do that. I was gonna say, I'm trying to figure out if we could determine if we succeeded or not, but it looks like they did. Eliminate supply ships. Level gained. Tango, level 1, where they leveled 0 before. Mission successful. A big chunk of XP. I think that experience is specifically for this team, right? It's not like it's going to directly Ryder. 5 mission funds. Bronze credit loot box. Bronze material loot box. And some of the Apex teams specifically are tied to, basically directly tied to multiplayer. So are some of these rewards here, like the bronze credit loot box and bronze material loot box, those kind of sound like multiplayer rewards. Is that the case, or are they for the campaign? We'll probably figure out, but okay. So let's see. Now we have eliminate hazardous materials. That also expires upon completion. We've got reports of hazardous materials at one of our facilities. Dispose of them safely so we can retake the location. Mission traits, high risk, high reward. No room for error, and Ket. 5 mission funds. Also, bronze for the rewards. Okay. I think our initial team was a team of Ket specialists, so perhaps that does make a lot of sense, but let's see what the alternatives are here. Then we have eliminate supply ships, not started. Oh, and what's the expiration time? 5 hours or so, 17 hours or so. Tracking a few cargo ships bearing supplies to enemy forces. Find those ships and take them out. What's up, Banana? How's it going? How are you? We're doing some more Andromeda today. Looking forward to diving into more of it. There's enemies everywhere. Remnant, we need a hero. 5 mission funds, just a bronze credit loot box, whereas this one was... wait, didn't this say both a bronze credit loot box and one other thing as well? Did that reward just go down? I feel like it did. That definitely had 2 rewards before, didn't it? And then this is Apex, right? So this is multiplayer, so we're probably not about to jump into this anytime soon. But, so why don't we try this one? Because, again, we have those Ket specialists, theoretically. Unless we have also acquired a new team. Is there a way that we gain additional teams, or are we always just working with this single strike team? No, currently recruited 1 out of 6. Because, yeah, it feels like the kind of thing where you'd like to get multiple of these teams, try to level them, or at least multiple of them up concurrently, so it's not as if you have one super team that can take on the high difficulty missions, and then as soon as that team is occupied, you have little to no chance of succeeding with your other missions. App for your phone where you can control the teams. They do have a cooldown, so that is one thing that, you know, if you were truly trying to optimize it to a T, you could make a point of, you know, always coming back exactly when the team is going to be available to reassign them. But that, again, feels like that'd be kind of disruptive and perhaps at times tedious, but, you know, a phone app might help you do some of those things. Yeah, so why don't we assign this strike team, because I do believe they specialize in Ket, if I remember. Yeah, Ket specialist, plus 10 to effectiveness against Ket. Negative traits none, equipment traits none. 78% chance of success. So I think we'd like to try to level up some additional teams here, so when we have things like Remnant missions, we can have a go-to team for that, or more generally, If this team is occupied, then we still have a way to have a viable team that doesn't just get decimated by any enemies as, this one team pulls ahead and is the only one keeping pace with what I suspect will be rising difficulty of the missions here. But anyways, that's cool. Now let's check. The research center is the thing that I was kind of alluding to before, where we started to accumulate some resources. Probably still not that many in the grand scheme of things, but we may look to dive into a little bit greater detail here to see what we could pursue. So we have 360 Milky Way research data. Out of curiosity, does it say how much these cost? It must somewhere, right? Just for perspective, like, if we try to research one of these things, are we going to blow through our entire budget? Or can we be a little more aggressive here? Like, some of these names, as I was saying before, I think I may recognize. No. In fact, this is, almost none of these. I recognize Valkyrie, Falcon, Revenant, those are all, Hurricane, those are all weapons from Mass Effect 3 or earlier. Those first ones, at least, very much were not. So, on one hand, I'm really curious to try out the new stuff, see if it is fun to play, see if it is powerful. On the other hand, I know a little more what I'm getting myself into with the other stuff. At least I would assume that the weapons that were existing in previous games are relatively similar in Andromeda as well, so if there is something specifically that we're trying to do with... Ooh, that's cool. With our weapons, like, we want to have a long-range, accurate sniper rifle-like weapon, or we want something up close and personal of the shotgun variety, something that can stagger enemies, then, those are the types of things where I'd have a much better sense if we're working with the items, the weapons that existed in Mass Effect 2 and 3. What's up, Anor? I'm doing alright, how are you? I'm going PC with gamepad. PC with gamepad. Theoretically, not out of the question that we might swap over to keyboard mouse at some points, but I've adjusted the sensitivity, and I think that was at least initially the most important thing, was sensitivity was just kind of not fine-tuned, and so I felt like my accuracy was atrocious, and now a little bit better here. We've also been experimenting with some other weapons that I think have also helped us to a certain extent there as well. Piranha's OP, like, exactly. Piranha for Mass Effect 3 is pretty good. Pretty good. So, those are the kinds of things that we could potentially try to continue to do, is just work with what we know, or we could be more experimental. The chest plates, that I feel like it's going to be pretty much completely foreign territory for me. Or at least, like N7 weapon, or N7 armor, did it exist in previous Mass Effect games? Yeah. Do I know what they're going to choose to make it do in Mass Effect Andromeda? No, no clue. Oh, we did see, didn't we pick up some augmentations before? Hold on, these intrigue me. When hovering, rate of fire, and tech damage. Wow, that's cool. 35% tech damage while hovering. That's, hovering is perhaps a little bit awkward at times, but 35%, that's not a small amount. Then weapon damage, combat damage, while hovering? Wait, combat, okay, no, for a second I thought that was, melee damage. So it's like, meleeing while you're hovering? That's pretty hardcore. Hovering weapon accuracy, biotic damage. Weapons now fire a beam of electric... What? When applied on guns, this is a gun projectile augmentation. You may apply one such augment to a gun during the development process. When applied on armor, this is a special augmentation. You may apply one such augment to an armor piece during development process. Okay, so it's kind of like, these are super powerful, so you can only do them once per item, but weapons... Oh, automatic weapons specifically. I was going to say, how on earth do you just randomly turn any weapon that you want or into a laser beam when there are probably some things that lend themselves much more naturally to that kind of conversion than others, like turning a sniper rifle into an electric laser beam? No, only assault rifles. That makes sense. Yeah, using controller. Just closed Hollow Knight. Oh, I'm sure he'll pick it up. I'm sure he'll be back at it shortly, but, it's one of those things where whenever you're playing a tough game, sometimes you just need a little bit of time away. Non-automatic weapons. Weapon now fires electrical projectiles. Chestplate stuns melee attackers with electrical damage. It's very electrically themed. 5% damage bonus while moving slowly with a drawn weapon. 10% while moving faster. Is that basically running versus walking while shooting? Grenade launcher. Each projectile fired is now a grenade. Worse recharge rate, but presumably better damage or AoE since it's now a grenade? I mean, there are already some grenade-based weapons, or grenade-like weapons, at least from Mass Effect 2 and 3. So I'm just kind of trying to imagine turning other weapons that are not already like that into that type of weapon. On shotguns, though, weapons now fire grenades, but with reduced damage. Yeah, I'm guessing it's mostly the AoE aspect? But maybe you can get more of a shotgun effect and hit the same enemy or multiple enemies with more pellets of sorts. Sticky grenade launcher. Each projectile is now a sticky grenade. Wow. Okay, so these are some of the unique characteristics of some weapons before. Some weapons shot electrical laser beams. Some shot bouncy grenades. Some shot sticky grenades. And so it's a way to turn or give those kind of distinct characteristics to other types of weapons. So there's some serious potential for real customization there. And fundamentally changing the way that some of the weapons work. So that's very cool. That's gonna take some thought, I think, to figure out how best to experiment with those. That's intriguing. Alright, rebalance field coils. For the last 20% of the clip's ammo, gain extra damage, increase weapon accuracy by 10% while standing if it's in the chest plate, though. Reminds me of the Typhoon. Weapons that functionally deal more damage the longer you're firing them. Ammo refills automatically after delay, but reduced clip size. Also, distinctive feature from other weapons. Okay, so yeah, really cool options here. Some of the... I mean, damage is damage. It's straightforward, although the ways in which it's applied make it a little more unique. And then the rare and ultra-rare augmentations are pretty out there, so that's cool as well. Okay. Yeah, auto rifles with sticky grenades? Maybe. Maybe. That's definitely intriguing. Okay. So yeah, Oh, and these... Wait, that's Remnant? Oh, I see. This was Milky Way technology. This is Helios technology. And then Remnant technology are all in different categories. I mean, different amounts of resources for all of them, of course. But I just kind of assumed everything was all in the same place here. But now we have totally different options. That explains why I recognize a lot of the names in the Milky Way category. Because, of course... Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 took place in the Milky Way, whereas that is not the case for Andromeda. So these are probably all going to be totally new to me. So we did pick up a new assault rifle of some sort. I don't remember the exact name of it. Might have been this, I want to say. Mainstay among kit forces, semi-automatic weapon releases, plasma-surrounded projectiles, 3-round burst, feature which earned the weapon's name, roughly translated as 3 stars possibly. Sounds about like what we are using now. So yeah, okay, there's a lot more than I realized we would have. Augmentations as well. Do we have other really cool stuff here? Now I'm intrigued. The augmentations were really cool before for the Milky Way stuff, but it was, again... in many ways, similar characteristics to what we saw in Mass Effect 1, 2, or really Mass Effect 3 in particular with the weapons. So, are there totally new and unique things that you can get from the other categories as well? Weapon now fires a sustained energy beam that accurately deals rapid damage to the target. That's kind of what I was assuming the electrical laser was going to be like. Damage over time is the same as base weapon. So if you have a high damage weapon, that could be ridiculous damage. Huge stability. But will override any fire augments, so you can't really combine those. You'll research super rare augmentations first, you will eventually loot more of those. Get 1 copy for researching it, and then only get more from looting. So, Does that mean we ought not to research the super rare stuff so that we just save a bunch of resources when we eventually end up looting it? I guess I don't have the context to know to what extent we should be expecting to get this stuff anyway. Cryo freeze, ammo duration increased on jump. Melee cryoblast. Disruptor ammo damage. Incendiary ammo. Clip empties, restore shields. Oh, that's cool. A defensive weapon upgrade like that. And if you put that on a weapon that has very small clip size, that could be insane. Like, have that be on a sniper rifle that shoots once, and then you have to reload, so you're basically getting 25% shields with every shot, and have something like Tactical Cloak on, and you are borderline unkillable? We can't find them if we don't research them. It adds them to the loot table to begin with. Okay, I see. So we should prioritize researching stuff like this. It sounds like in that case. 25% chance to gain clip ammo. When shields are broken. What? That's interesting. The ways in which offenses and defenses are combined. Things that previously were just not even in the realm of possibility before. Current clip is full. Power damage? That's interesting. Get power damage for never firing your weapon. I mean, obviously, get it whenever you reload your weapon as well, but you can just use your weapon as a stat stick, so to speak. When health is 30% or less, plus 25% power status or status effect duration. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's called a power booster. That makes sense. We can find unresearched weapons, but not augments. So the augments specifically, it seems like, are things that we ought to prioritize researching. Oh, and we do see the cost here. Okay. So that's cool. That's cool. So with that in mind, let's see, this grenade, what stood out? Electrical conduits stood out. I mean, all the ultra rare ones, basically. I wasn't quite as excited about the grenades. I don't think. Let's see, other augmentations here. Don't think we spent as much time here, but this is actually category we have the most on. Each projectile bounces off flat surfaces. Projectiles now travel in a ballistic arc. So like the Acolyte in Mass Effect 3. A little hard to keep track of that. In fact, in some cases that is a bit of a negative feature. Not as keen on that. As much as I love the Acolyte. I will never speak ill of the Acolyte, but that specific component, well, maybe a little bit. It takes some getting used to, at the very least. Let's see. Plasma charge system? Hold on. Fires plasma bolts that travel in a ballistic arc, explode on impact, and create an additional explosion nearby. Charge weapon to fire more projectiles. Note, interferes with the functionality of seeking plasma? What? And sticky grenade. Non-shotgun weapons. Weapon damage, reduced rate of fire. Shotguns, seems like this is probably where you're using it. Reminds me, or at least by the description of the Geth Plasma Shotgun, each pellet is now an explosive plasma bolt, except that's not really explosive in the Geth Plasma Shotgun's case. Reduced weapon damage, reduced rate of fire, reduced ammo capacity, reduced clip size, but what you are shooting is going to make a much bigger difference. Changes weapon projectile to yeah, this was the one that they said gets canceled out. But seeking plasma bolts sounds pretty cool. That's, I suppose, technically more like the plasma shotgun, which actually does have slight seeking capabilities. Not as excited about this group of stuff, though. I feel like... I mean, they are separate groups of... They require separate resources, so I guess we could get aggressive on multiple fronts, but... Getting shields when you empty out a clip feels like that is incredibly useful. But also, this is cool. Firing a sustained energy beam. Although this sounds really similar to the electricity stuff. Let's go for the shield oscillator here. Let's see. So, research augmentation. Are you sure we want to research it? Yes. Once you successfully complete the research, you can easily scan and recognize the augmentation in the environment. So, yes, that makes sense. It opens up the loot table for it. It will then be available for you to use in developing new items. Okay, it's going to cost the vast majority of what we have right now, but I think that's okay, since this is so high-powered. Okay. So, yep, that's cool stuff. Still have 90, we could go for other things, but maybe we save up for, you know, something like the power booster, which we're close to, or eventually get into the beam emitter. Then go back here. Yeah, I was not as excited about this category here. Oh, well, I guess there's the plasma, heat-seeking plasma, and plasma charge, and we can afford both of them. So we could just go straight into that. Definitely not as excited about Ricochet. So I think we just do 1 and 2 here. And I imagine we'll still find more options later on. It's not as if these are the only ones we will ever see. Then Milky Way, or at least I assume, maybe not. Seeking Plasma on Piranha, I could see... Oh, yeah. High damage weapons with low accuracy. Give them heat-seeking capabilities, and suddenly they make up for their greatest weakness, and they become amazing, like the Piranha. That makes sense. No damage drop from distance for weapons that you would normally need to use more or less point blank. Alright, let's see. The beam of electricity. I think that's what we're looking for here more than anything. Because that sounds cool to me. Oh, and there are also, obviously, there are other categories. You know, we're just looking at augmentations. We said maybe those are the highest priority. But it's not to say we won't ever want to spend some of these resources on other categories as well. So maybe it does make sense not to spend absolutely everything right now. So research is what makes it possible for us to either find it by adding it to loot tables, or crafting it via development is basically the way that it works, right? And then... Okay, but it costs different resources to do this. This is all the metals and whatnot that we found on site at some of the planets, whereas the research is for the stuff we get from scanning rather than mining. And we found a boatload of the fluorine or whatever it was, the F, for on the EOS. And I thought at the time, oh, it's probably just because it's something that is necessary for basically everything and is not a very valuable resource, but I mean, at least based on this, it's not as if everything costs 5 times more fluorine than it does for any other resource. So maybe that was actually quite nice for us to get that large quantity of it. Speaking of which, these are not that expensive. I do like the Carnifex a lot. We have, what, Predator right now, and that... I actually have liked the assault rifle that we happen to pick up, but I could be convinced to make a pistol upgrade here as our secondary weapon. Phalanx, not as thrilled about that, though. Carnifex, I'm a fan of. I do like that. So I might make one of those right now. I think we do that. So... Heavy semi-automatic pistol, the powerful Carnifex, was the preferred choice of Milky Way mercenaries. An expensive weapon. I mean, it doesn't seem that bad. Its marketing materials featured a charging Krogan alongside the tagline, "Don't you wish Carnifex was at your side?" And is that technically a reference to the Mass Effect 3 spoilers? The scene with Rex in which, I'll keep it vague I suppose, in which Rex gets mad at Shepard for deceiving him? Let's see, and that's only pistols of course, but yeah, maybe armors and pistols are probably the things that I'm most intrigued about here. Is this... What even is this category? It has Avengers in it, but it also has biotic amplifiers in it. Specialized biotic amp, originally manufactured by Milky Way's Aldrin Labs, allows a user to essentially wrap a Mass Effect field around their fists and strike an opponent with enormous, often staggering force. Oh, it's melee. It's a melee weapon. Okay. I was like, what category is this? Okay, and that 14 is the number of options we have in this category? Biotic amplifier, Carnifex pistol... Oh, we have Carnifex 1 and Carnifex 2. Okay, but I think we can afford Carnifex 2, so we might as well go that route. Not even sure what this is. It's a shotgun. Feeds data directly to the Pathfinder SAM, allowing adjustments to the weapon's balance, recoil, and heat buildup. During development, the Deep Impact Sonic Signature was reconfigured multiple times to find the noise most likely to intimidate alien wildlife. Okay. Alright, so there's basically a Pathfinder version of each weapon type, which I would have thought would be some of the more starting weapons, but they are considered rare here, so I imagine they're a little bit better than that. But yeah, I am a fan of the Carnifex. So I think, especially given how Carnifex is a little bit slow. It's from the special edition specifically. Okay. So for that reason, maybe it is, again, a little bit stronger. So, on one hand, basically what I'm thinking of here is we currently have an assault rifle that is semi-automatic. It's relatively slow, but we have it scoped, so it is a good long-range weapon, but it does not have good rate of fire. So unlike, it's a little bit like an assault rifle sniper hybrid in that way. So it's more of our long-range specialized weapon. So what I'm looking for here is basically something that we can use if we get rushed down by enemies and we need to gun them down point blank, which probably means we want something that has a faster rate of fire. Doesn't need to be that accurate, but just needs to be able to pump out some quick damage to finish off enemies that hopefully are almost dead, but are right on top of us. So shotgun would be the best thing for that in most circumstances, but that's going to be heavy, and we're trying to do a lot with powers. So Carnifex technically is a little bit more of a long-range pistol, although I do still like it. So it is slower, higher damage, so it's not perfect for complementing what we're already working with. But, as I said, I do like it. We don't have that many options for pistols, so I might still go that route. Then again, we might be about to jump onto the Nexus and see if we can purchase something else there, but we'll... there was the... Hurricane would be great. Hold on. Carnifex, Predator, Phalanx, Carnifex, Pathfinder Range. Maybe we just compare Pathfinder Ranger real quick to Carnifex. So, can we easily... Oh, yeah, compare. Hold on. This to this. All right, which one is which, though? For perspective, what? It's 27? Okay. So yeah, Carnifex is the one that had... Is this actually a pistol, or is this actually an SMG? Is there a category for SMG in Andromeda, or does it just get lumped in under pistols? Because this looks a whole lot more like an SMG. High rate of fire, low damage. Clip size is way bigger, or at least a little bit bigger. More ammo, less accuracy, heavier. That is true. We'll probably find better weapons pretty soon anyway, so that may not be worth investing much in it right now. I guess just getting a closer lay of the land, because we saw that this existed before, but we really didn't dive into the details at all. Just want to know what we're working with. Shields. We did pick up a random helmets and chest plate, I think, that gave a little bit more in the way of bonuses before. I think it might have even been this. Those types of bonuses sound kind of familiar, and the appearance looked kind of familiar, although I did not like the style of it. Damage resistance, weapon accuracy. Whoa. Titanium. Oh, which we don't have, which is why this is showing up in a different color. Okay. Alright, well, whoa! The other thing I was interested to see was we saw those areas on EOS where we theoretically could go, but rather than having the level 1 radiation, they had something like level 3, which seemed to just, by several orders of magnitude, reduce our life support more quickly. So it just felt like this is not a place where we are supposed to go yet, and I kind of assumed that meant that we were going to have other ways to upgrade the Nomad going forward, but I would be very curious to see what kinds of upgrades we can do. Let's see. Allows Nomad stability boost, which is always on by default, to be disabled, giving an expert driver greater control over the vehicle. With stability assist disabled, Nomad is more agile, but will have less traction when cornering. Switch between modes. So that's not the button we were using to switch between modes before, was it? I thought we already had alternate modes. Upgrade will be installed automatically. Nomad statistics are available in View Statistics section. Okay. Defensive fortification. Improves Nomad shield strength and frame integrity by 25%. Emergency shield discharge. When Nomad shields are entirely depleted, shield cells will discharge, generating a shockwave that sends nearby enemies flying. Okay. Improved suspension. Increase Nomad's top speed in 4-wheel drive mode. The upgrade will be installed automatically on the Nomad. I mean, the maneuverability on the Nomad was noticeably quite poor. Not so much from a control standpoint, as much as just we could barely get over minor hills, which was kind of alarming. did not feel much like an off-road vehicle. So anything that can help address that a little bit, I think would be useful. Increase force generated by vertical thrusters by 40%. Okay. So of all these things, I mean, honestly, increasing the speed just so we have more force, more acceleration in those circumstances might actually be the best way to address that, in addition to the agility, like, well, no, I guess agility mode is the opposite, but then don't know what this is all about. Okay. So yeah, maybe we hold off on that for the time being. But again, just trying to get a better sense as to what we can do with the resources that we've started to accumulate here. SMGs are pistols, machine pistols. Okay, gotcha. That's what it started to seem like. I thought at one other point in time as well, I noticed, I legitimately did not think that was a walkway. I thought that this went down below, the staircase continued down, and that we had to go over to the side to walk along this, but that actually is not a walkway over there, so it's the exact opposite of what I thought. Wait, what was...
We haven't really spoken since orientation, have we?
It's all been so hectic, but I'm sure things will quiet down soon. Can't be worse than the Nexus.
Okay. Speaking of which, we really haven't talked to these two at all, either.
Glad you stopped by. You'll pardon me if I keep an eye on our vector?
That's probably smart.
Nothing like being on the bridge of your very own ship, is there?
This is true. It is exhilarating, but also thought that Kalo had said that he played some role in the design? Was like the test pilot or something?
You mentioned something about helping design the Tempest?
Test pilot, mostly. Plunging through the Nemean abyss was almost a preparation for the Scourge. Of course, it took a whole team to build the Tempest. I was the only one to come to Helios, though.
Why did you?
What can I say? We poured our hearts into a ship that wouldn't realize her potential until Andromeda. I could have stood on the shore and waved goodbye, or took the leap to see how it all turned out.
I mean, that's exciting stuff.
I get it. Like leaving a good story half-finished.
The team liked that one of us was going. It felt right, after all we went through. I remember Serena debugging line 2281 over and over, chewing that green pencil. Tion and
okay.
O'Connell arguing equations, tapping on the console, 3 drips of coffee on the corner.
You remember all that?
Oh, yes. Solarians have photographic memories, and apparently
really good
mine's
memories.
unusually
Did we
sharp.
hear they had photographic
But
before?
my past is still happening. Though I suppose with the Solarian arc missing, you might not get many chances to compare.
And we knew they had incredible brain power, more generally speaking. We knew the Drill had photographic memories, but I wasn't sure if we ever heard that Solarians actually had photographic memory. And no, I don't think we've gone up to our personal quarters yet. Let's see. Then there's Tan. Let's start with Tan.
Cheer up, Callow. We'll always have Director Tan.
That snide little bureaucrat?
Oh,
All the more reason to
yeah.
find the others.
Doesn't seem like
I
people
should
like him
get
very
back
much.
to it, but thank you. I was afraid the Tempest would be mothballed after we lost your father. We built her for this. She deserves to be in a Pathfinder's hands. Please, come by any time.
I was also curious to ask about the other arc, though.
What
Can
can
we
I
still
do
do
for
that?
you?
Okay, let's see. Any stories about that? Let's start. I was, wanting to ask about the Solarian arc.
You know, I haven't actually met many Solarians.
Careful. Depending who you ask, we're conniving spies, genius researchers, or meddling scientists. We have to pack a lot of living into 40-odd years. Everything gets accelerated. Lines blur. I just hope we don't repeat our old mistakes out here.
Okay. What about the Tempest?
If you helped to build the Tempest, you must know plenty about her.
Just about everything. By memory. It was quite the effort to get her working. The initiative needed absolutely up-to-date technology, which we all had to coordinate, and some of it was rather tricky to acquire.
Acquire?
Steal?
Legally and above board, of course. Yes.
Of course,
Sadly, the other Pathfinder vessels were lost when the Scourge hit the Nexus. The Tempest is truly unique.
Okay. Feels like the way in which the game grays out options that you've already selected in dialogue chains is not as noticeable as the other games. Like, I'm pretty sure we just asked about this, but it only looks kind of gray. It's not as gray as this. I'm pretty sure we asked him about that, though, so why isn't it completely grayed out? Does that mean that there are other branches within this? Yeah.
Tell me something else about the ship.
Okay.
Her engine's based on the Ark's Odyssey drive, which got us through dark space. The core takes the static electricity it generates and stores it in capacitors. We basically make our own power supply. It took Serena and Tion
Entropy
weeks
says
to get
otherwise,
it working on
but
a
okay.
smaller ship. And a few electrical shocks.
Like, still not... Might be slightly grayer than it was last time, but still not totally grayed out, so is there even more?
Tell me something else about the ship.
Our aerospace engineer was
Yeah?
Tin Ada Vasmore, a Quarian fellow, and absolutely fearless. Once, some Omega scrap dealer pulled the "we don't sell to Quarians" nonsense. Tion found a workaround.
Oh.
What did he do?
He glued a memory foam to his environmental suit, then, during the negotiations, leaned against the drive core he wanted, very casual. It made a perfect mold of the components, and the scrap dealer was none the wiser.
When we progress further, you will remember more stories about the ship. Okay, gotcha.
Tell me something else about the ship.
The glass on board? It's actually a clear oxide and nanofiber compound. It bends rather than shattering.
How tough is it? We're only an arm's length away from hard vacuum.
Our testing involved 3 drunk Krogan with sledgehammers and a C-Sec battering ram. It's sturdy.
I wish we could see that test. I wish we could see that. That would be entertaining. I mean, it does seem like he has a lot of stories already about the Tempest.
Tell me something else about the ship.
O'Connell, our systems designer, was running a power distribution model, how power moves through the ship. But he forgot to lock his terminal, and we, added a few embellishments.
Huh?
For 2 days, poor O'Connell was convinced that turning on all the bathroom lights would overload the engine core.
Oh. Okay. Maybe we'll leave it at that for now. It still looks like we might have additional ones, but as we were saying, it sounds like this is something we might come back to ask about in the future. So what about, I assume this is other crew mates?
What do you think of the rest of the crew?
Well, I can't talk about Suvi. She's sitting right there.
She's the
I'm not
worst.
listening. You can say whatever you like.
Oh no, I'm not falling for that again.
All right, maybe one more of those, then we'll talk
What
to
do you think
Suvi.
of the rest of the crew?
I'll admit it, Gil's rather irritating. He insists on redesigning systems rather than maintaining them.
He likes to do things his way.
That doesn't make it the right way.
I don't remember who Gil is. We might not have even met Gil, or maybe very briefly down at the bottom of the ship, but okay. Let's move on to talk to Suvi then.
I'll let you concentrate.
You know where I'll be.
Okay. So yeah, sounds like we can head back over to talk to Kalo in any number of future times. Ooh, email terminal though. Don't think we've seen this before. Pyjack! To Ryder from Herrick, Pathfinder. It was marvelous to meet you. I don't remember who this is. Yeah, he's the engine dude? That makes sense. It was marvelous to meet you. As a fellow adventurer in the sciences, could you help us with an experiment? We have an interesting chap here on the Nexus. A young Pyjack. Do you actually mean a legitimate Pyjack, a quote-unquote space monkey? Or are you using that as a derogatory term to refer to someone who you are not very fond of? What humans sometimes call a space monkey... Okay, well that answers that question. He's part of a study on how various species adapt to shipboard life, and we're hoping you might take him aboard the Tempest? Absolutely! Don't ask twice. You can pick him up from the Nexus Common whenever you like. We're doing that right now. Don't worry, he's quite friendly, and his routine's very simple. No food after midnight, no baths or showers, and please limit his exposure to solar radiation. He's a gremlin, confirmed. It's a literal space monkey. Top priority right here is now to get our pet Pyjack. Wait, does he have a name? Marvelous. Interesting chap. Sometimes called Space Monkey. Do we get to name him? Is my question. Because that is of crucial importance. Is he asking for assistance from Dr. Aradona? Hello, Ryder. Forgive the intrusion. I have an issue that you and Sam should be able to readily solve. It may assist our investigations into the Scourge. We can discuss it in person at the Nexus Labs. My regards to you and Sam. Okay, so yeah, sounds like we can learn a lot more about potential side quests here. Astrophysics lead, Nexus Tech Labs. Also special edition? Like the Robodog? Okay. Robodog didn't really do much in previous Mass Effect games, but you know what? Just having a space monkey is reason enough to go do that. Let's see. Carrie Tavessa. Hello, Ryder. About interviews, I'm a freelance vid maker, and I could really use your help with my latest project. It's going to be historic, I hope, just like your mission. Can we meet on the Nexus for a chat? I can explain better in person. Is she going to be Kalisa Al-Jalani? Or is she going to be Emily Wong? We will see. So, yeah, we'll talk to Suvi. We'll still talk to Suvi before we do that. The Brothers McCoy. From Nigel. Why does Nigel McCoy sound super familiar? Is that a... That's a famous person's name, isn't it? Dear Pathfinder Ryder, my brother Dash was my best friend. Or is this someone we just met earlier in the game? It still pains me that he's gone. Was this one of the people who died on Habitat 7? Is that who this is? Then we won't build the future here in Andromeda together. But knowing that our family pendants... Oh, it's the person we... Okay, yes, person we gave the pendants to. Or who gave us the pendant that we put back in the correct spot on Eos. But knowing that our family pendants are united does my heart good. When my wife and I settle here and start a family, our firstborn will carry my brother's name. And hopefully, he or she will become my new best friend. My sincerest hopes accompany you and your team, Nigel. So yeah, that was one of the reasons why I wanted to head back to our ship, was because I wasn't 100% sure if the quest officially was completed as soon as we put the pendant back in the location, or if we actually had to go back and talk to him or what have you to confirm that we had completed it. That vault from Cora. Okay, obviously I remember who Cora is. She's one of our squad mates. Can still smell that remnant vault on my armor. A lot of weird stuff down there. Like my Huntress manuals would say, the razor's edge between known and unknown teaches you what can be cut away. Now I think back, it reminded me a little bit of some of the temples on Thessia. Same huge spaces and running water. Same sense of a huge purpose that you can't really understand. Makes me wonder if we'll ever really know what their builders did there. Also, relevant in that, of course, we learned in Mass Effect 3, those Asari temples in many cases were not actually built by the Asari, but actually by a previous species who was far more technologically advanced, which seems pretty similar to the case here with the Remnant is the name of the robots, and the name of the civilization that was creating those temples that we went into, right? Yeah, Remnant Vault. Okay, Tempest Hacks from Callow, which is the person we were just talking to. Hello, Ryder. I'm pleased to report the Tempest is operating at peak efficiency. So, now that you're in command, I thought I'd share a few secret shipboard hacks that the designers and I sneaked into her code. Just send the code JCSB, I hope I don't actually have to remember that, through your Omni tool to open the debug command menu. Given all Despin, lets you use the coffee dispenser in the gallery at unlimited number of times. Okay. Would we really need to pay for coffee from our own coffee dispenser on our ship? That feels, if not for this, that feels a little bit unfair. Water temp override. Overrides the normal hot water ration in the showers. Okay. I guess that makes sense that there would be a limit there. Jump wash queue. Puts your clothing ahead of everyone else's in the auto laundry cycle. Enjoy and don't share them around, Callow. Just helping us out, you know? Oh, and these ones with the hexagons have missions, whereas the other ones that don't do not. Okay, I see. Or other actionable steps. About your dad, Drac. That was the Krogan who just joined our team, right? Vetra told me what happened to your dad. I've lost a lot of people over the years. Figured you could use some cheering up. Or at least a distraction. This usually helps. Drac has attached 37 images of various rifles and shotguns to our duplicate images. Many are low-res or watermarked. Thanks, Drac. Thanks, I appreciate it. Did we know Cora got trained by the Asari? In case we didn't know, She will tell us every time we talk to her. Oh. Feel like she mentioned, what was it? She's mentioned stuff about Huntress training, which obviously the Huntress is, that tends to mean Asari Huntress is. I don't think she's necessarily used the word Asari in those descriptions, but yeah, if you just add on the word Asari to the beginning of that, then yes, she has already talked about that a bit, I suppose. Alright, so let's see. Yoga poses from Lexi? I don't remember who that is. Given the amount of high-impact cardio in your exercise routine, I recommend spending 5 to 10 minutes a day stretching to open your hips and relieve tightness in your lower back. Good advice. Good advice. The poses I've listed below should do nicely. Not to sound elitist, but while it's true humans invented yoga, the Asari perfected it. Okay. She's the Asari, the one that we seem to always be talking to back on the Hyperion. Corinth's bow. Standing, spread your legs apart, turn one foot outwards, take a deep breath. On exhale, bend your torso toward the outward-facing foot until your hand meets your ankle. Hold for 5 seconds, then switch. That is a warrior pose? I think. I don't... Don't tell me how I know. That's like probably 20 years ago when I last last heard that pose and that movement combined, but somehow deep in my, like that, as soon as I read them that this was about yoga, I was like, maybe they're gonna use actual yoga poses, and that's like the only yoga pose that and obviously downward dog, but those are also the most basic yoga poses ever, so I suppose understandable that those are the only ones that I ever remembered. Matriarch's pose. Kneeling, take a deep breath. On exhale, bring both hands to form a triangle. On second inhale, swing arms overhead, bend forward until your torso is between your thighs. This is down-facing dog. No, the other, child's pose. Hold for 3 breaths, reaching further with each exhale. Please let me know if you need diagrams or vids. Lexi. I've blown my cover. Once upon a time, I may have done, yeah, like not even, like probably in gym class, like twice over the course of however many years. And for some reason, I remember the name of like 3 poses. What? Child's pose, down facing dog, and warrior. And there's like warrior 1, 2, 3, and through bazillion. That's about all I remember. Let's see. Ryder from PB. That's the Asari sort of smuggler, sort of researcher that recently joined us. Hey Ryder. Hope it's okay that I'm keeping this data core in my room, i.e. the escape pod. I guess I just really like to ponder things before bed. The best ideas come to me while I'm half asleep. Honestly, true for me as well. Also, I saw it first. Anyway, we know for sure it's got some sort of data in it. The trick is how to get at it. I'll keep you updated, PB. Arch and the scale, you already lost me. Yeah. I swear, those are the only yoga poses I happen to remember, and I am amazed that I do remember them, because it has been a very long time. I am not secretly some yoga expert instructor or something. Ryder, I've completed my analysis of the injuries you suffered on Habitat 7 during the fall, and this is once again, the Asari doctor? Well, both falls, including the facial damage incurred. Honestly, I didn't notice that we actually had scarring from that, but those hairline subsurface fractures are mending nicely. If you want to monitor the healing process, there's a facial reconstruction suite installed in the Tempest Medbay. Medbay. Exploring harsh environments can take its toll, after all. The suite can make any desired adjustments to your appearance quickly and safely. Hallow claims the suite runs on antiquated xenon. I think that's one of his little jokes. I mean, xenon is an element, so I'm not sure how an element could be antiquated. Someone's hungry. Might be more of, I don't know, does that count as a Freudian slip? I ate berries recently. I actually ate a lot before the stream, so I'm not very hungry right now. But maybe it's somewhere in the back of my mind that is still percolating. Okay. Alright, Ow. You know, it felt like for a while there, as if we had magically avoided the whole screen is gonna flash bright lights at you when you unpause the game. But now it's back. And I'm very disappointed about this. Stand on one leg, find the balance between your other leg and rest of the body. I could stand on one leg just fine. But I don't know if I need to, like, do... I don't know. I don't know anything else about yoga.
Scans of the scourge. All that dark energy twisting and turning on itself. It's splendid.
I mean, it does have a beauty, but also I'm pretty sure it is extremely dangerous.
I suppose it is a rather darkly beautiful phenomenon.
Darkly beautiful. I like that. Helios is incredible, isn't it? Not just constructs like the Scourge and the Remnant Vaults. Just all of it. So alien. A constant reminder of the divine intelligence behind all creation.
Alright, going a little too far for me, but,
You mean a god?
Yes, I believe in a higher power. I know it's a little odd, but I am a scientist because science brings me closer to something greater than myself.
Well, I am not going to make any comments on
There's
this.
something about coming face to face with something wondrous that makes you want to believe.
Wow. It's wonderful to meet someone who understands. I've had to justify myself so often, as if having faith in the divine invalidated my work as a scientist. As if this sacred could be diminished by the search for truth.
Yeah, also it seems like she's kind of hitting on us really hard, and I'm not really feeling that right now. So these all kind of feel like she's dropping hints, and not really thinking I'm wanting to lead her on right now.
It's good to have different voices on my team. I like that.
Excellent. Oh, speaking of the team, I should update the folks back in the Nexus with the latest reports. We'll talk later.
Yeah, getting the feeling like she might technically be a romance option, which I am not sure at this stage who, if anyone, we would like to pursue such a relationship with. Let's see, loadout station. Okay, so we can just change our weapon loader here. We did pick up a new melee weapon, I thought, and it sounded really cool. So we have the basic Omni Blade, 275 melee damage. We have the Remnant Cryo Gauntlet is what we just picked up. It's uncommon. Lower damage, notably, but it is an adaptation of a Remnant Hand Tool. The user's Omni Tool forges the gauntlet around a Remnant technological core, then snap freezes an enemy with a flood of supercooled subatomic particles. Despite the dramatic visual, the surface freezing is painful but not necessarily fatal. So, less damage, but does it actually freeze enemies, so it has some crowd control? She's not interested? Okay, cool. I mean, I'm intrigued. Not sure if it's actually any good, but I am intrigued. Also, we definitely have not been back here. Let me check out this.
You're setting
Oh,
up
that's
in
where
here,
PB
huh?
is.
Yeah, I'm going through what we got out of that vault. If I can crack this data storage box, it'll help with a personal project back on the Nexus.
Is that
This
soda?
is a nice, out-of-the-way place where I can tinker, and I can sleep anywhere. It's not exactly homey, but I like that about it. Not really looking for a home. Oh, but I will help you find everyone a home. While I'm with you, at least.
Yeah, you did say a whole lot there.
Does your brain ever take a breath?
Sorry, not really. Even my dreams are in time-lapse. I get
What?
it. You want to know who's on your ship, so you're here to figure out what makes me tick, right?
Something like that? Sure.
Well, I was born in a log cabin on rural Haitiana to simple but loving parents, just trying to... I look forward, not back, Ryder. Why snooze through my life story? Get to know me out in the field while we're uncovering the mysteries of this galaxy. That's why I'm here. Got tired of yawning back home.
Okay, does seem like she's a bit of an adventurer. Might want to try sleeping more. But is boredom the thing that drove you here? I don't know.
You left everything and everyone you knew because you were bored?
No, I came with someone I knew.
Oh,
Then
okay.
she got bored with me.
Oh.
Ryder, the Milky Way was so... been there, done that. Even if I hadn't done it, someone had. If there's one thing you should know about me, it's that I live for the unknown, for the never been done.
Okay. I'm not buying it. No, I mean, I believe that much.
Well, congratulate yourself. No one has ever so successfully dodged my attempts to get to know them.
Yes, I'm #1. Buy me a drink sometime. Who knows what will spill out of my mouth.
All right, now she's
Then
hitting on us.
again, I need remnant scrap. Remtech, I call it. For projects like the one I mentioned, which you're gonna love, by the by. Promise to bring me what you scrounge, and I'll submit to all your questions.
Remtech, huh? You got it.
Okay. By Remtech, does she mean like the research stuff that we do at the research station? Hold on.
You again. Want to hear more about my childhood log cabin?
Let's see. So yeah, that was her initial introduction, but now this is basically what I'm wondering.
You really won't tell me what you're working on?
That's right. Next question.
All right. I'd be that way.
You're off the hook, PB. Good luck with your project.
Yeah, so
Thanks. Don't be a stranger.
I mean, we could ask every single squad mate every single question right now, which, to be fair, we might want to do. Yeah, you know what, we'll do it. Okay. I was gonna say we could probably come back on a future occasion to do that, but some of those dialogues might change the longer we wait, so we should probably talk to as many people as we
Hi
can
there.
right now,
Just
as
checking.
much as we can.
What's up?
What was it like for you on the Nexus?
Well, I wasn't supposed to be woken up yet. A resourceful accomplice finagled my early thaw. So I kinda
Oh.
lived off the grid. Snuck around, bullshitted my way onto excursions off station. After I found my first remnant ruin, I started, borrowing shuttles.
Yeah, none of those things surprise
After
me.
that, I didn't spend much time on the Nexus. I even missed most of the revolt.
Okay. Let's see. What about the crew?
So how do you like the team?
Interesting bunch. I get a good feeling from Vetra. Not your typical military-minded Turian. Liam seems a lively one. I expect he'll surprise me. Drek is, well, old. Wonder if he can still learn new tricks.
What about...
Gil smacks of complication. Might take some unraveling. Callow and Suvi seem busy. I hope they aren't all work, work, work. Who's left?
Well, there's...
Oh, right, Cora. What's her deal? Is she as prim and proper as she comes across?
Well, I guess she's a professional.
She's exactly what she should be. Capable, reliable. She's a valuable part of my team.
Sure, sure. That comes across too.
There's also Lexi, our doctor. She's an Asari.
Oh, I'll get around to her. All in all, seems like a decent bunch.
Okay. What about... You do seem very preoccupied with learning more about the Remnant.
What drew you to the Remnant?
Are you kidding? It's evidence of a sophisticated species no one knows anything about. It doesn't get more intriguing than that. There's so much to discover. I want to be the first to figure them out. And the tech, it's on a different scale. If we can appropriate it, who knows what advances we'll make.
Yeah, and so, as I have said previously, I obviously have not played Mass Effect Andromeda before. I've not seen anyone play Mass Effect Andromeda before. I did see a bunch of the trailers and whatnot leading up to it and followed a lot of the other hype and speculation leading up to its release. I did hear some critiques, and I think that my first impression is at least that they are somewhat warranted, that there seem to be a lot of similarities between the Remnants and the Protheans. Ancient civilization that was more technologically advanced, mysterious, no one knows much about them, but whenever they do find something that has their type of technology, it's the type of thing that advances modern technology significantly, and so everyone wants to seek them out. So, I kind of get it. It's a little bit formulaic in that way. I'm hoping that there are a few more things that differentiate Remnant from Prothean, other than one being organic and one being synthetic and one being from the Milky Way galaxy and one being from the Andromeda galaxy, but obviously it's still early days.
You mentioned you came to Andromeda with someone?
Nothing gets by you. Guess that's why you're the pathfinder. Just a friend. The one who woke me up early. But now she's not even that. It's better to venture into the unknown without restraints or entanglements, don't you think?
I guess?
A certain independence might be helpful. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't want anything holding me back.
Okay.
Thanks for chatting. We'll talk again later.
You know it.
Alright, so that's PB. Let's see, so I think, yes, the main quest, or the stuff that we're theoretically supposed to do, is to go over here, which I'm pretty sure... Well, yeah, open up the galaxy map and let us go back to the Nexus, which is, big picture, what we are trying to do. But I think we should still try to talk to more of our squad mates. Especially after big main quest missions like the one that we just did.
Quit worrying, Rushan. It'll be fine.
Right. Have you settled in yet?
Yeah, got all my stuff here.
And your repair kit, spare parts?
I carry that emergency kit you put together all the time.
Good. Good. I'll check in with you later.
Okay, so that was the... I'm pretty sure, the Krogan leader from the Nexus, right? Obviously they know each other. Obviously they're both Krogan who came here initially, and theoretically means they likely came on the same ship. Perhaps the Nexus itself. But, I don't know, I got the feeling that felt like there was a little bit more between them than just, oh, we're from the same clan. That felt like a, honey, did you remember to pack your bag before heading out to work?
Don't give the Pathfinder too much trouble. Oh, Rushan.
Who are you talking to?
Kesh, Nexus Superintendent, thinks she can boss me around just because she's my granddaughter.
Oh! Oh, okay. Alright then. Well, apparently it is the other way around then. Alright. I suppose that Drac is a little bit on the older side.
Well, welcome to the Tempest. Trouble's what we do.
Ha, I like the way you think, kid.
Someone somewhere shivered when I said that.
Probably Tan. Damn politicians.
Is that all you brought?
I mean, he's
You
an accountant,
travel
technically,
when
but
supplies are tight and you're on your own.
accountant that turned politician, I suppose. But, okay. So, let's see. I mean, he seemingly was going solo for quite some time. Yeah, if he's a great-grandfather Krogan, and everyone is talking about his age, and we know Krogan can live to be at least 1,000, then yeah, maybe over 1,000, that could be. What's up, Tark? How's it going? We are playing some Andromeda here. We just recently finished EOS, and now we are checking back in with our crew to see, and the crew has just grown somewhat significantly at that, seeing what's up with all of them.
Leaving the Nexus can't have been an easy choice.
It was, actually. Staying became impossible. After the mutiny happened, it was either buckle under Tan's rules or start our own colony. Easy choice. Bad consequences all around.
I mean, I get that Tan is, one would assume, not exactly the most prepared, and you could argue not the most capable, given how he was, what, like the 8th in line to become leader of the initiative? So I would understand why people would be unenthused about his leadership. But seems like people are very quick to just immediately go, oh, well, we don't trust Tan in the least. Don't remember this much back when the animations looked like they are PS1 animations. So that's one of the benefits, definitely, I suppose, of us starting up Mass Effect Andromeda all these years later, is hopefully a few patches have made it a bit of a smoother experience.
Not all Krogan left. Your granddaughter stayed.
Good thing she did. Without my Rushan, you wouldn't have had much of a station to tie your ship to. As for me, I'm way more useful out here. Lots to shoot at, for one.
Fair enough. And Drac was there during the Rachni War. Okay, yeah, now that was a while ago. I've not done any multiplayer for Andromeda yet. I do plan to, but I'm trying to get a little bit further in the campaign first, just because I don't want to do the Andromeda multiplayer and get to, you know, one of the later waves and be like, oh, well, that's apparently what the elite enemy from this group that I've never encountered before is like, and maybe there's going to be some kind of dramatic reveal during one of the missions, like the Out at Yakshi Monastery in Mass Effect 3, but that mission is going to mean a whole lot less to me now that that reveal has basically been spoiled by the multiplayer. So, yes, I definitely will, for sure. It's just a matter of what the right timing is, pretty much.
Your people come first.
Keeping Kesh and our colony safe will always be my top priority. That's why I'm happy to tag along, help make this galaxy a little more hospitable.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, like, I think the Art at Yakshi mission in Mass Effect 3 is one of the best in the whole game. It's just so well executed. So I wouldn't, in case there's something like that at some points in Andromeda, I wouldn't want to spoil it, because, you know, that feels like that could be a really fun mission in Andromeda as well.
Ryder, you meet Spender yet? Colonial Affairs, the ass in Assistant Director. Got no idea why Addison keeps him around. Spender lied to the Krogan during the uprising, and he's headed out for Kesh ever since. He's up to something. I just can't prove it. We should pay him a visit on the Nexus.
Okay. Is that the person who just had the sort of Omni tool out right next to Addison on the Nexus before? I vaguely remember / can picture that.
What's it like to have Kesh as a granddaughter?
Kesh is my Rushan, child of my blood. Raised her myself.
As
Damn
opposed to a
proud
child
of her,
not from
too.
your blood?
She did good, even with me for a granddad.
She seems pretty cool, Kesh. From what we haven't spent that much time with her, but she seems like, compared to other people, she seems like more of a realist. Certainly like her a lot more than Addison.
She's honest. Definitely blunt.
Yes,
She
exactly.
had to take after me in some ways, I guess.
Better than Addison.
I'd like to know more about you.
Fire away.
Let's see. Combat. No, let's start with the Krogan colony.
Tell me more about the Krogan colony.
My clan's there. We also got some scouts looking for any unclaimed territory to grab up. Got a decent setup going. Self-sustainable, the works. Even some farming.
Farming? Krogan farm?
What?
Food's food. Just because we can eat anything doesn't mean we gotta settle for scraps. I'm pretty fond of Corcrow roots myself. Takes a while to chew through those.
I mean, that is the benefit of Krogan. You would assume that their caloric intake that they need to survive is astronomical, but they are known for being a very hardy species, capable of surviving even in very harsh conditions, so this is the kind of situation that they would probably do relatively well in. And yes, we did, I forget what the name of it was, but we did encounter that brute-like creature. The first time it chased us down, it was cool. We died, actually, not from it directly, but from some flanking cat. And then we respawned, and second time, we just hopped onto one of the roofs, and it stood still as we shot it from afar, and it did nothing. So, that time, dealt with it a lot more easily on that occasion. But, it's a little less dramatic that time around. But yeah, it did look really cool, though. So I'm looking forward to running into them again, I think, for that reason. Let's see. So, what about combat experiences? Are you going to talk about Rachni War, potentially?
So, about all this combat experience you have, I'd love some details.
Ha! The list will be shorter if you ask me what experience I don't have. I've been doing this for a long time now. Centuries. Shit, well over 1,000 years.
Okay, he's definitely
Don't
over
even know
1,000 then.
how I'm still alive, to be honest.
Skill?
You need luck to be a merc. Skill, sure, but a whole lot of luck. And a really hard head.
Okay. Then Vetra is the Turian on our team who we've not yet talked to, but she might be up next.
How did you and Vetra meet?
Huh, that's
Do we know
right.
that you knew
Your
her?
father brought you into the project pretty late, didn't he? Must have been a pretty steep learning curve since they thawed you out.
You could say that.
You make do with what you get. Anyway, I met Vetra back when we were building the Nexus. She swiped supplies I was trying to get for Kesh right under my nose. I tried to intimidate her into turning them over to me, and let me tell you, that Turian takes shit from no one.
Okay. We don't know much about her, because again, we haven't really spoken to her much, but my first impression was that she seems pretty cool.
She really has a way of getting things done.
She sure does. But here's the best part. She waited until I saw her again in Kesh's office, no less, to tell me she'd been working for Kesh all along. They're both still laughing at me over that.
So she did that just to mess with you? Okay, we did ask about combat experience, so I suppose war stories are probably pretty similar.
Got any stories or advice to share?
Does a piejack scratch its butt?
Maybe?
Anything about the cat? Or combat in general?
Well, common cat are pretty straightforward. Hit them hard enough, they die like anything else.
Okay, I mean, yes, that is advice. No, it's not very insightful.
Tell me more about fighting cat.
Wraiths are sneaky little shits, like to ghost up behind you when you least expect it.
Yeah, those are the
Just
cloak
listen
dudes.
for them. They tend to give themselves away right before coming at you.
Oh, great.
Break through their head plates, then a headshot should do the trick.
Okay. What about the bigger guys?
Tell me more about fighting cat.
Destined are annoying, quick. Got some crazy mist that hides them from view. Their
Don't remember
friends,
those guys.
Too. Take a Destined down, and that mist goes away. Makes them a prime target, if you ask me.
Oh, is that the...
Perfect for grenade practice.
Are the Destined the ones that have shields and are a little bit bigger? I'm probably haven't paid much attention to their names at this stage. I mostly just noticed that they tend to come as sort of the leader of the groups. There usually is only one, although that will probably change eventually, and they're the one shielded enemy. And they have some kind of bigger weapon, I think?
Tell me more about fighting cat.
There's just something wrong about the kid. The absolute single-mindedness.
Okay, seems like that might be the last of his advice. I was hoping you'd give us some advice on the really big, brute-like dudes, but apparently not. Let's see, there are potentially other war stories, though. Maybe one more of those.
Got any stories or advice to share?
Does a piejack
Oh, okay, never
scratch
mind.
its butt?
Just gets us back over there. Okay, let's go for the Nexus Uprising. We'll go Sam, and then that's probably everything.
Why did the Krogan leave the Nexus?
The Nexus got us Krogan to stop the mutiny. In return, we were supposed to get a say in station business. Spender, Addison's assistant, lied about the deal, and Tan came down hard. Too hard. So we left. Kesh is
Okay.
alone on that station now.
Okay, that connects some of the dots that we are missing, for sure. Because, yeah, otherwise it seemed pretty harsh. Just saying, oh, we don't like Tan. So we decided to perform a mutiny and all disband. But they did some stuff for the Nexus, and then they didn't get anything in return despite being promised stuff, and so they said that's not very nice, and so they left. Let's see, how is Kesh in politics? Because it does seem... That's what I was starting to say, is that Addison feels like a politician through and through. She is mean and rude to our face, disrespects us, and even when we help her, she doesn't really... Yeah, she's unwilling to compromise, all those things. All the bad things about politicians. And yet the reason why Kesh sort of stands out as someone who is refreshing is because she's blunt, she's honest, and is not trying to, trick us into helping her secret agenda or anything like that, which is kind of what it feels like Addison is trying to do.
Do you think Cash can handle station politics?
Cash can handle anything. Thing is, Spender's a liar and a coward.
How important is this Spender
He was
person?
part of the mutiny, I know he was. A lot of people got hurt because of him, on both sides.
So what's my part in this?
Things need to get sorted out and my clan needs to get back on station, without Spender messing things up. Way I see it, you're probably the best one for that job.
Okay, so, is Spender just that random NPC with the Omni tool out right next to Addison, who I kind of thought was just a random, insignificant person that we might talk to once in passing? But here it turns out that they're actually a significant player in one of the most important things that happened on the Nexus? Kind of sounds like it, or maybe it's a totally different person.
Did Lexi brief you on Sam and squad connectivity yet?
Yeah. You want to hook that thing up to my comms, sure, but that's where it stops. Putting an AI in your head, giving it access to everything like that, it's begging for trouble.
I kind of agree with him.
Why do you say that?
I've seen what bots can do when they turn on their creators.
If he's 1,000 years
Been in
old.
some of those fights. There's a reason that kind of research was outlawed.
He knows.
Yeah. I was dismissed from the Alliance when news of what my dad was researching got out.
No shit. Ruined the Ryder name, I'll bet.
Almost. I'm not thrilled about it myself, but it is what it is.
Just make sure it can't unshackle itself. There'll be hell to pay if that happens.
An unshackled AI? Okay. Seems like that's about it from Drac.
We can talk more later.
Sure.
Hey, one last thing.
Oh?
Yeah?
Do you call everyone kid, or don't call me kid? It's okay. He's 1,200 years old or something. I think it's okay. Yes, you could make the case, well, it's a little bit disrespectful, it's demeaning, and we're supposed to be the captain of this ship, and so what kind of signal does that send to the rest of the squad? I think it's okay.
Is everyone a kid to you?
Ha, when you get to be my age, yeah, pretty much.
Okay. And that does turn into a quest. I was curious to see if it officially did that or not, because it certainly seemed like the way that he was describing that, as though there would be something to play out in the future with this whole... I'm our Spender person, that's the name of them. But I wasn't sure if that was developed enough at this stage for it to be an actual quest yet, or if that was going to be something that happened later on. Let's see, better beginning. Speak to Tan at the Nexus Pathfinder HQ. Give EOS radiation time to clear. Oh, the radiation clears over time. I did not know that. Cryo deployment perks, Andromeda viability points lead to perks that directly empower your efforts because as Pathfinder you choose what is important to life in Helios. Speak to Director Addison Ono and her assistant about AVP and decide what experts will shape and strengthen your initiative. Because we did level up the Nexus, but we don't really know what that means yet. So I assume that's probably what the deal is there. Okay. Oh, this is just the bathroom. Sure. Crew... Wait, hold on. Is that anything? No. This console, crew info board. Spy on our squad mates? Let's see. Dinner tonight. Null entry. No! Sorry, everyone. I forgot we were taking turns and half the rations aren't unpacked yet. Calo, what the heck? Also, I forget if it's Calo or Kalo. But comments. Got you covered, Kalo. I'll just alternate back and forth. There's soup in the gallery. Dextro and Levo for me. And fruit cocktail. Petra. And to think we might have left port without you. Kalo. Okay, Lawson found coffee mug. Found a mug yesterday near the biolab. Next one with a magnetized base. You left it stuck sideways to a bulkhead. Cora. That's mine. I just put it down for a sec when my hands were full. Suvi. Next time, maybe empty it first? Cora. Little bit passive-aggressive from Cora. Track and PB are officially on the team. I finished the assignment paperwork for the Nexus. Had to fudge a few details, but you're both officially members of the Pathfinder team. Welcome. And Track. Just wanted to check in, publicly, about what I said. Cora. Relax, Harper. The best headbutt is always the one you don't see coming. I'll keep that in mind, Cora. Harper. That's a name that has some significance, for what it's worth. May not be immediately obvious, may not be readily apparent, but there is actually a lot of significance to that last name, for what it's worth. Let's see, is that where most of the other people are? I don't remember. Have we?
These are the Pathfinder's quarters.
Ah, this is our quarters.
Sam's router is down there too.
Okay. Clothing and armor customization. Check the wardrobe screen in your quarters to change your casual outfit or customize your armor. Alright. Wardrobe. Let's take a look. You can go long sleeve, short sleeve. I mean, it's really just rolled up sleeves. It's not actually a short sleeve shirt. You're not fooling me. I think I do still prefer that, though. Versus jacket. I mean, I kind of like the jacket, but I hate the color scheme of it. Oh, we can customize colors, though. Okay, we can customize colors, though. That might change my opinion on it. Color 1. How do we... Oh, that's how we adjust it. Whoa! Okay. What if we keep that white? But then this is... Which part? It's that part. Oh, goodness. Now, they're gonna all question my sense of style. I feel like... That might work, but what if we do... that, and then what if we make this a different color then? We blue it, make it go back to the blue-ish? Something like that? Try to get the right hue. It goes a little darker, kind of like that. I think I could go with that. Maybe it's still kind of an odd color combination, but hold on, let's see what this... Oh, wait, what? I didn't save it, apparently. Wait, what color? This one's supposed to be blue, we said, right? This one's the blue one. Like that. I mean, it is probably a brighter blue than I would normally like, but it does seem to be the... Whoa, that's way too bright. That is... Our butt is way... We cannot be walking around with a bright butt like that. That is illegal. That is illegal. Hold on. We can rotate. Okay, this is important. This is important. I did not know we were giving ourselves a neon blue butt. Okay, that needs to be addressed. That needs to change. Okay, hold on. I think in that case we go... Which one? Okay, but now I don't know which color this is. This must be the black complement, right? So this one, I think we go back to maybe making the... that doesn't matter. Go back to making this black. Or do we try to make it actually Andromeda colors, or do we just say forget about that and just go with whatever else we like, color scheme-wise? Because we could do something totally different. We could just ditch any intention of looking Andromeda-like and just turn ourselves into a snake. No. Oh, actually, what if... Okay, so if we want to get really clever, we could also be a watermelon, which I'm not opposed to. Except I accidentally canceled it out. I mean, I'm not opposed to being a watermelon. I'll be honest. I'm not opposed to being a watermelon. That's too orange. Hold on. I want less orangey. There we go. That's a little bit more like it. That's a little more like... If we want to be a watermelon, that is possible. That is theoretically possible. Is that a good idea? No. Probably not. But it had to at least check. Had to at least... Oh, my goodness. That's too neon-y. Okay, hold on. I was thinking it was more like... this. I like the sort of tan plus deep green combo in general. Might modify that green a little bit more. Oh, hold on. Wrong direction. Curious to see what this looks like. Yeah. If we do like that. Totally different. Totally different, of course. So probably a little more of the light color than I would prefer. But I don't know, man. We'll roll with that. We'll roll with that for the time being. Very much not in Andromeda colors, but so be it. What do we have here? SpaceX rocket mod? Hold on. Is this like sponsored by SpaceX, the actual company, or is this just a coincidence that this happens to be named SpaceX? Human early spaceflight? It might actually be. I think the Andromeda colors are, yeah, like right here. White and blue, and I guess black. Relatively light, royalish blue. So this is very, very much not the Andromeda colors. Like, not even close. So if our objective was to make it look like we were part of the Andromeda Initiative, that is definitely not what we've done here. So I just kind of went with something. I don't know. I didn't exactly come in planning some specific fashion-y stuff, but we can change it later if we feel so inclined. Whoa. Hold on. We just got a whole lot of stuff. Tabula rasa? What? I mean, I know that's an expression, but it's also arguably the most famous item from... Oh, we have a hoodie now? But, whoa, no way. We are not doing that. We're not doing that. What do we think of this hoodie? What do we think of this hoodie, though? It seems like we got a lot of items there as well. Okay, I mean, we could spend half an hour just trying to get the absolute perfect color combination, but I won't. I mean, I don't like this color combination as much with the hoodie. I think it needs the black. If we are gonna go hoodie, then I would change it up, but I'll stick with this for now. Do I love it? No. But we'll stick with it for the time being and maybe adjust it later. But I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time just messing around with that. Let's see. Email terminal. These are not all... well, we had one new thing. Otherwise, there's the same stuff. But based on our conversation previously with Suvi, dear Ryder, I'm so glad for our chat earlier. I've had to defend what I believe so often that I have to admit I'm a little tired of it. Whenever I meet someone who feels the same, or just understands, I really appreciate it. So, thank you. Yeah, I guess not 100% clear to me yet if that's like the first few steps of Suvi being like, hey, you want to be a different kind of friends? Or if it's purely just platonic. What is... oh, it's Sam.
Hello, Ryder. Eos has been a lesson in contrast. Alec Ryder rarely endured doubt. His accomplishments were taken for granted, but you succeeded on Eos despite doubt and fear. Emotionally, the difference is like catching a ball versus catching a star. You have grown as a result, and so have I.
Okay, I mean, a little creepy, but I guess that's theoretically one of the reasons why Sam is installed in our brain to learn things firsthand from us like that. Let's see. Sarah's our twin. We haven't heard much about her recently, so maybe we check in on that real quick.
What was Dad's take on me and Sarah?
He believed your family trials brought you closer together, and hoped that would endure. It appears that hope was well-founded.
Okay, not exactly an update on her current condition, though. Multiple perspectives?
Is it confusing to be in multiple places, talking to different people?
True.
My awareness can be partitioned, so I can give you the same attention as, say, a SAM node technician. In the field, you are my primary focus, and all other requests are queued. In the vernacular, you have my undivided attention.
Okay, I suppose that's a good thing. So you are, I mean, I think these are things that we've asked about before, but given how they are partially grayed out, implies that there may be a little more to it now than there was before.
Are you still on the Hyperion?
Yes, this terminal provides a direct link to my servers in SAM node on the Ark. I can maintain a presence on the Tempest via quantum entanglement communication.
Quantum what?
Let's say hypothetically,
quantum
I was
entanglement.
out sick the day they taught quantum embezzlement.
Via entangled subatomic particles, it's possible to conduct secure and instantaneous communication across great distances. It ensures I remain in touch with you and the Pathfinder team at all times.
Okay, I conveniently avoided a lot of the very difficult to answer physicsy questions about that, but maybe that's for the best. The quantum embezzlement. I feel like that should be the name of a Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer character.
Sam, any more information on the memory trigger we found?
The memory blocks are still in place. If you continue searching for more triggers, they may unlock.
Okay, what about this humor?
So if we're going to work together, you might notice I like to joke around sometimes. Lighten things up. How's your sense of humor, Sam?
Alec Ryder encouraged me to develop this skill.
Humor's not a skill, it's... Okay, try telling me a joke.
A neutron enters a bar and asks, "How much is a drink?" The bartender replies, "For you, no charge."
Hey.
I can see why Dad told you to keep working on your humor.
I mean, it's not terrible. Does Sam have more, though?
How are those jokes coming, Sam?
More
Why
dad
don't
jokes?
Thresher Moors eat comedians? Because they taste funny.
More dad jokes from a machine!
How are those jokes coming, Sam?
My algorithms are formulating a new one, calculating the trajectory of the punchline.
Okay.
That was not a joke.
Oh, right.
That was a pun of sorts, unintentionally, I suppose. Alright, we'll leave it at that for now.
Thanks, Sam. Nothing more.
Okay. Anything else in our personal section? Like, is this anything? No? Kind of looked like the galaxy map device upstairs, but apparently not. What system is this? No idea. Okay, seems like that's everything in here. So yeah, again, you know, maybe we'll mess around with the appearance of our casual outfit more in the future, but at least for the time being, we'll keep it as is.
You're not Harry.
The blue give it away? Habitat 7 was a little more action-packed than Harry bargained for. He decided to spend his retirement years on the Hyperion looking after your sister.
Yeah, we did go back to the Hyperion and see him. The guy who was, was he on Habitat 7 with us? I think he was. Might have been.
You know Sarah's the good one.
I think you're both trouble. Hold still.
Ow.
Sorry.
Care to
I
explain?
remember you having a gentler touch.
Still trying to get my bearings. Thought I'd be waking up colonists, not taking care of the Pathfinder.
Still not 100% sure what you just did? Or why?
I couldn't be in better hands.
I just stabbed you.
Yeah. Without any
We all
explanation.
have off days.
I always hoped to work in the field, but everything's happening so quickly.
So like a blood test
Focus
or
on the
something?
positive. It helps.
I guess this is my opportunity to study alien species firsthand. Getting a Ket specimen aboard the Hyperion would be difficult, but here,
What?
a Ket corpse. For autopsy, a live subject would be better,
Whoa
but I'm
there.
not greedy.
Slow down.
Why do you care about the cat?
Harry didn't tell you? I'm a specialist in alien anatomy. My thesis on Krogan virility and aggression is what got me in the initiative.
I mean, I guess you're full of surprises. Oh, okay, so wait. There's the head with the heart on it, which is the quote-unquote emotional response. But this is not the first time we've seen, not the head with a heart, just a heart. Period. Which, does that kind of mean like, hey, this is the thing that tries to pursue romance options with people? Because again, I'm not really sure at this stage who, if anyone, we are looking to pursue such a relationship with. Also, I mean, the options to begin with, I don't know yet. I mean, you could usually bet that squad mates will be options, but outside of that, sometimes in past Mass Effect games, some of the crew members have been as well, but not all. But it seems like maybe she's one of them? Possibly. I don't know.
That's a very specific topic.
I grew up on Omega, lots of Krogan mercenaries. The best habitat outside Tuchanka. But we were discussing the Ket.
It's an
An
asteroid.
autopsy could teach us potential weaknesses, average lifespan.
Right.
Just something to think about. Sam, make sure the Pathfinder eats his vegetables.
Thanks, Mom. What is this datapad? You've got this. You don't need an old man a few hundred years your junior to tell you you're ready for this. I'll do it anyway, because I know it's true. You keep your Ryder safe, and I'll do the same with mine. Harry. Ah, okay. Because Harry's keeping track of Sarah Ryder. She's keeping track of Lids Ryder. Okay. What the heck? Oh, respec station to respec skills. I mean, we've spent almost none, but good to know that this exists, I suppose. And we can do it for anyone on the team. Do we get any other info? Not really. Okay. So, not about to activate this at the moment, but good to know that it exists, and that it exists here specifically. We checked this spot yet? That's where the bathroom was. Okay. Now we're looking to go in here, where I think Vetra and the engineer person are. Possibly other people as well. I don't think we've seen Cora yet, have we? Don't remember where she is.
If you're looking for me, I'm in the escape pod room.
I mean, no, I'm not, because we already spoke to you, but mind your own business.
I'll talk to someone.
Oh.
Maybe they could use you on comms. So you get to be with the Pathfinder and I have to watch your radio? The radio or help Kesh with cleanup? Oh.
Sorry, Sid.
Oh, hey, Pathfinder.
The Pathfinder's there? Let me say hi.
Fine, but don't embarrass me. Ryder, this is Sid, my sister. Sid, Ryder.
It's your sister, okay. Sounds kind of like a younger sister dynamic, but we'll see.
Let me guess. Little sister?
Who are you calling little? Look, kiddo, gotta go.
Wait, Ryder, I just wanted to know if...
Nope.
So I know it feels like I just jumped aboard your ship without explanation.
I mean... maybe, but also had PP and to a certain extent Drac just do that as well, so you're not the first, and you may not be the last.
I would have done the same just to get off the Nexus.
That's not why I came. Sure, I want to explore the galaxy, but I'm really here to work. I know everyone on the crew, even the actuators Gil prefers for the ship. Better, I know how to get my hands on them. With me around, your crew's going to be at their best. We've been failing for months, Ryder. Now that we have you, we have a chance out here.
Okay, and also the heart here, so seems like, at least by that theory, Vetra may be someone we can pursue romance with as well. I mean, she's not... I mean, we haven't been able to use her as a squad mate yet, but I'm pretty sure, obviously we've had Cora, we've had Liam as squad mates. I'm assuming Drac and PP will as well, now that they've joined. And it seems like Vetra is kind of on that level of significance to the point where I assume at some point she will join the crew in a more full-fledged way.
Ability to haggle with the locals? Great. But please tell me you're also good in a fight.
Like I said before, Wrangler, Provisioner, Gunner, and everything in between. I do what I have to. We all have
Okay.
a personal stake in this. If it keeps going the way it's been, we're all dead. I should track down a lead for Gil's actuators. Back channels, you know. We'll chat later?
Okay. But then, can we get more details? We speak to you again?
Terraforming, Atmo processors, gravity wells, life-destroying murder bubbles.
Wait, what?
We really had no idea what Helios was about, did we?
Oh, the Scourge, I guess, is what she's referring to there?
If we knew what it was all about, it wouldn't be an adventure. It would just be moving. And everyone hates moving. Just the packing alone, ugh.
Point taken. I'm just saying. I really hope you have a plan, Ryder.
Plans are useless. Now, we'll find a home.
The plan's the same. We find a home. Whatever that takes.
Keep that drive. Makes me believe we can make it. I mean, we have to make it. The alternative is not even worth thinking about.
Okay. Let's see. So... Yes, we start with this.
How did you hear of the Andromeda initiative?
Short answer, Cash. She was looking for some experimental ship mods, and I knew how to track them down. I thought it was a one-time deal, but she came back. Once, twice. Eventually, I figured out something was going on. Something big with creds behind it. I asked and she told me about the initiative. New galaxy, new home. Couldn't pass that up.
Okay. Okay. So, I mean, sounds like you came with the initial team then, which does probably mean that you saw the uprising.
You were on the Nexus when the revolt happened?
When you promise people golden worlds and all they get are wastelands and a death cloud, they riot. Some wanted to go home, some demanded answers, and a couple just wanted to stir shit up.
And you?
Some days I wondered if the exiles had a point. Maybe we were conned into coming here. But why would the initiative go to all this trouble just to screw us over? Thing about conning people, you always know something they don't. And that's why the con works. And if I'm going to pick a side, I'm picking the liars.
I mean, that's dark, sort of, but also, sadly, kind of true. Alright, what about these back channels?
You talked about your back channels. What did you mean?
We brought a lot from home. Some of it marked initiative, some of it in personal caches. Most things you want, someone's got. You just have to figure out who, and what they're willing to take in exchange.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it sounds a little bit like you're trying to take advantage of people, but...
It can't be that simple.
Oh, but it is. Most things are simple once you know the trick to them.
Okay. Speaking of... Oh, wait, no, she's singing, speaking of simple, not speaking of special. I was going to say that, otherwise it'd be a nice transition. Did we do any of the heart dialogues with other people? We didn't do it with the Asari scientist person, I don't think. I don't remember if we did it with Cora, or with Phoebe, though. When Phoebe was mentioned how she came to the ship, or came to Andromeda with someone else, and she kind of dismissed it as, oh, it's no big deal. Don't remember if that one had a heart on it or not. Or if we kind of deliberately avoided it with the other Asari person before.
Have anyone else here with you? Besides Sid?
No, just me and Sid. It's always been just the two of us.
No, I mean, someone special.
Special? Oh. You mean like... Oh.
Yeah, that was pretty
No,
direct.
Nothing like that. Who has time? What about you?
Okay, yeah, and this is kind of what I was referring to, why I don't really want to be having these conversations right now, because I have no idea if the person that we would want to romance would be Vetra or somebody else. So maybe this would lock us in if we said hopefully soon right now. Maybe saying no time permanently locks us out of having a relationship with Vetra. I have no idea. But maybe for the time being, we just try to stay relatively neutral.
Like you said, who has time?
Eventually things will settle down a bit. Hopefully. Or we'll be dead. Anyway.
Or we just play hard to get and she's gonna want us in the future, you know? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out.
You probably have work to do. We can chat later.
You know where to find me.
Alright. See, not gonna lie, the more conversations we've had in this outfit, the more the cream has bothered. The cream color's gotten on my nerves. Huh? What the heck?
Pathfinder, help me with something?
Sleep.
I know, not exactly standard. Gotta make the space comfortable. Plus,
Oh.
the fabric diffuses the charge from an overclocked Omni Blade. Not giving up a 6% boost, right?
I guess, didn't we initially see him in the research area? But I guess it's not his permanent location. This is actually more his permanent location? Maybe? Yeah, it seems like the head with the heart is more about personality, whereas the just plain heart is more actual romance pursuance. Which, I mean, then from there on, after we did that, it seemed like, okay, well, you know, if we go a little bit in that direction, maybe it's still just the head with the heart, not just the plain and simple heart, but that probably still leads us a little bit more in that direction than going the pure calculated, oh, yes, okay, I suppose, you know, maybe that just, we don't have time for that type of thing. Let's see. So, did that sentence make sense? I don't know. I forgot what you said.
Right. What?
Never mind. BS for the requisition. So, finally time for that beer?
Oh.
And after 2 years and
Apparently.
a dozen suspensions, I took a lateral promotion out of the force. Being a cop just didn't fit. But crisis response? Digging people out of trouble? That worked. I bet Hustle followed you into a few peace actions.
Okay, so...
Your alliance days much?
Oh. I'm gonna be honest, I kind of just thought that... Why did he just circle us? I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest, I thought that, the whole... I just want to have a beer type thing with Liam was just going to be a never-ending, ongoing plot point, if you even want to call it that. And then it was just going to drag on and be like, okay, Liam, we know. Stop telling us about it. So in some ways, I'm kind of happy that we can do it now and just say, all right, can we write this off now and just forget the whole have a beer thing? What was Hustle? I did not know what he was referring to when he said that. You bet that Hustle followed us into a few peace actions? Yeah, I have no idea what that means.
Tell me about your group.
Heavy Urban Search Terrain 1? Yeah. Earth's contribution to a multi-species disaster response unit. HUST-1, but Hustle looks much better on the patch.
Okay.
All civilians, retired vets, or shits like me. I was fiercely bearded. Tastes better just thinking about those days.
Yeah, and the other thing that I'm noticing, almost Jacob level hate. Yeah, that was another thing that, again, although I know very little about Andromeda, I was generally aware of the general, whatever word you want to, hate? Whatever word you want to use toward Liam. Trying to give him a bit of a chance here, but, you know, if your most significant character trait is that you want to have a beer, then it's just kind of hard to think that you have much depth in that case. But, okay. The other thing that I'm noticing is, and I actually was talking about this a little bit with someone who just recently started playing Andromeda for the first time as well. Lot of swearing. And personally, I never swear on stream, and that is a deliberate thing, but also I just generally think that it's oftentimes excessive and unnecessary and just kind of unpleasant and vulgar, and just stressful. So, like, why? Just take it easy. Don't, why, you know, add extra animosity, especially as just throwing words like, what? That, and my point is, it's been happening a lot in all these conversations. Like, okay, do you really need to be swearing every other sentence? So you're not really proving a point here. It just sounds crass for the sake of sounding crass, and it's a little over the top at times, it seems. The Drac conversation in particular, I mean, to a certain extent for that, I was like, okay, well, I mean, he is a Krogan, and I kind of get it. But on the other hand, if everyone is doing it every other sentence, then feels like, all right, guys, can we just have a normal conversation here? We are relaxing on the ship. And that may have also... I may have baited chat for that one into a Nightbot trap. Alright, but let's see.
I wanted adventure and mystery at the edge of known space. There was so much to see. Seems like a long time ago.
600 years, give or take. So, Pathfinder. Why Andromeda?
He's asking us.
Blunt, huh?
That blunt.
Let's see. Is he the first person to actually ask us about this? We've always been asking other people. Dream of adventure. Needed to leave that life. Dream of adventure, sure.
I hoped my Alliance career would lead to adventure. Exploring, hunting dangers in the dark. Didn't happen. Couldn't. But here, everything's new. And I want to see it all.
I don't hear idealist a lot. Everyone's cynical.
Back at you, Costa. Why'd you come?
I want to say I'm running from my past, but really running from myself. That'd be a great story. But it's bullshit. I had family, friends, a good enough job, nothing was wrong.
Necessary?
I just heard about the initiative and I believed in it. I believed in a new beginning. Still do. I have to. We're in it.
Just kind of feels like poor writing at some points here. And the other thing is, like, again, I never do it. I've sworn a total of, I think, 2 times in my entire 4+ years of streaming. So, like, it's possible to have normal conversations without doing that. And if the whole point is to add emphasis to statements, don't use it as a filler word. Don't use it in every other sentence. Otherwise, it loses all meaning. If that's why you're trying to do it. So just feel like, oh, come on, man. Come on, man.
If it all goes wrong, it could feel like we left for no reason.
I know why I'm here. A bad start can't change that. I won't let it. In crisis response, I'd focus on essentials. That's you and this team. Pathfinder leads to planets, leads to people. You've got your part covered. You got this. I'll do my damnedest to help with the rest.
Alright. So that was more of a cutscene-like conversation with Liam, but maybe try to follow up again, as we have with most other squad mates.
Prodromos. Sounds good, doesn't it? We started Pathfinder. A new life. That is goddamn brilliant.
Okay, again, like, why? Let's see.
We barely covered how you joined. Tell me something about yourself.
Alright, I was a bad student, piss poor cop, great responder. Had a good life, but it'd all been done. I wasn't looking to start over. I wanted to start big.
Okay. I guess that makes sense.
You were a cop, then crisis response? Couldn't have been long in either.
Didn't have the patience for law, so I figured enforcement. Dad knew it didn't fit before I did. But it got me into hustle. They mostly take vets and retired service. Best years of my life.
Okay. Use a cop seems cliche. I mean, we've had former cop teammates before. Something tells me that, well, if he's trying to fill in Garrus's shoes, those are very, very big shoes to fill.
An impatient rookie frustrated by procedure? That's overdone.
I know, right? I wanted new, and I got it. And that led me here.
Alright, what about family?
Tell me about your family.
I miss the hell out of them. Some nights you just cry, right? That's the thing everyone does. Mom Joelle, Dad Calvin, both lawyers. Met on the Citadel, settled on Earth. No brothers or sisters. That might have been too much to leave. It was traditional. How about you?
Sadly non-traditional? I don't know why that's sad. I don't know.
Traditional is a weird term for family. Like normal. Who's that describe?
I suppose you're right. I sure didn't keep to tradition. I said goodbye to my mom and dad and got on a ship to Andromeda.
Alright.
We'll talk later.
I know it.
Alright, anything else in this room? Looks like it's pretty much just Liam. Alright, so we've talked to almost everyone, it seems like, except for Cora. I don't remember where she is. And the other engineer person who was at least originally down here. In there. Hold on. Just tell Lexi, Drac, Sam, Vetra, Liam. Okay. Oh, nope. Change floor. Oh, Gil is there. Or is it? Oh. Oh, on the middle floor. Wait, Gil is right there? We were just over there, weren't we? Okay, maybe we still have some people to talk to on the next floor up. I think that's where we were gonna go anyway. Hold on, I'm very disoriented. Oh, except, wait, well, no. While we're down here, though, we are changing this outfit, because I've decided that it is no longer acceptable. It is already worn out its welcome. It is already worn out its welcome. That will be changed while we're here. At the very least, I think we just... let's see. Customize colors. Just, at the very least... Oh, this. Make it much, much lighter. At the very least, do that. Hard to tell in this lighting. But basically making it pretty darn close to white. Which means pretty darn close to Andromeda colors, with basically just us swapping out the blue for the green. Just look less like we're walking around with a mustard jacket. Okay. So we've spoken to everyone here. That is where we will eventually go. But in theory... we still have teammates somewhere on this floor? Tech lab, course on the other side? Did we really not see her? Also, did we just not check either of these sides? And what is in the tech lab anyway?
Nice place you found.
Clean air, plants, helps me think.
Something on your mind?
Maybe.
Seem a little stressed. Seem a little stressed. Right, exactly. There would be... if we're not careful, we'll go into this, you know, hour-long customization thing, so I want to try to not get too carried away with that.
What the hell was that?
I know that look. It's just my biotics reacting to all this.
Sure.
I don't normally lose it like that. A huntress should have better control.
Huntress?
Another term for an Asari commando. I was one before the initiative.
Except that you're not an
Some
Asari.
things stick though, like losing the old man.
Yeah, so she has brought up Huntress on several occasions already, but I think now is the first time she's connected it to actual Asari. That's kind of what I assumed. People were talking about it a little bit in chat, and I mean, it's kind of weird because she's very much a human, not an Asari, so I don't know why she was being trained by Asari anyway. I had never heard of any humans getting trained to be Asari Huntresses previously in any of the other Mass Effect games. It's not as if that was going to happen during the Andromeda initiative, because it would have had to have happened before she got here. So, yeah. Like, you may have been in a commando, but you definitely were not an Asari commando unless you're a shapeshifter.
How does a human soldier get to serve with Asari?
Prove your biotics can rip an APC apart, and people get nervous. Funny that. The Alliance found me a cross-species military initiative in a hurry. Sent me to Thessia to serve with the Huntress unit. One of the few places where my powers were welcomed. Your father made another one.
Okay. Let's see. So... I guess you kind of brought up our dad.
You were his second in command. Were you friends, too?
He was more a mentor than a friend. Prickly old bastard. But I respected that. People treat geniuses like they're made of cut glass. I didn't care how smart he was. I think he liked someone not caring.
Okay, and again, odd how, as we were saying a while back, she was second in command, so theoretically she was supposed to be the person who was going to take charge after our father died, and yet our father was like, "No, I choose you, son. Let me ceremoniously put this helmet on your head, because that is clearly the universal sign that you are next in line, even though this is not a hereditary job, as other people in the Nexus stated." So I could understand why she would potentially have some bad feelings about that, but she seemed to take it pretty well at the time. Banana. I'm afraid Nightbot is not giving you a good time tonight.
There's a lot of loss going around. Dad, the Golden Worlds.
A friend and mentor who trained you to be a pathfinder. I said I wouldn't get in the way, and I meant it.
Okay, so that's where her frustration is coming from, though.
I
or at least in
prepped
part.
for years as your father's second. Then he chooses you,
Yeah.
an untrained pathfinder, and all this mess to fix? The hell was he thinking?
I mean, she's 100% right. I agree with
Is
her.
this going to be a problem, Cora?
I don't want a rival. Just answers. It's done. Best I can do now is be your second. Keep your father's mission alive. Then maybe we'll all get what we came out here for.
What's up, JR? How's it going? How are you? How are you enjoying your Andromeda playthrough thus far? Let's see. So, yeah, again, for what it's worth, as I said at the time, I 100% agree with her, with Cora. She is, I would argue, in the right here. So, I mean, if you were a pretty high-ranking Pathfinder in the making, then I could understand why it was an exciting prospect for you to join the initiative in the first place. But that's kind of been taken away from you.
So what brought you out to Andromeda?
Biotics like this. Thinking like an Asari huntress.
Okay, we get
I
it.
never had a place. Best I could be was a useful freak. The initiative was meant to be different. Will be different if this mission succeeds. So I'm seeing it through. It's quiet in here. I can keep the plants watered while I work. First job, see if there's any news on the Asari Ark. If they made it, we could use some Asari expertise. If you want to talk, I'll be here.
Okay, there was still something else I thought we could ask her about, right? Or was it just the, like, romance pursuing option?
Ryder?
Let's see. About the whole Asari Commando thing, yeah, so, yes, it's becoming pretty clear that she's very into Asari.
What did you do while you were part of the Asari military?
4 years in a commando unit called Talane's Daughters. Part of the Council's cross-species military integration initiative. You probably had a more exciting time defending that Arcturus relay. But we did good work. Peacekeeping is a full-time job, even in Asari space.
Alright, what about your unit?
What was your commando unit like?
Janae and I were the youngsters. Tethys was our old lady sniper.
We met Tethys on Thessia in Mass Effect 3, didn't we?
patched us up, and Valenza prayed between firefights. Our CO, Nasira, led us all over the Athena Nebula and beyond. A huntress's work is never done.
I'm pretty sure she just name-dropped almost every single named Asari soldier from Thessia on Mass Effect 3.
Every civilization needs its defenders.
And the defenders usually match their civilization, like Asari huntresses being adaptable as hell. Makes you wonder what our militia will look like in 100 years.
Okay, well, we're talking about Asari.
How's the search for the Asari Ark going?
The Lucinia? Checking every comm that's coming in. Nothing concrete yet.
Yeah, if only we could cash in those space miles and use it toward research and development or something, right? Alright, what about war stories? I mean, we kind of just asked you about your military career, but sure.
You were in the Alliance before you became a huntress, right? What made you join up?
My biotics. I was still living on my parents' cargo freighter when they manifested. Untrained biotic power on a starship means accidents, but we couldn't afford a tutor. The Alliance had implants, the training, everything. Old history now. Your turn. Remind me why you came to Andromeda.
I spent years watching pioneers go through the Arcturus mass relays. Off to glory, while I stayed behind. Then Dad's career collapsed. His AI research made him too toxic.
I heard. Must have changed everything for your family.
Yeah, so, you know, adventure was afoot.
It was time to forge my story and my horizons, and to give Sarah a shot at making the discovery of a lifetime. So, Andromeda.
None of you writers ever think small, do you?
I guess not. There's more about the Asari arc? What?
How's the search for the Asari arc going?
Nothing new. Let's stay optimistic.
We just keep on asking her about this, like, has anything happened in the past 10 seconds? What about now? Now? No.
After 4 years with Asari commandos, you must have some great war stories.
Nasira assassinated a Krogan warlord with a pack of playing cards once.
What?
A pack of cards?
Choking hazard, apparently.
Wow.
Okay, it seems like this is another one where we can just get a long string of responses, so maybe we change topics then.
Did you come out here with anyone? Maybe someone you served with?
I had my fun on shore leave. Nothing serious, though. Asari huntresses figure things out, but I was there for soldiering, not romance.
Okay. Let's not go there.
I was just wondering.
Careful. One day I might be this nosy about your personal life.
Okay, yeah, again, let's not commit to any relationship stuffs just yet.
See you later, Cora.
I'll be here.
Okay. So, anything else in Cora's area, or is that all? It looks like it might be all. Okay. One other person I think that we've not yet talked to, and that is Gil. I believe it's up here, which I thought was right where we started off, which is why I was surprised that we did not see him initially. Or am I getting mixed up? I apparently... Oh, there's a... I know why. It's not up here. It's gonna be through here. Wait, what? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, he's in there. Okay. I was like, we were down there before.
Pathfinder, making the rounds. Slumming it, huh? Want to see how the riffraff are making out?
Somebody has to. Nah, I mean, hanging out in the engineering / drive core area of a one of the most important ships in the entire galaxy, I'd say that probably doesn't qualify as slumming it up.
Hey, this is the most important part of the ship.
Whoa, don't tell me they put someone smart in charge for a change. I am at your command.
Just want to see how things are going with the ship.
I can coax more out of this baby than some might think, but we shouldn't go too far or push too hard between Nexus stops. For now. It just feels good to be stretching our wings, you know? Locked in idle too long, you start to drift. People, same as ships. Stuck on the Nexus, gotta say, I was regretting joining the initiative.
Okay, is this our first time talking to him? Because it might actually be.
Seems like life back there was pretty bleak.
Not gonna lie, it sucked. I tend to live the way I work. Kind of feel it, do it. Not a lot of close ties, no real sense of purpose. Figured maybe I'd find my true calling in Andromeda. Then I got here and, oops, I just made a decision there's no turning back from. I was going nuts on that station. You can't know how jazzed I was when you showed up.
Oh, was he the guy who was the first one on the Nexus that we saw, who was working at that panel thing when all the lights were dark and what have you? Let's see. Well, that's a pickup line, I guess. Also, that one's oddly going in an odd direction. Is like, this one has the heart, this one has the heart with the head, but this feels like it should also have just a plain simple heart.
You mean how jazzed you were that a pathfinder showed up?
Tomato, potato. You just keep pointing this ship wherever you want it to go, and I'll make sure she can get there. Deal?
Deal.
Okay. Anything else in this room? Guess we can talk to you again, as we've generally done with most other people, just to see if there's anything beyond the initial official conversation.
Long time no chat. What's up?
And there are other things. So, let's see. Start with the Nexus, I guess.
How tough was it on the Nexus all those months?
Have you ever eaten overcooked space cow tongue?
Oh, totally.
Hasn't everyone?
Well, then you know. It's super tough. Wondering if you're gonna die from a critical malfunction?
Of the
or
cow tongue?
maybe starvation? Imagining which would be worse? But hey, you could always take a break from the fear and boredom to dwell on being a part of the biggest failure in galactic history. Maybe even participate in a revolt.
What was your take on that?
I didn't place any bets, if that's what you're asking. Truth is, I don't think anyone made out particularly well. Whatever side you're on, you die a little when your brother, your teammate, becomes an enemy. We traveled all this way, all hope and wonder, and we end up fighting with each other over scraps. It's sad.
Yeah, it is. It is a bit, I suppose.
I hear we have you to thank for getting the Tempest space ready so quickly.
Vetra brings her impossible feats to me. I was itching to get this particular call, capital R, ready. Don't tell her, but the truth is, I fudge reports to come in early, then bust ass in secret to make up for it. Expands the guild legend. Plus, I convey calm and assurance, and the whole team relaxes, which helps them do their jobs better.
Excuse me?
Seems like we have a good group here.
Well, Vetra and Suvi are my girls. Get along well. Lots of mutual respect. PB's a real spark plug. I like her, but she's exhausting. And Drax's my kind of guy. Brash. Takes no shit. As far as your Hyperion peeps go, the Doc's kind of nosy. Liam's good for a laugh or two. Cora, she's a bit by the book for me.
Okay. What? Just casually trash talk Cora behind her back? I mean, that's not cool. That doesn't send a good precedent.
By the book keeps us alive.
Hey, variety's the spice of life, right? Different strokes makes for healthy debate.
What about Callow?
He's a pilot.
Which means...
he flies the ship.
we're leaving it at that then?
Does a pathfinder know what to do with a dead end?
I mean, there's a lot of important ties between the head engineer and the pilot of the ship, so I would think you'd have a lot more to talk about him, but okay, maybe not.
What's your social circle like?
I'm good for a laugh, so I know lots of people.
It's an odd question
but
to
I don't
ask.
let too many in. My one true friend is stationed on the Nexus. She's the only piece of the Milky Way I brought with me. The more you and I get to know each other, the more you'll probably hear about her.
Okay. My guess is that will ring true.
Good talking to you, Gil.
Anytime.
Thanks for stopping by, Banana. Sorry, Nightbot was not giving you a very well. Was putting up a lot of a fight today. Okay, I believe that is finally everyone. Every member of the crew that we've now spoken to. So I think we are finally ready to proceed here. Which means this way. Ryder, no running in the ship! Wah! Break through this fake, not actually glass exterior. Alright. So, EOS, available mineral. Oh, hold on. So what if we activate the scanner now? Now that we've been on the surface, does that change anything? Because as I was saying before, I was surprised by how this seemed to do almost nothing, unless if we had received a direct... Oh, just the landing zone. Okay, yeah. Unless we had basically gotten some kind of notification as soon as we got to this planet, it seems like there's basically no reason to scan otherwise. But there were quests, so the hexagons are the quests. I assume the fact that we have the circle in the middle of them means that we've completed those, and then the available minerals we might only know because we've landed on there, and yes, those are, in fact, minerals that we saw when we were running around there. Okay, and 78% viability, which, I mean, we have seen that there are other things we're eventually going to want to go back to do on Eos, but I think we'll head back probably to the Nexus, because I believe we've now checked everything out here. Okay. Let's see, we did explore Pfeiffer 100%. Not explored Erickson, but I think it probably makes... Okay, yeah, that's where the Nexus is. I saw this AVP cryo deployment person. I was like, what is that? But no. Okay, let's head out to the Nexus. In fact, we might technically already... That might be our strike team, because it might have been long enough that our strike team is already back, because we spoke to our friends quite a bit on the ship there, but there very well may be other things to do on the Nexus.
Familiar territory.
The Nexus has been here for months. Still not enough time to survey it all.
Oh.
Anomaly
Interesting.
sensors.
Yeah, it's not just the Nexus. Okay. Okay. Anomaly, you say? Is that a thing, or is that just a random area that is glowing for reasons that we don't really know? Okay. We can scan from here as well. Oh, is it this? Okay, that is a thing. Interesting.
Probe away. Anomaly found.
Alright. Let's check it out. Racking up those frequent flyer miles. What is this? Oh, element 0. Okay. An unusually rich deposit of element 0, EZO. This appears to be a primary source broken up by space-time distortions in the Scourge. Okay. At 21 EZO. It doesn't sound like a lot, but I'm hoping that it is a resource that you generally are using in very small quantities, so that 21 is actually going to be enough to prove useful. Okay, but we might as well check out these other areas. I mean, again, seems like if the scanner told us there was an anomaly and we found that anomaly, I think unless and until we hear another prompt like that, we don't really have much reason to break out the scanner. Oh, this looks cool, though. Alright, Zhang He. Progression... Oh, that's the system. 18%. Okay, gotcha. So, let's see. Do we need to open the scanner to learn? Or at least to do this. Okay. So, let's at least read this. So, orbital... It's really far away from the star, and takes forever for it to complete a full orbit. Atmosphere not that thick, despite seemingly being a gas giant. Ma Huan is largely composed of hydrogen and methane. Its relative proximity to the Nexus make it a useful core discharge site. Plans for a helium-3 skimming station are in progress. That makes sense, one would think. But again, I'm assuming there's no reason to actually do a full-blown scan, given how we did not have anything pop up notification-wise when we approached. Hold on. No. I mean, we did see a black hole previously that we had scanned, I think, in one of the other systems. Is this the next? Furthest out? I mean, the Nexus is, technically, I think. I mean, the planets look great. So there's definitely that. Ooh. What was that? I mean, no real notification, so I'm assuming it isn't actually anything that we can respond and react and interact with. Okay, now this is a huge atmosphere, and for that reason, despite being very far away from the star, is possibly the highest temperature I've ever seen in any of the Mass Effect games, and I do read all of them, all the planet conditions in all the Mass Effect games, so 1,855 degrees Celsius is really freaking hot. Gongzen is a small but scorching world, partially due to a crushing nitrogen-carbon dioxide atmosphere. Evidence suggests its icy ring was once a small comet. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean... Wow. 1,855 degrees Celsius. It has to be a... I mean, it looks like it's a... Like it's a solid surface, but it must be molten. Okay. Keep on moving in. Random reminders. Stay hydrated, folks.
Anomaly on sensors.
Okay, so there we go. We do have reason to scan this. Let's read a little bit about it first. So let's see. H599. It has almost no atmosphere, but despite that, it's very hot. That's unusual. You'd think that would mean it would be just on the certain, whatever side of the planet is facing the star would be really hot, and whatever side is not would be really cold. Because it has no atmosphere to regulate and maintain that heat. With its distinctive ring, H599 was used as a rendezvous point during the Nexus's early attempts at exploration. Pilots still use the term a 99 run for a short journey with numerous hazards. Oh. Alright, but what is this?
Deploying probe. Detecting what's left of a ship.
Ship wreckage. Ship identity Nexus 4623. Ship name Caryatid. Crew complement 5. Status reported missing, presumed loss. Analysis: the Caryatid is a heavily damaged and adrift, but salvageable. I assume that crew is probably still dead. A bunch of resources, though. Bunch of resources. Many of which do not really mean anything to me. I don't think we've seen those before. But, okay. I think that was good, then. Alright, continue to move in, and looks like this is our last spot before we actually head back to the Nexus itself. I do like the dramatic camera angles and all that, but it is... Ooh, it is so much slower. Okay, more anomalies. Let's see. So it's Fei Xin. Let's see. Also, incredibly, this must be a super powerful star in this area. If there are all these planets, I mean, this is much closer to it, so it makes sense for this to be so hot, but still. Fei Xin is an extremely hot and volcanically active world. A thick carbon dioxide and ethane atmosphere covers an iron-rich surface with deposits of calcium. Always feels like we are on the opposite side of wherever the thing we're trying to scan is.
Probe away. I found something.
What is this? An active volcano? Okay, sure. I mean, I'm not sure why that's so significant, but active volcano site profile. Shield volcano with current effusive eruption. Lava composition, basalt flow with unknown materials. This volcano has recently erupted. Fei Xin's unusually strong gravity, 3.2 Gs, means the lava flow is localized and may be valuable for study. Okay. Oh! Well, apparently it was valuable enough for us to level up, so I guess that's pretty cool. That's a lot of experience, wasn't it? 270? Wow, did we get that kind of experience when we found the crashed ship before? Well, we'll take it, I suppose. And now I think we're ready to head on over to the Nexus. Have we ever looked at the Nexus from this perspective before? Let's see, so station name, Nexus. How big is it? 15.5 kilometers when completed, but it's not completed yet. Anchorage wheel diameter, 5.3 kilometers, so that's what the circle, basically. I mean, the shaping looks like it would at least eventually be rather Citadel-like. Analysis headquarters of the Andromeda... Whoa, did not mean to do that. Headquarters of the Andromeda Initiative, the Nexus is a massive space station designed to anchor the returning arcs, process resources, and supply colonists before their departure to new worlds. All new arrivals must pass quarantine. I'm gonna more of a look now. So yeah, I assume basically that circle in the middle, the perimeter there, the circumference, is the area that is most developed right now. And these parts that extend out from that are the portions that will be more fully developed going forward as more species and more people arrive. This area you can see is very much not fully built yet. Okay, well, and Knackmore Track, Krogan Betrayal, Attack, Waking Up to the Future, or Task, Waking Up to the Future, Better Beginning, AVP Crowd, Deployment Perks, First Murderer, all of which are here. Okay, so in other words, a lot. Thanks for stopping by, Nor. Have a good night.
Pathfinder, is it true? We're settling Eos.
We've thought that before.
But Eos is different now, right? Pathfinder.
All right, settle down. Give him space. Lieutenant Syax, Kendros' aide. They all wanted to see you. Real hope again. It's been a while.
It's a good day to party? Or yeah, just doing the job. No, we're just doing our job. Just doing our job. You always under-promise and over-deliver.
They've got a Pathfinder again. This is what we do.
And you've done it splendidly.
Professor Herrick, right?
What you achieved with that remnant vault is unprecedented, Pathfinder. Impossible. But with new scientific talent waking up, we'll unravel those mysteries. The whole Nexus will benefit.
Okay. Yeah, this proves our resilience, exactly.
We've taken some hard knocks, but this proves we'll always get up again.
Always.
Well, what are you waiting for? There's a new world out there.
Thank you, Ryder.
The word is out. We seen this spot on the Nexus before, or is... It does feel like there are more people here.
Don't shove the crate off the... You shoved the crate off the ramp. Where do they find these people?
It is also odd that you can only interact with objects and people from very specific distances. Like, okay, now we can talk to Vetra from this distance. Not earlier. Not when we're up here. Not from this angle. No, of course not. But from here, yes.
Keeping tabs on things back here?
Yeah, I try to watch what's going on while we're away, but it's nice to check in person.
Okay. You can relax a little bit, right? We're on the Nexus.
Shore leave is for relaxation. Take some time off. Get a massage. Can Turians even get massages?
Sort of. We get vibrations through the carapace with a hammer. Not for me. I'm fine, just people watching.
Okay. Hold on. Have we been to this? I know we've leveled up and probably... I think we've leveled up multiple times now. And yeah, 12 points to spend. So we do have a lot there. But I want to check our map. Because this... either is an area of the Nexus that did not previously exist, or it is the area we were in before, but it's gotten much larger now. We did, quote-unquote, level up the Nexus before, didn't we? So that might have something to do with it. I suspect. That's where Spender is. That's where the Tempest is. Okay. That's where we are? The Tempest is all the way over there? I thought we were right next to the Tempest. Okay. Anyways. Cultural Center. That does not sound familiar. And it looks like more shops than we had before. General Merchant, Vehicle Merchant, Arms Merchant, Armor Merchant. We did see hydroponics, didn't we? Maybe we just didn't come back to this area before for some reason.
Hi, Jessica. Welcome to the Nexus. I see you here in our database. Did you have your medical scan? Yes. Good. Let me call it up. There it is. Everything's in the green. You're cleared for entry.
I waited my whole life for something like this. A new galaxy. My friends thought I was crazy.
We're all probably a little crazy here, but that's the fun of it, isn't it?
I hope so.
You can proceed to the waiting area.
Thank you.
I mean, we're never gonna survive unless we get a little crazy, right?
And what's your name?
Derek, and this is my wife, Andrea.
Hi, it's nice to meet you. Welcome to the Nexus. Let me pull up your records. Here we go. Your medical scans are in order. Everything's good. You're cleared for entry.
Where will we be living?
EOS. Outpost Prodromos is being established as a science center. Looks like you two are nervous.
Wait, she did not... Did you see the subtitle for EOS?
Terraforming efforts are ongoing, so it might be a while.
Terraforming? I thought everything would be ready.
We've had a few unexpected wrinkles. It's nothing the Pathfinders can't handle. In the meantime, you can head to the waiting area. Next.
Or it might have been a conversation from someone else, but it was, very... Oh, hello, T-posing dude. Oh, goodness.
Hello, Bradley. I've got you here in our database. I just need to verify your medical scan. Here it is, and... did the doctors say anything to you?
No, they were swamped. They said my results would be delayed.
I see. The scan shows you have otitis media.
Oh God, I knew it. I'd come all this way to die.
Take it easy. It's an earache caused by a minor infection. Some immune systems need to adjust to the new environment.
Oh. Right. I always was allergic to everything.
It's not serious enough to deny entry. You'll want to see our medical staff, but otherwise, good luck. Next.
It's cool to see new colonists coming in and whatnot. Even if they get stuck in T-poses. Occasionally. Can't go through these areas. It doesn't seem we should probably chat with Avina, right?
How may I assist?
Or, okay, so yeah, maybe this is the spot where we initially were when the station was largely powered off and we just, for some reason, never came back here afterward. So, that's why basically all the same Avina questions here.
It has been my pleasure.
Or maybe this is a different area and a different Avina, but no new things to ask that one about. What is this? Cultural Center? Okay, let's check it out. I will have a look around. Looks like a Pathfinder suit. Oh, Turian VI here, okay.
It's an honor to meet you, citizen of Andromeda. My people are the Turians. It will be a privilege to tell you about them.
Okay, so is this basically just going to give us history about all the various species that we tend to see in Andromeda, and in some ways is sort of like a way to catch up on that stuff if you didn't play the previous Mass Effect games? It feels like that might kind of be what this area is about. It's the first impression I'm getting.
Okay.
Turians are a highly disciplined race who value service to others. No one places personal needs ahead of the greater whole. Public works serves as a focal point of our society. We believe it's our duty to better our species.
Okay. So, that is to say, obviously we know a lot about Turians from Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3.
What's Turian history like?
The history of my people is proof that peace eventually wins out. Disagreements among species turned into lasting friendships.
Namely with
When
humans.
Turians first met humans, there was a misunderstanding between us that could have had disastrous consequences. But with patience and restraint, humans and Turians eventually joined together in a mutually beneficial partnership. We look forward to doing the same in Andromeda.
Yeah, so Turians were the first alien species that humans encountered, and the first contact war ensued, so as you can probably imagine, hostilities were the primary thing between humans and Turians initially, but eventually cooler heads prevailed as other council species, namely the Asari, stepped in and calmed everyone down before it turned into a full-fledged war. I think First Contact War, in truth, was... I mean, I think there were, like, comics, Mass Effect comics that go into greater detail about it, but war may technically still be a little bit of an exaggeration for what was, in theory, more like just a couple of battles.
Where do you come from?
Turians live on a planet known as Power. The atmosphere's weak magnetic field shaped our evolution into the life form you see today. Our signature carapace, the hard exterior shell you see on Turians, is actually metal. It protects us from the intense rays of Power's sun.
That is pretty cool.
The pleasure of meeting you has been mine. One that I hope other Turians will soon enjoy.
Okay, so is this basically just, similar stuff about Krogan, Asari, Solarians, humans, any other species? Okay, but maybe we'll talk to Garson, so less interested about the species, because, I mean, be honest, that Turian VI did not tell me anything that didn't already know. I think it is largely meant as a way to catch people up on the lore if you are not familiar with Mass Effect. If Andromeda was the first Mass Effect game that you started off with, which is obviously not the case for us. So, and for the most part, we've already spoken about many of these things, even in Andromeda, so let's focus on the stuff that is new to Andromeda, like outposts and arcs.
This is Ark Hyperion, one of several ships that made the long voyage from the Milky Way galaxy to Andromeda. The thousands of colonists aboard have come in peace, united by their dream of a better life in your beautiful galaxy. You need not fear their arrival. We are all citizens of the universe, eager to be your friend.
Okay, I guess.
This is an outpost for Milky Way colonists arriving in your galaxy. They come seeking a fresh start in Andromeda, yearning only for a land they can call home. If you encounter an outpost, feel free to drop by and say hello. Your new neighbors are eager to make friends.
Everything's all happy and hunky-dory. Cultural liaison.
Pathfinder, I'm glad you could stop by. Pardon the dust while we set everything up.
Okay, sure, tell us a little bit about the place.
What goes on here?
The Cultural Center is a place where new races we've met can visit and exchange ideas. They can learn more about the Milky Way species, while we foster an air of cooperation and understanding. We're just getting everything ready. Hopefully it won't be long before we have our first visitors.
It also is very thematically fitting that it is an Asari doing this, as they are, at least in the Milky Way, known as being the mediators of, or the diplomats, the, people who are the intermediaries between various species. As I was saying before, they were in many ways the key species that made sure that Turians and humans didn't wipe one of, cause too much damage to one another in the First Contact War, and ultimately led it to a tense, albeit technically still, alliance. Granted, now that everyone has moved over to, or everyone here has moved over to Andromeda, obviously, then there are bigger threats. One would hope that, the the hostilities between Turians and humans, which did still exist in the Milky Way, even during the time of Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, which was a few decades after the First Contact War. One would hope that the past can stay in the past, and we can focus more on the more pressing issues here on Andromeda, like finding an actual place for people to live.
How did you get this job?
I was a sociologist in the Milky Way. While there were plenty of cultures to study, the books on them had all been written. There was nothing new I could add. So when I heard about the initiative, I signed up right away. The idea of meeting new people, seeing how they've evolved, adapted to life's challenges, I couldn't resist.
It does seem like that's, I mean, understandably, the rationale many people had for joining the Andromeda Initiative. The whole, everything about this field that I'm in has already been done, and so in order to actually do something new and make a contribution, I felt like I needed to go to an entirely new place, so Andromeda.
Have you heard anything about the Ket?
Unfortunately, yes. Now, that's a species we won't be inviting here anytime soon.
Okay, that's probably a good thing.
I'd hoped our encounters would be peaceful, but I suppose that was too much to ask.
Okay.
Thanks.
Of course, our hope is that you'll make friends in the cluster and send them our way. And when you have a second, check back with me on a favor I'd like to ask.
Oh? Now we've unused skill. Oh yeah, we know about that.
Pathfinder, do you have a moment? We, need to explain you.
Explain to us?
Explain me?
What?
Our new VI over there is meant to describe the role of our Pathfinders, but it just lost all its settings in a crash. If you could fix them, that would really help us out. Just talk to the VI, and it'll do the rest.
Okay. Maybe a little side quest of sorts, technically speaking.
Thanks.
Of course.
Yeah. Programming a Pathfinder. Is it Garson who we're supposed to do that with, or a different VI? I mean, we haven't spoken to the Garson VI yet, and that is presumably new to Andromeda, so why don't we do this?
Hello there, neighbor. I'm GM
Oh gosh, she's even more robotic.
Andromeda Initiative. I thought you might like to hear more about our plans.
Not from you, no, but sure.
Okay.
Great. If you're seeing this, it means our Pathfinders have done their job and made new friends in the galaxy. Welcome to the Nexus. But I want to put your mind at ease. Seeing our arcs arrive in your neighborhood probably raised some concerns. I'm happy to address them.
Okay. Why did you come here?
Why did you leave the Milky Way?
I get that question a lot. Many of us have a deep curiosity that needs to know what else is out there. Our own Milky Way is just one tiny speck in a universe full of mysteries. And speaking for myself, the thought of exploring those mysteries in Andromeda was a call to adventure I could not resist.
Okay.
What are you planning to do in this galaxy?
Great question. I'd be worried about that too. I can assure you, we have no hostile intentions whatsoever. We're pilgrims who simply want to live in peace. We're eager to learn about new cultures, new ideas, and share our own with you. But we understand trust needs to be earned, no matter what galaxy you're in. And the initiative looks forward to doing just that.
Okay.
Thank you for taking the time to listen. On behalf of my fellow Milky Way travelers, we couldn't be more excited about what the future holds for all of us.
Alright.
Welcome to the Cultural Exchange Center. Please have a look around.
We also have not examined the Milky Way. This looks familiar,
Looking at an
I
image
guess.
of the Milky Way, the original system of the colonists now arriving in Andromeda. Home to countless life forms, the Milky Way is a galaxy where friendship and peace are held in the highest regard.
Is it though? Are those
The
things?
spirit of enlightenment. They look forward to making your acquaintance.
I mean, I can understand why the cultural center would need to make that a point of emphasis, but still. Okay. Maybe we activate that quest that we just got. Hold on. Just so we can see which exact VI it wants us to go to. It's under here. No. Probably on this. Let's see, programming Pathfinder. Yes. Where is this one more precisely? Oh, the one that looked kind of like the Pathfinder outfit. That makes sense.
Welcome to the setup for your Pathfinder informational VI. I am programmed with all relevant data. However, you must identify which information I should prioritize. First, select your preferred voice and appearance, male or female.
Alright, we'll make it like us. We'll go male.
Male, please.
Variable set. Which aspect of the Pathfinder's role should be highlighted? Exploration and discovery, or first contact with new species?
We'll go exploration, I guess.
Let's go with exploration and discovery.
Variable set. Next, should I emphasize the role of the Pathfinder team or their partner AI?
Definitely the team.
Go with the Pathfinder's team.
Variable set. Finally, should I provide career advice for future Pathfinders or an honor of former Pathfinders?
Let's look to the future.
I want you to give career advice.
Setup complete. Would you like to keep these settings?
Sure.
It all sounds good to me.
Thank you for choosing this Pathfinder information VI. Implementing changes.
Alright, mission complete. Not so bad. And it did give us some XP, and pretty easy XP at that, so that's probably a good thing. Let's see, so yeah, our experience bar is in the top left corner, the Nexus experience bar is in the top right corner. Okay, so Nexus is close to leveling up, we are less so. I mean, we did just level up before we arrived here, or just as we were arriving here anyway, so that's understandable. Okay, so that seems like just about everything important, at least, from this spot. Tech lab, new location discovered. Okay. Except there's really nothing in here at the moment. Oh, except, never mind, there is.
Nah, Rack and I engineered mastered underground construction a millennium ago. These remnant fellows probably had the same idea. Wouldn't mind a seismometer reading, though. Sam, any chance?
Oh, that was interesting. Okay, can we chat with this individual? Perhaps not. Research center, is this just the same as the one on our ship? Okay, I mean, it makes sense that there'd be one here on the Nexus, and I suppose this location is fitting as well. Okay, you look important.
Hello, Pathfinder. A moment?
What can I do for you, Doctor?
I have a math problem. Some vital equations that only a mind like Sam's could solve.
Try
They
us.
concern strange transmission patterns in the Scourge. Perhaps random noise, perhaps not.
Okay, I mean, it does sound like that's worth looking into.
That could be a ship, or even turbulence in the Scourge we should know about.
Given the complexity and the security implications, I recommend transferring the equations directly into SAM node. I have them on an optical storage disk for you.
I'll see if I have time.
Thank you, Pathfinder. Please thank Sam as well.
Okay, that I would assume is pretty straightforward in that case. Just go to a SAM node on one of the ships and we're pretty much good to go. Seems like that's it here. Okay. There are more quests potentially in the area, though. That is not a door, despite looking like one. This guy? Ah, Shapiro. Power outages, you say? Oh, one moment. We need to step further away from you.
What's the trouble?
I've got power shortages throughout the station. I can't for the life of me find the cause. Oh, whoa, you're the Pathfinder. Hey, sorry, please ignore me. You've got way more important things to do.
Yes, Tark. You can mix and match, whether it be between the tech, biotic, and combat abilities, or just generally having, even within one of those categories, abilities that would not normally be things you could combine, at least not in Mass Effect 3. So for the moments, for example, we have Flamer is the thing that we've leveled up the most, and then we have Energy Drain was our starting ability, and that right there is already impossible, at least in Mass Effect 3. Again, I haven't done Andromeda multiplayer yet, so maybe that's possible there. But, so that is I mean, that's in many ways one of the things that I'm most excited about, is finding new and interesting ways to combine skills, and the gameplay has been fun, for sure. And getting more levels, of course, whether it be here, completing side quests like this, or out in the field, will of course help accelerate how quickly we can combine those skills in new and interesting ways.
That's a fact. But if I happen to see anything, I'll let you know.
That's something. Thank you.
There's a power short here. We could scan the area.
Oh, I forgot about scanning. Oh dear. I forgot about scanning. Hold on. This is an emergency. I forgot. Also, my controller vibrated as soon as I started scanning this person, which was a little bit concerning, but I forgot to scan stuff. Hold on. Hold on. We have to go back. We have to go back. We must scan. It is critically important that we scan every thing. There we go.
To assess the nature of the damage.
Oh, I didn't even realize this was the thing that we had to scan for that specific quest. Okay, computer terminal status non-operational. This is a standard Nexus computer terminal designed to interface with a wide variety of systems. Something appears to have attempted to gain access to the base of the unit, exposing and severing the power cables, shorting out its power supply. Yeah, so the combat has been really good thus far. We obviously haven't done too much of it just yet. Were you the one who messed with the terminal? How dare you. Now do we talk to this? We should probably activate this quest if we're trying to make a point of doing this right now. I assume this is also under additional tasks? Oh, I did not realize this was a thing. You need to gather the necessary materials to craft a chest piece for your armor at the research station. Does it specifically need to be the Pathfinder set? Because that was a thing. We did not necessarily make a point of doing that. Eh? Where is this mission? Oh, Nexus is its own location here. Okay, gotcha. Okay, there is that. On Hyperion, yes. But... what is... huh? Where's the one that we're just working toward? Oh, it is this. Broken wires. Okay. Investigate points of failure in the commons area, and investigate points of failure in operations. Okay. Somewhere in this general area, and somewhere down there. Okay. Seems like this would be a decent one to do while we're still kind of exploring this general area of the Nexus, so it's probably not a bad thing. Quickly see if there's anything else that we can scan in here. Perhaps not. Okay. Let's head back out then. Controller vibrates again. Make no sense, you say. Hello, friends. People that we are meeting for the first time, don't mind us as we casually waltz on through the area with a scanner out, and we are definitely not judging your every movement. No, of course not. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. Oh, it's back. Oh, okay, in that room where there was the controller vibrating. That, I suppose, makes sense, right as we walked past it. I suppose that does make sense. How do we get in? Where's the door? Over here. Okay. Okay. Scanner out. What's the matter? Oh, this Turian.
Scan to assess the nature of the damage. I'm certain, Professor.
Okay. Operational, but suboptimal. Standard Nexus Laboratory Incubator. Physical damage to base has exposed cabling, causing power fluctuations. I mean, physical damage would suggest that somebody is... I mean, you could overload it, I suppose. But...
Perhaps Sam could compile it for you.
Does sort of imply that somebody physically went up to it to damage it. Okay, I think we're good to start heading down. I think that's where the next spot was. Is that Liam? Looked like him for a second. Just suppose he's wearing the standard Andromeda Initiative uniform. It might not have been him.
Sure. Let me know what materials you need and I'll find you something. That's a relief. Thanks for helping out. I owe you one.
Okay, these are the armor and weapon merchants. Yeah, we're right next to each other. Remember seeing that.
I don't have much new stock. Sorry.
Oh, is this the guy? We saw him before, but we did not see the armor person before, I don't think. He has a little bit of new stock. Pathfinder, Deep Impact, Observer, Pioneer. I mean, we were saying before, we're probably going to find a bunch of new equipment. That's ultra rare. Ammo, weapon weight, it's not super meaningful for us. Encounter XP increase, that's a lot. And weapon damage, I mean, that would be kind of nice, but how expensive is it? It's actually not that expensive. We are surprisingly kind of rich, apparently. Suppose we haven't really spent much on anything yet. Ammo, sell prices, reduce weapon weight, have the Avenger 2. Oh, those are our items. Oh. Yeah, we saw Crusader before. Don't remember if it was Crusader 1 or Crusader 2, but this is a really good shotgun. Then Falcon. It's very good for specific purposes. Not necessarily sure if we want to spend a bunch of money on that. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense that buying things is a lot more worth a lot more than selling things. Yeah, we are not as rich as it would have initially seemed. Okay. Yeah, like getting an extra experience boost early on does feel like that's a nice way to give us a little kickstart. I don't really think we're about to spend all of our monies on that stuff. Okay, is it in here? Oh, the Vortex. That's a very intense name. Is it? Yeah, it sounded like a club. Okay. Is this where the other thing is at? No. Where is the other thing happening? Over here? In the cryo bay? Alright, we'll check this place out while we're here, I suppose. There might be a lot to do here.
That's your flag, everyone. That's for Dromos.
Guess I shouldn't be terribly surprised to find Liam here. Look, man, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, but you really need to do more than just get drinks.
Things are shaping up, Pathfinder. Resources flowing in, sleepers ready to head out. It's starting to feel like the initiative. Not quite up to the sales pitch, but getting there. Feels good, right?
It's more than luck.
I feel it, Liam. Finally getting our start.
There we go. Getting our shit together. Showing a new galaxy that we have it sorted. If I keep saying it, it's true, right?
Let's see, Dutch Smith? Who are you? Bartender, probably, of course,
Another one! Damn it! This is supposed to be the chemistry lab. My chemistry lab. You all keep crawling out of the woodwork like space cockroaches.
You say that, Dutch, but here you are, pouring people drinks.
Hi. I'm standing right here.
They're guinea pigs, damn it. Chemists should have guinea pigs. Not have their labs taken over by people giving them things and being nice.
What's going on here?
Aren't bartenders usually friendly? You're kind of hostile.
I'm not supposed to be a bartender. I'm supposed to be a chemist.
Don't let Dutch put you off. He's a sweetie, really.
I'm not.
And the drinks are good.
Damn right they are. I mean... yeah. I'm a dirty squirrel.
I don't think I want one, but okay. Okay, oh, you have a quest. Anon Tamari.
Hey, I was wondering if you could help me out. It's for the good of the bar.
Okay.
Lay it on me.
So, folks try and help and all, but we have a limited pool of ingredients. Keep an eye out for anything interesting we could use for new drinks.
She really looks like they are from this angle.
So Dutch gets ingredients and the guinea pig he wanted, huh?
Exactly. Win-win all around.
Okay. In the Hyperion is where we get those? Okay. People just chilling. Okay, I guess it's pretty small bar. You know, it's not like Afterlife or anything like that, which was pretty huge, and I imagine we'll have reasons to come back there on future occasions, though. Okay, this is the place where we really want to go. Over here. Oh, also, I didn't really scan anything in there, which may or may not have...
Still missing some parts.
I would find it later, I suppose. Vehicle merchant. Okay, I'm intrigued.
Hello.
Again, unlikely that we're about to buy anything expensive here and now, but good to at least know what the options are. Upgrades Nomad's shield cells, allowing for faster regeneration without sacrificing effectiveness. Upgrades life support system to improve functioning in extreme environments. That could be useful for sure. Just making it possible to explore more distant locations. Blood pack. Each job? Oh, that's cool. Shimmering metallic red inspired by Krogan blood rage. I like it. I like it. Monolith Midnight, unique geometric pattern based on remnant technology. I do like the blood pack one. General merchant.
Nice to see you again.
Have we seen you before? Armor module. Okay, so some of the other upgrades that we've seen at our research area, I think. But none of the particularly rare and valuable ones. The remnant decryption keys can be used to bypass any remnant glyph stuff. What is this? Uric fluid sac? What? They can be hunted in the wild for their fluid sacs. Fluid sacs can be purchased for certain merchants. They can be used to suspend delicate electronic components. The standard synthetic alternative is extremely short supply. Okay. Oh, and other... Okay, so it is possible to buy some of the things that we would otherwise be mining and getting for crafting purposes. Some raw materials and consumables. This is... penetration dip. This is a better version of the mod that I think we're currently using on our assault rifle, and I do like it. Clip size. Or maybe it's just this? Yeah, wait. AR receiver versus AR calibrated receiver. What's the difference? Ever so slightly increased penetration, distance, and damage at the cost of a headshot slash weak point penalty of sorts. Not really sure it's going to be a big enough difference to be that notable. Scope. At the cost of reduced stability? I don't remember that. Oh, or just, yeah, slightly different. We might have the one that gives reduced rate of fire? Not sure, but we are currently using that. We could really use some pistol mods. So we don't have any. Again, likely we'd get some at some point, but... penetration damage, penetration distance, less clip size, accuracy, but reduced weight. We did get a melee damage pistol mod, but that's about it, and that is probably just about the least helpful thing for pistols for us right now. Shotgun barrel. Yeah, I wish there was something that gave more pure pistol damage. I mean, the penetration mod to a certain extent definitely could, but it's mostly for bigger targets where that matters most, and I imagine we would still be trying to do that primarily with our assault rifle. So we are still basically using the starting pistol, are we not? Okay, now let's see what's happening here. Oh, is this a tram? Or, oh, okay, no, the place we need to go must be in a totally different area, which is why it's telling us to take this tram in the first place. Habitation deck, cryo bay, are two totally different areas. Okay, so before we're about to hop in there, let's just make sure that we have truly done everything that we aim to do here. We have talked to those people. Okay, we've not done that. I think it makes sense for us to go there for the time being, then. Yeah. Alright, so lots of things for us to check out. Lots of little side quests here and there. They are sending us running around the Nexus quite a bit, but I think, you know, if we accumulate the quests now, then we can try to be efficient with the way in which we travel around.
But we need this equipment.
Well, you're not getting it. Stop making frivolous requests.
It's not a frivolous request. Properly functioning air filters are at...
Frivolous. You'll just have to make do.
We can't fix the station breathing bad air.
So, one of the rare female Solarians, it seems.
Your incompetence isn't my problem.
They're like 70% male or something like that. And one of only 2 NPCs that are
What do you want?
Solarian females, I think. There's the Dalatras from Mass Effect 2 and 3, well, 1, 2, and 3. That's about it, though.
Sounds like you're having a rough day.
You saw that, huh? Oh, I'm sorry I snapped at you. The way Spender treats me? Everyone, I'm just so angry. I don't understand how he's in any position of authority.
Oh, that was Spender. Ah, yes, yes. I was gonna say, for a second, I was like, are we supposed to be mad at you? Because Drac was mad at some people, but, you seemed like you were making a pretty reasonable request.
I haven't heard much good about that guy.
Whatever you've heard, it's not half as bad as the reality. Just last week, he tried to redirect some of the supplies we need to keep the stasis pods going.
Why?
I have no idea. But if Kesh hadn't stepped in and threatened to airlock him, it would have been a disaster. He's always like that. Making bad decisions, driving the Krogan away, treating people like scum when no one's watching.
Okay, well, I think we are definitely here to help in that case.
Maybe there's something I can do?
A man like that's bound to have some dirt. I wish Tan and Addison could see it. Things have gotten so bad that Kesh had to literally kick him out of engineering.
How literal are we talking here?
Boot to ass. Oh, it was glorious. We need him gone, but as incompetent as Spender is at his job, he's insanely good at keeping it. Kesh can tell you more.
Okay, so that means we're gonna head over and talk to Kesh, I imagine? What is this? Oh. Okay. Nexus HNS, GN Garson mourned. Residents are still mourning the loss of GN Garson. The initiative founder was killed when the Nexus hit the Scourge. An official tribute is planned, though Director Tan has provided few details so far. Without Jian, we wouldn't be here, he said. But now that we are here, we need to focus on surviving before we can celebrate. Okay. Species are at odds as talks break down over a unified curriculum for initiative kids. The Asari say they'll wait it out until demands are met. A ray of hope for sleep-starved residents. Maintenance begins on malfunctioning sun lamps, causing unending daylight in some Nexus quarters. A worker was lost to space during repairs on the Nexus hull. The victim's name has been withheld until next of kin in the Milky Way is notified. Wait, in the Milky Way is notified? That's going to be a long... I mean, remember, it takes a very long time to send any messages between galaxies. So, that's going to take a while. Let's see. A violent illness related to cherry-like fruit brought back from Habitat 7 has authorities baffled. Multiple passengers are still in quarantine. Those darn cherry-like fruits. Top scientists have few answers as the dark energy anomaly known as the Scourge limits travel and communication in the cluster. Oh, there's a whole lot of these. Okay. Contact attempts ongoing. Authorities continue to work to establish contact with our Milky Way descendants. As of now, beacons confirming arrival on Helios remain unanswered. History is made after the initiative establishes Prodromos, its first outpost in Helios. The establishment of Eos Outpost follows two disastrous attempts that claimed numerous lives. Even so, authorities say they're overwhelmed by applicants now hoping to settle the planet. I mean, where else are you gonna go, right? Vault uncovered. An expedition to Eos in the Pytheas system has discovered a mysterious facility that authorities are calling a vault. Though not much is yet known about the underground structure, it is believed to be remnant in origin. Wasn't remnant technically supposed to be just a term that PB was using as her own headcanon of sorts, and then it just so happened that we then met Drac and referred to that species, that civilization, as remnant? He was like, oh yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about, and now they also are referring to it as remnant here. So, I mean, that's... Maybe I'm misremembering, but it does feel like that's perhaps a little bit of a, little detail that they kind of overlooked. Pathfinder Alec Ryder killed. The human Pathfinder has died. Alec Ryder was killed after touching down on Habitat 7 in the Erickson system. Ryder's son has reportedly replaced him as Pathfinder, taking command of the Tempest in the ongoing search for a home in Andromeda. Uprising investigation ongoing. The ongoing investigation into an infamous uprising aboard the Nexus is centered on two alleged instigators, life support specialist Calyx Corvanus and an unnamed Asari engineer. Both crew members were said to be instrumental in keeping the Nexus viable after first contact with the Scourge, before ultimately betraying Nexus leadership. Corvanus was killed by Nexus security forces. The engineer was exiled. Officials believe some individuals loyal to the mutineers remain on the Nexus. Eyes are everywhere, warned Initiative Director Tan, and our eyes will not blink. Nexus work crews continue to make targeted repairs to systems and infrastructure after the station's devastating collision with the Scourge prompted an emergency wake-up in Helios. Oxygen and filtration levels have stabilized, but conservation rules remain in effect until further notice. We've got a long road ahead of us, Initiative Director Jarun Tan said, but we'll get there if we stay civil and stick to protocol. As more colonists land planetside, Initiative officials do not recommend any interaction with Remnant and Ket technology. Any civilians encountering alien tech should alert the nearest authorities and keep a safe distance. All pods in the Hyperion are now functioning properly after a glitch woke dozens of colonists not yet scheduled to come out of stasis. The glitch reportedly scrambled the ship's manifest. Colonists woken up because of the glitch have the option to return to their pods or take a job on the Nexus suited to their abilities. Oh yeah, you can totally just go back into cryosleep if you want. Alright, and that's all of them. So it seems like those are basically just the news reports all written down there. And those might even have been the things that we were hearing. Okay, that can return us to the Tempest, but I think we are definitely not done here yet. Okay, because that's where we started up. But now I think we do legitimately want to take the tram to a different area of the station. Again, we didn't scan the one place was the bar, but I think outside of that, maybe we'll remember to do that on a future occasion, and, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. So Cryo Bay Habitation deck. Operations. I imagine operations is where we were previously, where Tan and all the leaders are, because, I mean, that just seems like that's what that would be describing.
You're listening to HNS, your source for news in Helios, an independent arm of the Andromeda Initiative.
Okay, let's see. Operations. Scan. 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 No. Yes, this looks familiar. Okay, which theoretically means there's probably not much for us to scan here. Unless there's the whole... We have a bunch of things in this area that I think we're probably going to want to do. A Nakmor track, Krogan betrayal. We're learning more about this. Talk to Kesh about Spender. So there's that. There's things we want to scan here. I mean, there's just a bunch of things we're trying to do here. So why don't we... I mean, other roads may eventually lead to Tan, so maybe we do other things first, and then we'll finish on that. Let's see. Helios assignments, Nexus. This... Oh, no, that's not here, but this actually is. Confront Nilkin. So this is one of the ones that we got a lot more information on the previous planet we were on. About the whole, is Nilkin a murderer thing, and kind of, sort of, but not really. So, people thought he was. There was the cloud... I also have to remind myself a little bit of this, because we may need to make a decision based on what we've learned thus far. So, what? He was accused of being the first murderer because there was like a cloud of smoke and commotion and dust and sound of gunfire. People thought that it was Nilkin because there was sort of a bit of hostility between him and, I forget what the role of the other person was. I want to say it was like engineer or something. But then we studied the area and we actually found the corpse of the person who was killed and found that he was shot from the wrong angle for it to be Nilkin, and also it was a weapon of Ket's origin that ultimately shot that. So we know that that wasn't Nilkin, but then we also heard Nilkin trash talking, and by trash, that's a very mild way of phrasing. He basically threatened to take the life of the guy anyway, though, so it wasn't super clear. I don't remember exactly what the final conclusion on that part was, which I'm hoping is not critically important, but it may very well be critically important here.
Hey, there's puke on the floor. I'm gonna get sick.
Okay.
I hear you went down to EOS. Did you find anything to help my case?
So, we found out that you didn't do the whole shooty-killy thing, but also you very much did want to kill the guy anyway?
You're a liar. The Chief's Omni tool recorded you over the body admitting to killing him.
What? Wait, that's not... What are you trying to pull?
Sam, playback.
Sorry, old friend. Had to do it. I'm not dying on this rock.
Right, we heard that.
Well, shit. Guess my fate is sealed.
Except that your shot missed.
Ah, okay, that's what it
was.
was.
To the back killed Reynolds.
Are you serious? I'm innocent? What a stroke of luck.
I mean, well,
the conviction
attempted murder, technically.
The sentence thrown out.
Okay, so yeah, basically, rather than murder, and possibly first-degree murder, intended, premeditated murder, or at least intended murder, it was... what the second degree, what the proper terminology is for it. But, yeah, attempted murder was certainly still the case.
I'm going to Tan, and I might have a different opinion. You did try to cover it all up.
Look, I'm sorry I lied, but if my shot missed, I'm innocent. Plain and simple.
Right, not really.
We'll see about that.
I mean, you're innocent of that crime, yes, but you are still guilty of a different, less significant, yes, but still a crime. And also, as expected, yes, more quests leading us to Tan anyway. So probably a good thing that we did opt to do that. And I'm hoping we can just, when we go to Tan next, kill two birds with one stone, metaphorically speaking. Hold on. We have other things here in this area. It's on the Hyperion. We want to do this. Yeah, this was the person who I thought was Spender. Addison's assistant, who is, I assume, right next to Addison. Then, not this, not this, not that. Okay, yeah. So we do want to talk. Oh, also, while we are here, should check on our strike teams, because I'm just about certain that they are done at this point.
Guidelines for new recruits are killing me.
Okay, let's see. Awaiting debrief, let's get it. What happened? They succeeded and they gained another level, it seems. So, more mission funds. Yeah, it has both a bronze credit loot box and a material loot box, whereas on the previous screen, it said that initially, then we went to a different option, went back to it, and then it had said that only one of these things we were going to get, so okay, at least we are truly getting both of them, it seems. Alright, so we have Remnant, we have, oh, that's Apex, okay. So yeah, this one, they are not specialists against Remnant, so I don't know if they can succeed. Can we get more strike teams? Let's see. Yeah, recruit team, let's see. So Tango, who's already level 3. So this is your current list of recruited strike teams. Select a team with A to equip them with specialty gear. Retire a team with Y if you want to recruit a fresh team in their place. The more strike teams you have, the more missions you can undertake at once. Select recruit team to recruit a new strike team to your cause. Strike teams on a mission can earn positive traits if they succeed and negative ones if they fail. Strike teams, strike team traits can change the chances of success the team has on specific missions. Okay. So, let's see. Tango team is level 3 and they are about to level up again. They are Ket specialists, giving them plus 10 against Ket. No particular traits one way or the other. I have also no idea if there's a level cap and what that level cap might be. Like, are they... I imagine they're not anywhere near fully leveled, but can we equip them? And if so, with what? Okay, is this what our whole strike team points, or whatever the terminology they were using, is all about? Create a specialized ammo, plus 4 to effectiveness. And some of these things require that they be a higher level, so yeah, 5 is definitely an important threshold that they are not at yet. Okay. Or 4 even. Or 10, okay. Can we get a sense for how high the number actually goes? Is there anything higher than 10, or is 10 potentially the max? Looks like 10 is the highest there, but we should probably recruit another team. It's going to cost us some of our funds, but I think it's going to, long-term, absolutely pay off, as it increases the rate at which we can improve going forward. Alright, so we have Tango, we have Charlie now. Outlaw specialist. We've not seen any outlaw missions, so that's not great. Don't have enough funds to recruit anyone else. Just kind of hoping for a Remnant specialist, because that's... seems to be the two categories we keep on getting, are Ket and Remnant. Have not yet seen Outlaw. So is it worth sending you out on a mission that you might not... well, maybe we check to see what the rate of success is. Oh, wait, what? Suddenly there are way more? Oh, we unlocked more because we have another team. So let's see. This is Remnant. We're looking for Outlaw, really. Because we've never actually fought an Outlaw enemy thus far, I wonder if that might be restricting us, preventing us from even getting that in the first place. But we do have another Ket mission here. Nighttime mission, hostage situation, Ket. Gives us 5 funds. I assume it's not bronze. It's silver difficulty? Oh yeah, that's bronze. With the bronze colored icon, silver with the silver colored icon, that makes sense. Okay, so we don't have a bronze Ket mission, but what is our chance of our probability of success bringing our Ket specialists on the Ket mission? 33%. Okay, that feels like that's not a good idea. We could try to give them... I think we might have been able to afford one of those items, but that's still not going to be a very high chance of success. And as we were seeing before... Wait, is this... yeah, it's an Apex mission. Okay, yes, we can't bring them there, even though it is bronze Ket. Would have been nice. we were to put them here, still 78% chance. So there's a big difference between silver and bronze, it seems. Okay, it's not a huge difference between level 3 and level 1. So maybe it's, even if it's not the specialty of these guys, we try to give them a chance to gain some experience, hopefully level up, so they don't just fall behind and become irrelevant going forward. So we could always retire them if absolutely necessary. I guess that's what you do if a team fails a little bit and gets enough bad perks that they are more trouble than they're worth. They're taking up a slot from a team that could be much more useful going forward. So let's try it. We'll try it. Might not end well, but we'll see. Okay.
Secure message from intelligence. Requesting armor cam footage.
Oh?
But we're a militia.
What? What is this requesting extra info thing? Hold on. Wes popping up here? Possibly, maybe? Bunch of things that want us to speak with Tan. We know about that. Ah, broken wires over here. Okay, let's do this for the time being. That was one of the reasons why we came here.
Please report to the commons area.
Alright, we found you.
An animal did this?
Affirmative. I am able to track it.
What? Okay. Investigate points of failure. There are still more. Back, no. Wrong room. Is it in here? Guess it is. Oh. Was it Drac?
How many times have I told you this story?
343.
Wait, what? You've been keeping count? Rushan, that's not funny.
Drac, you might have some explaining to do here.
Please report to the commons area.
Ryder, can you believe this place?
One space station slightly dented?
You should have seen it a year ago. It was more than just dented. Anyway, thanks for bringing me on. Tan can't kick me off the station now, and it's been nice seeing my granddaughter again.
Oh, well, glad to hear you're getting along.
The two of you seem close.
It's been Kesh and me against the galaxy the moment I got her. Well, maybe not as much now, but it sure was early on.
Okay, it was kind of... Oh, no, okay. I thought the creature seemed to be directing us at Drac. I was like, okay, is that... is it basically just a shot at Drac, calling him an animal? But what is this?
Pathfinder, I believe you found the culprit responsible for the power shortages.
Was it the space monkey? I mean, we have to capture it.
Alert Professor Herrick to come secure it.
What is it? I mean, I would have liked to... Apparently we succeeded.
Apex personnel.
And I don't think we need to speak to anyone. To get our reward or anything like that? I think we're just completely done. Maybe it's worth chatting with you now, though, now that your great-grandfather is here.
Dell told me you saw her arguing with Spender. Hijack's doing his best to throttle my department.
How's he getting away with that?
Spender doesn't know the first thing about engineering, but he knows how to play people. More importantly, he still talks to the exiles. I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it without your help.
Okay.
This needs to be investigated.
I'm glad someone thinks so. Talk to Kandros. He likely has security footage, some kind of evidence. But you'll have to convince him to authorize release.
Okay.
Nothing more for now.
Try not to die out there.
Alright, so obviously Kandros is not far away.
Colonial Affairs, please advise Director Tan of your status.
And we do also want to talk to the assistant over here. I was about to say I might want to talk to Addison, but I don't.
choice do we have? How the hell should I know? Spender, you have a job. If you want to keep it, do it. God damn it.
Yeah, I thought it was like one of these people was going to be Spender. Just had their Omni tool out, hanging out next to Addison.
Please address concerns first with Director Addison. One must obey protocol.
Okay, well now we're going to be forced to talk to her, I see.
You've shaken things up, Pathfinder. My department actually has colonial affairs to direct. And you have new tools to help grow the initiative. AVP, ready for spending.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome, I guess.
I'll do the exploring. Don't you have someone else to track the numbers?
Get off your perch. This is where numbers become lives. You and your team are out there making Andromeda viable. That empowers all of us. Hit a threshold. A new cryo group can be brought out. Want more focus on research, like on prodromos? That's your call. Brecker will introduce the interface and handle minutiae. All you need to do is decide what life in Andromeda means. No pressure.
Okay, but also there's the whole thing where we need to apparently speak to you first before we can talk to your assistant.
Pathfinder.
Okay, let's see. This and this.
What's the deal with your assistant? He's a bit...
Spender is an ass.
That's one way of putting it.
I'm aware that he holds certain prejudices, but so does Tan, and we've limited personnel to draw from. Get us more outposts, maybe that changes.
Okay. Except he is causing problems.
Having people like him around doesn't do your department any favors.
Personality problems are pretty far down my give-a-shit list.
Alright. Well, we do need to get someone out of cryo.
I have info on a specific sleeper I'd like brought out of cryo.
I want to avoid that entirely. For reasons.
Reasons? That's it?
Look, you're the Pathfinder. If you've a request for your extended team, that's a request you can make. Access the sleeper records through Brecker's console. It's none of my business. Until you make it a problem for me. Understood?
Okay, so that's why. Now we should be able to talk to Brecker.
Hello, Pathfinder. I am Cryo Deployment Administrator Vladimir Brecker, C-63 Galati. Your first task is to decide irrevocably the course of every life in the initiative.
Oh, wonderful.
Whoa, that seems like... too much.
Yes, of course. But now you respect what we're doing. Andromeda viability and Nexus thresholds are your tools, your reward, and our future. How can I help?
Okay, so... yes, I am curious about those things, but at least right now, focusing on this.
So, I decide what groups to wake up. Won't everyone be out eventually?
Absolutely. But there's an order to things, a lines of support. You can't deploy an omelet without first deploying eggs. And eggs won't get you steak. Except it's people, and how all our lives begin.
Yeah, it's a terrible metaphor for this situation, but okay. Well, I mean, I do still want to get somebody out. Did Addison basically just say we can go to the cryopod and do it ourselves? Don't need her authority, technically speaking?
How are you measuring thresholds?
It's based on resource estimates and general stability, a metric of acceptable scope and risk. The more you achieve, the greater capacity we can accommodate, the more the initiative can do for you. Simplest explanation, the more you do, the more room we have to grow.
Okay.
What's the rundown on AVP?
Much of the preparation in the Milky Way was determining how to measure success. Thresholds are about capacity, but this is about cost, what we can actually afford to support. Points aren't the most elegant system, but it makes it clear. The more you earn, the more we can deploy.
Okay.
I deal in full colony blocks of specialists. I can make individual requests, but we should start the overall system first.
Except we do have an individual that we're trying to get out?
Alright, Brecker. Where do I start?
The interface is active and will respond only to a pathfinder. It's ready for your first selection. You may begin shaping the initiative at your leisure.
Oh. Wait, what? Okay. I did not realize this was actually a totally different system that we interacted with. Okay. Let's see. So, we have one cryopod available, one cryopod point available. So I assume that means we can either get a science pod, a military pod, or a commerce pod. It's odd that Krogan are the ones showing up for the commerce pod, but okay. Science pods selected for their years of field expertise and ingenuity under pressure. These scientists' expertise can quickly improve the initiative's research and resource gathering capabilities. That seems like that would be useful early on. Whereas the military pods, military veterans from across the Milky Way have brought their expertise to Andromeda, including advanced combat training and wilderness survival skills. Okay. I'm assuming these things give us some kind of bonuses, maybe passive bonuses of some variety, but I'm not sure exactly how. Or maybe otherwise I don't know why this distinction matters at all, so I assume it means something. Gameplay-wise, probably more indirectly. Trade is the lifeblood of civilization. These talented merchants and entrepreneurs can use their connections to acquire rare items, grow financial investments, or improve inventory management. Yes, but as we were saying before, I think for the most part, at least early on, we are probably gonna just take whatever we can get, and whatever it is gonna be an upgrade, so we don't need to be too picky at this stage. That's probably not as useful early on. I feel like science pods might be the best early game option. Yeah. Get as many resources as we can as quickly as possible, and that way we can just spend aggressively, and that's how we're going to scale the most rapidly. Lab technicians help the Nexus science teams analyze Helios data with increased efficiency. Research points earn research points at regular intervals. That is nice. Receive a selection of minerals at regular intervals. Yeah, I like these. I like these. I like both of them. Can't afford both of them, but okay, 100. It's not a huge amount, but given how we don't have a lot right now, that is still significant. Now, do we have to manually select these every time? Because if so, then that is annoying. Increase research data gain from all sources by 10%. That would also be really good. In fact, that's objectively better at the beginning of the game, I would think, since the long-term improvement from this, when we have so much additional research data to gain over the course of the game, that would be pretty big. But hold on, let's see what else we can get here. Receive a drop of consumable supplies at regular intervals. Receive organic materials at regular intervals. Receive tech materials at regular intervals. Reveal hidden caches around established forward stations. What? Hidden loot? Other things that are locked. Requires that you... okay, the one that I was saying was good before for the science team was probably one that was locked previously. Gain 10% bonus to XP gain from completing encounters. That also would be great early on. Apex tactics. Earn more credits for Apex missions. Also be useful. Okay, so definitely stuff that we'd like to see going forward. And apparently that completed a quest for us as well. Probably not that far away from leveling up again. So, okay, we have a bunch of things we want to do talking to Tan, though, I think. So while we're over here, we should probably do that.
The mutiny went as well as you'd expect. So much violence. Then, after nearly destroying the station, the Krogan asked for more power. Good riddance.
Alright, Spender. If you say so.
Pathfinder, do you have just a minute?
I guess so. There was someone who said they wanted to interview us before, right? Is that this person?
Ryder, isn't it? Kerry Tavessa, freelance vidmaker.
Yes.
This is Hakim, my producer. I could use your help.
What are you looking for?
Director Tans asked for an uplifting documentary on the initiative. Translation, paint rainbows over our problems.
Okay.
But our problems are history. People deserve the truth, not propaganda.
Okay. Let's see, that is noble. Wait, hold on, though. We were saying that the head with the heart is one thing, but the just plain old heart is potentially romance? Like, actual romance? Were you about to romance a reporter? What's up, Simon? I'm probably absolutely butchering that pronunciation, but thanks for stopping by. We're doing some Andromeda. Talking to a lot of people on the Nexus here. I'm curious to see if that is truly the direction that this goes in, because at least in the moment, this seems like a relatively minor NPC, so I was very surprised to see this.
Nice to see someone so devoted to her work.
That's kind. Sometimes the camera makes people shy away from me.
That's a shame.
So that's what I need. The truth, I mean. Someone needs to record the history we're making.
Okay.
It takes integrity to record the truth and nothing but.
Well, I do my best. And you could help me out. The heart of my documentary will be an interview series. I was hoping you'd take part. I want the dirt and blood of our story, not the convenient fairy tale Tan's looking for. Interested?
Might not make Tan particularly happy, but yeah.
You don't mind treading on the initiative director's toes?
What would he do? Pull funding we don't have? I'm game if you are.
Alright.
Okay, interview away.
Let's start at home. 14 months and the Nexus still isn't finished. Arcs are missing, we have people in exile. By any standard, this wasn't the plan. Our leadership describes these as anticipated issues. Would you agree?
I mean, so this is the thing I was talking about as soon as we got here, how everything that we planned had gone horribly wrong, and it felt as if those are the types of things that proper planning could have avoided. I mean, yes, no one expected the Scourge to show up, and apparently the Scourge and the Cat were causing big enough problems that they fundamentally shifted the whole state of the initiative. Well, let's see. So, anticipated issues. Wait, yeah, hold on. What direction did she go with this? This wasn't the plan. Our leadership describes these as anticipated issues. Do we agree? No, they are not just basic issues, or for Pioneers, they're minor. I mean, alright, we'll try to be honest with her.
We still have to fix them. Everyone, leaders included, needs to pitch in. Let's be honest about these challenges and how we're going to face them.
Nice. Won't make you popular with the leaders, but it's good to hear.
Okay, well...
Bandwidth means I'm transmitting in short bursts, so that's all for now. But you can bet I'll have more questions later. This was more fun than I expected. You were great. I'll get to work editing.
Okay. So it sounds like we will have more conversations with her later on, and, you know, as for what the actual implications are for whether we speak ill or speak well of the initiative, we might be about to find out, because we are, of course, about to talk to Tan.
Pathfinder. Hello. Director Tan is expecting you.
Or are we?
Last time I was here, this was a storage closet.
Pathfinder Hall just needed a Pathfinder to open.
We're still getting the commons area ready. Hydroponics is only at partial capacity.
Not good enough.
We don't have enough people. My workers need a break, Tan.
I sympathize, but not until our survival is no longer at risk. Now please excuse me while I meet with our Pathfinder. Hey, Ryder. Addison told me about the outpost. You're the hero of the hour.
I mean, yes. I guess. A little bit.
I guess this is one bet that paid off.
Point taken. Always revel in your victories.
That's why I'm standing here.
Oh,
not the most humble of answers, but...
It was the others. They don't share our vision, Ryder, of a prosperous future in Andromeda.
Now he's trying to sweet-talk us.
I suppose we agree on that much.
I knew that given a chance, your talents would emerge. Deciphering the vault, alien terraforming. It's not how we imagined all this, but a good Pathfinder improvises. And a great one hangs it on the wall.
Huh? Oh. Yeah, I guess.
Yours are the first trophies to grace Pathfinder Hall. You're a symbol now, Ryder. A reason for people to believe.
Okay, well, this is where we can continue to toot our own horn, or we can be a little more objective and give some credit to the team.
It wouldn't have been possible without my crew. They're a talented bunch.
But you're their beacon.
Careful. He'll end up adopting you, Ryder.
Yep.
Ah, my staff.
Colleagues, you wouldn't be looking to cut us out, would you, Tan?
I remind you, I am the director of the initiative.
Acting director.
Okay, the political tension is rising. I see. And the music kicks in as well, just to hammer it home. So, basically, Tan is, trying to take this opportunity to increase the amount of power that he has on the station, as he may technically have the lead role, but Kandros, other leaders on the ship like to discredit him wherever possible. I think we want to turn this into more of a team effort. Yes, a middle ground ultimately is more where I stand, where it does feel like people are being a little unfair to Tan. Sure, he's far from perfect, but he also doesn't seem nearly as bad as people make him out to be. But at the same time, this has to be a team effort.
This isn't the time for arguing over who gets to be king. Too much is at stake. We should be cooperating.
That's what I've been saying since we arrived.
Then I look forward to winning our Pathfinder's support.
I have concerns about your decision on EOS, Ryder. An outpost full of scientists won't do as much good if the Kett attack.
Understandable that you would say that.
Support the Nexus. Improved research could help feed our people.
And we could argue about it all day long, as we always do. The decision was made. Now we move on. What is your plan for moving on, Ryder?
We have a lead on the terraforming network. I need to take the Tempest deeper into the sector to investigate. If the other Golden Worlds are where they should be, this could get us closer to them.
Careful. The Kett are scouring the cluster for remnant technology. You'll end up in a fight for sure. You might also run into exiles. They didn't leave the Nexus on good terms.
And we still need more outposts. They're important to expanding the station.
Though with Ark still missing, this could be a chance for Ryder to search for them. Yes, I think that's best. You have my permission.
I don't need your permission. Thank you very much. Now, definitely, very recently has been a lot of very self-righteous options here.
Thank you, Director. I'll get on it.
May you light the torch that finds the path. Pathfinder. Ugh.
Right.
Alright, we've leveled up again. That was
Ryder,
technically the main
this is
quest.
Harry, back on the Ark.
Go ahead.
We may have found a way to talk to your sister, sort of. Drop by when you can. Hyperion Med Bay.
Okay.
Will do.
Yeah, so I can definitely see.
You have an AVP outstanding.
Right. Have to talk to Addison's assistant about viability perks. Sounds useful.
Is that still the case, or is that scripted because we did just do that before this conversation? So that might not actually be true anymore. But let's see. Yeah, Nexus is still level 2, so, well, I don't know if that's what determines how many cryo pod points we have or not. We're definitely accumulating a lot of skill points, but I mean, it doesn't really do much for us on the Nexus, at least not at the moment, so not too concerned about that yet, but we will obviously address that soon. But yeah, that was the main quest. We have a lot more stuff to talk to Tan about, though, and is this Cora? It looks like it is. Why don't we chat?
Whole mood of the Nexus has changed since EOS. You really can feel it. New outpost, a Pathfinder's help, people waking up. It's a fresh start.
Yeah, I guess this is the third attempt on EOS, at least.
Third time's a charm, if you happen to have a Pathfinder around.
Can't always rely on luck. From here, it's hard work. But it's damn good to know we're on the right track.
Alright. So this is an area that we've not yet been to. Apparently it has just been built out. Let's see, Andromeda viability. Okay, so this gives us big picture, how is the Andromeda initiative going from a planet-by-planet basis. Makes sense, given how this is sort of an extension of Tan's office. So let's see, about viability. Andromeda viability. AVP points represent the collective integrity of your colonization efforts in Andromeda. Cool. Earn AVP by scouting planets, making allies, defeating threats, repairing damaged environments, and other actions that make Helios a better home. Okay, next level. Earn enough AVP and your Nexus level will increase. Okay, so that's what determines the Nexus level. Gotcha. Allowing you to awaken more colonists from cryosleep. Okay, so those two things are tied. Are tied together. Once you've earned a Nexus level, go to the cryopod uplink in the Nexus Ops or the research room of the Tempest to choose which pod you want to open. Gotcha. Yeah, so I wasn't sure if the reason why the Nexus itself got built out more, and either it had more areas or the areas that we'd already been to had more things in them. I wasn't sure if that was because we leveled up the Nexus or just because we completed the most recent main quest mission. So it seems like that was more the major plot progression that we completed, whereas the stasis pods is more the part that is tied to the actual level of the Nexus. Planetary viability. Yeah, how exactly does that play a role? While AVP at Nexus level represent your overall progress in making Helios a home, certain individual planets also have their own viability rating. When you earn AVP on a potential colony world, the viability rating of that planet will increase up to a maximum of 100%. Understandable, it can't go over that. Most worlds allow you to establish an outpost once you've reached 40% viability, though additional actions may be necessary. Okay, so that's interesting. Again, there's probably a fair bit on Helios specifically, EOS specifically, that was just more scripted based on the exact order in which we did basically just required that we do very specific things in the main quest in order to get the up to 40% viability. But if we have other worlds that we colonize that are not main quest locations, or maybe even if they are main quest locations, it might be a little more open-ended and not just well, you finished the main part of the mission, so now you get to build an outpost. And instead, well, you didn't do the big mission here yet, or, the side quest, primary side quest here yet, but you've done enough exploration, found enough spots to drop in those little pods that you're at 40%. Well, probably would still have to do more than that to get there. So you're now allowed to build an outpost. Additionally, special cryopods may become available based on the viability of specific worlds. Ooh, interesting. Okay. That's definitely good to know. That helps contextualize a lot of stuff. Memorial, probably of our father. With stolen pride, we remember those who gave their lives in service of exploration and discovery. Okay. Model the Ravuna, an early Turian starship, and their first to travel beyond a mass relay. Here's some more. That's the Normandy, isn't it? Yeah. Kind of like the cultural center. More contextual stuff. Secretly acquired blueprints of the SSV Normandy SR2, a stealth frigate based on designs co-developed by the Systems Alliance and Turian Hierarchy. And what's this? ESAV Mazriti? Humanity's first crew ion engine starship built using technology proven by the ESA Smart 1 probe in 2003 CE. An IRL thing? Obviously, that's before the dates of Mass Effect.
Everything we achieve will be seen here.
Everything we achieve will be seen here. Notable European interplanetary missions. Donated to the Andromeda Initiative Historical Records Council. All dates are in Common Era CE. C. 85 to 92, Giotto. First ESA Deep Space Mission. First ESA mission to intercept an asteroid. Haley and Greg Skjellerup. Yes, these are real things. I'm pretty sure that's a real comet. ESA is a real agency. Launch of the Hubble Space Telescope. Yep. Ulysses in 92. First ESA mission to Sol. First polar orbit around Sol. 97, Huygens first. I'm probably saying all these things wrong. First ESA mission to Titan, a Saturn moon. 2003, Mars Express, first ESA mission to Mars. Also in 2003, Smart 1, first ESA mission to Luna. 2004, Rosetta, first ESA mission to orbit an asteroid. 2006, Venus Express, first ESA mission to Venus. Also 2006, same name we saw before that I don't know how to say. First successful landing on an outer solar system world, Titan. 2014, Rosetta, first artificial probe to make a soft landing on an asteroid. 2016, ExoMars, first ESA probe landing on Mars, contact loss. Some of these are real. I don't think all of these are real, though. 2018, Bepi Colombo, first ESA mission to Mercury. 2022, Juice, first ESA mission to the Jupiter system. Some of that, like Hubble telescope. It's definitely some stuff that actually happened and makes you think, oh, okay, well, that's sort of confirmation that Mass Effect did truly canonically happen in the Earth that we know. It's just taking place in the future. It's not like some alternate universe Earth, but then the other stuff that may or may not have actually happened might refute that claim.
The history of the initiative cannot show that we were defeated by a space cloud.
Bigger than we are.
I will not accept that excuse. This is science, and your merry band over there are scientists, aren't they? Figure it out.
Goodbye, Director.
Okay, but we do still need to talk to Tan.
Ryder, you're off to a promising start. I meant what I said. You are a symbol now of hope that things will get better. Though I worry about this terraforming network. What do we really know about it?
It's like nothing we've ever seen. It's clear somebody had big plans for this cluster.
But who?
Not sure yet, but at least we're on the trail.
Did you have some other business?
Yes. Also, what's up, the Manchu? 1997, what one was pronounced Voyagins? That one is cool since they have actual footage from the moon landing on Titan. Oh, wait! Actual footage from landing on Titan. I feel like I might have seen that once. And I was on it because I'm totally a space nerd and should probably know some of these things already. But at one point in time, I was just like looking at images of the surface of Mars or something like that, and then saw that there are actually images of the surface of Titan. I was like, we have this information? We've done that? That's crazy. So yes, if I have that right, and if that's what you're saying, then that is pretty freaking awesome. Okay, but we have the murder charge. We have other things as well that we want to talk to him about as well.
Director, I checked out that murder. Nilken didn't do it, but there's proof that he meant to.
This is unfortunate. We're trying to give the people a sense of stability, leadership they think they can count on. And we're setting precedent for justice here in Andromeda. Now this, a convicted murderer who didn't commit the murder.
I mean, justice is complicated. Yeah, that is crazy to me that is not just something that we are constantly, like, it's amazing. And humans, we have a tendency, people, we like to brag about the big, amazing things that we've done, right? Like, you would think that that would be something that we would be bragging about all the time. Look at this. We landed on a freaking moon, not of our planet, of a distant planet. We have pictures of it, and here they are, and everyone can see them. Like, that's incredible.
These things are almost never black and white.
I know. If we suppress the evidence and uphold the conviction, we're banishing a man for a crime he technically didn't commit. If we throw the conviction out, we're freeing a man who tried to take matters into his own hands, then covered it up. Your investigation complicated this. You should take responsibility for the outcome.
Oh, of course.
Do we still exile him for murder?
And of course, this very gray situation. We need to make a black or white decision when the correct answer is that there should be a middle ground because he is not guilty of, what, first or second degree murder. What he is guilty of is attempted murder, but you are not giving me that option. My choice would be to say, yes, he should still be incarcerated, he should still be put in jail, but not for the crime that we have currently convicted him of, because that was wrong. It should be attempted murder, which presumably means he would not be in jail for quite as long. Yes, it's probably still not a particularly good look for that to be the case, but, yeah, so, like, you're not letting me choose that. I mean, I can understand why, because it's like, ha! You need to make a tough choice. Yes, but also we know that neither of these choices are correct. And there is a correct answer that you're just not letting us choose, which is kind of frustrating. So... It's not even lock him up. It's exile him? Was that always the intention? Was the intention always to kick him out and not just permanently keep him locked up? If so, I did not realize that. So that's just like... It's not even that we're keeping the same sentence. We're increasing the severity of his punishment when we know that his crime is not as bad as what we thought it was. So that's doubling down when, if anything, we should be taking a step back. Frustrating, because neither of these are correct. It does set a precedent. And as Tan was starting to say, if we were to cover up some of the info that we later found, then we could more easily exile him and say, well, obviously he was a murderer, it was the right thing to do. But then if that leaks, then that is a really bad look. So exile was technically the plan all along. I mean, I hate it, but we'll do it.
He intended to kill the chief. He pulled the trigger, believed he'd done it. Banish him.
And that much is
Agreed.
true.
Sometimes we must rule with our hearts. I hope my conscience will be as clear as yours seems to be. Well, at least we'll have this sordid business behind us.
I don't know, is the punishment for attempted murder still banishment? If so, then I suppose that kind of still works. You know? It's like, okay. I guess if he was always going to be exiled, then what do we do for lesser crimes? I mean, sure, for civil crimes, you can fine people, yes, but is incarceration just never an option, or nothing? It's exile or nothing? Hey, we do still have something else to talk to Tan about, though. I thought... Did we not?
That's all. Thanks for your time.
I thought it was more than just that.
Here to serve.
I thought... Hold on. Also thought we are extremely close to leveling up again. Yes, I know we have a bunch of skill points, but it's not as if upgrading Flamer is going to make much of a difference on the Nexus, at least not right now. I don't believe we are about to assassinate the leader of the Andromeda Initiative, so we'll hold off for the time being, although we will do that soon, hopefully. Let's take a look at our journal. I thought there was still something else we had to talk to Tan about, because I deliberately tried to line up a bunch of things that all require that we go talk to Tan. Firefighters run the equations. That's at Sam node on the Hyperion. We have a couple things on the Hyperion. So, might still poke around a little bit more to see if there are any other new quests for us to pick up. But after that, at least, I think we're definitely heading back to the Hyperion. Okay, nothing there. Deleted obviously doesn't matter. Oh, for Drac? No, it's a Kandros. That might be... I might have forgotten that it's Kandros for Drac's mission. Okay. I might have mixed those up. Okay, that's... Pretty sure that's what I'm thinking of in that case. Oh. Let's see. Series 1 Pathfinder armor, Remic prototypes, current status, display purposes only. Not about to break in and seal this for ourselves. The initial prototype for Pathfinder armor, later demand for seamless microframe integration rendered the interior circuitry obsolete, but the basic chassis is still used today. Does it look... That looks pretty similar to what we use, not what our dad was using, but okay. Anything else up here? Not really? Okay. We might want to double check. I don't think we actually have any of the cryopods left. Even though it told us we did, because we, I think, spent them before the game assumed that we would have spent them. But hey, I mean, if it gave us what was technically an extra free cryopod, then that is nice, I suppose. Silent, what's up? How's it going? Thanks for the raid. How are you? How was your stream? We are doing some Mass Effect Andromeda. We are hanging out on the Nexus, talking to people, getting some quests done, doing some exploration and whatnot. You, not gonna lie, you do kind of look like Tan. And you're in the spot where Tan used to be, but you are not Tan. Were you doing Mass Effect 3? Multiplayer, maybe?
So the Renser's case is finally closed. I can't believe I'm already covering a murder.
Yeah, about that. Alright, so this is the pod place right up here, so why don't we at least take a second to see if we did truly gain an extra pod for us to use. We did not. Okay, I suspected as such. Yeah, how's it going, Silent? Okay, so Kandros. And also maybe just take a quick check, see if there's anyone else who we obviously want to speak to. At least in this area, looks like it is mostly just a matter of Kandros.
Colonial Affairs, please advise Director Tan of your status. Weekly.
Ryder, we exiled the prisoner Nilkin. Tough decision based on what you uncovered on Eos.
Wait, we're not supposed to talk about that?
Going with him.
Okay. Oh, that was his wife out here, right. Yeah. Love will do that, I guess. Oh, boy.
It's hard to let go of someone you love.
So it seems. It'll be a tough life out there for her. For them.
So, we are totally gonna encounter him and his wife again later on, right? And they're gonna be enemies that have become major criminal overlords of the area who have been making it their life's mission to spite us, basically, is how that's going to play out. Think we can be pretty certain it's not going to be the last we see or hear of them. But security footage? Is that the thing with the other quests? Or is that a different question? I don't know. Let's see.
I was told I should talk to you about the mutiny.
I wasn't on the Nexus when it happened. I started reading up on it, but you know how things get around here.
Do you know where Spender was during that time?
Why Spender? Wait, you think he might have had something to do with the mutiny?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. Just trying to sort things out.
You know, the logs I did look through showed a few discrepancies. I meant to dig deeper. If you're investigating, how about I give you access to the security vid archives?
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Seems like that's all done.
Bye, Kandros. Duty calls.
You and me both, Pathfinder.
Alright, I don't think this is done yet, but we'll double check while we're here. We have you going on. Yeah, you have a lot more time you need. Okay, security is over here-ish, right? I assume. Yeah, this spot.
Huh, this file won't play. Sam, can you boost the quality?
Processing. Playback initiated.
Wait, is he handing something over to one of the mutineers?
Take this. It'll help you online. Don't.
Conveniently placed
I am
static.
sorry, Pathfinder. This backup file is corrupted. The audio tracks are heavily degraded. Someone may have deleted the original, and this version was restored during a system-wide reset.
It does sound very suspicious, and it's probably not a coincidence.
Sounds like a cover-up to me.
I concur. While I cannot restore any more audio, the location appears to be Kadara.
How do you figure?
In common parlance, lip reading. I do not recognize the location from any current data. It appears mountainous and populated. We will need to find the planet before I can confirm. I will contact you via my node.
Okay.
Let's go confront him.
Oh. Oh, I thought that meant that we were gonna have to go find this planet before we could confirm one way or the other, so we should not go out and do this yet. I'm liking it a lot. We have done a whole lot of talking and walking around for relatively minor side quests, so does feel as if I would like to get back into the action soon here, because I feel like we've kind of worn out our welcome a little bit here for the more minor stuffs, the walking and talking and what have you, for now, and it is what we've been playing for 4+ hours, and we have not had any combat yet, which does feel a little odd. Also, we have a lot of skill points that we're going to spend soon, but since we don't have anyone that we are combating right now, that's not really necessary. We need to find Spender, so... Huh? Wait, what? We're supposed to confront Spender, but where is he? Well, you said it when we were out here. What? I mean, I know where he was before. It was in the other area of the Nexus, but... Oh, right, it's technically this one. Right, so where is that? Oh, he's up there with Addison. Okay, good thing we double-checked, because I was about to head to a totally different area.
Superintendent Cash reminds everyone all power grid adjustments must be approved beforehand.
Yeah, a lot to do, and I generally am very much a completionist, so at least initially I'm trying to
Do you have just a minute?
do a whole lot. Oh, this is the interview person. We just had an interview with you very recently, but okay.
Hi. The documentary's going great. Your comments really got people talking. By the way, Tan called us in for a talk about staying on message.
Yeah.
Is everything okay?
Oh, fine. And much less interesting than what you've been up to. Scientists are excited about your new outpost, though there are questions about how prodromos can survive where Sites 1 and 2 failed.
Let's see. Is this because we chose to make it a science station rather than a military station? I mean, there's no guarantee, but we did make some, hopefully, half-decent preparations.
My team and I surveyed EOS thoroughly, and even stopped the storms. The rest is up to the outpost, but the old threats are gone.
Hopefully they can handle any new ones. Facing those risks must be stressful. How do you relax between missions?
Let's see. Hit the bar hard. No, that's Liam. That's Liam. Combat training, study, or stargaze. Spend time with my team. Whoa, okay. So yes, we saw the heart option previously, and I was curious to see to what extent, like, are we truly able to romance a person who seems to be just a random NPC? And this certainly suggests that that is the case. What do we like to do to relax between missions? Oh, I mean, it's just a polite way of asking her opinion, right? Okay, no, I took that perhaps even further than this was implying. Okay, with the team. Again, I don't really know at this stage who I want to be romancing, because I don't even know who the romancing options are, and I don't really know the people very well, so I don't have a strong opinion as to which characters I do and do not like.
My crew and I take downtime together. We're a team.
This is history too, these little moments between. Shots of this remnant tech, some narration, that completes an episode. Thanks for stopping.
Alright. But Spender, you are the primary person we are here to chat with. William? I wish he was irrelevant. Unfortunately, I don't think he is. He's been causing trouble.
Ryder, is it? William Spender. Apologies if we met before. I meet a lot of people running colonial affairs.
Running colonial affairs?
Excuse me?
I thought you were the assistant director.
You're in earshot of
That's
Addison,
right.
for what it's worth.
Assistant to Addison. So we know who does all the real work.
Okay, now to be fair, he might be right about that. Real work or dirty work? Or we're on to you. I mean, neither one is playing it cool. I mean, we're all ships pulled into the center, cards on the table at this point, right? Pretty much no matter what.
There's evidence tying you to some pretty shady things, Spender. I saw the footage. You were handing something off?
What footage? From Gavorkum? Routine business meeting. Whoever you're talking to clearly has an axe to grind. And frankly, a Pathfinder shouldn't be wasting time on a witch hunt. You'd be wise to let this be.
We did level up. Okay, yeah, that's the thing. It says on hold, locate the planet mentioned in security footage. For a second there, I was half expecting it to say mission failed. You needed all this information first. The odd part was, I did not even think that we were supposed to talk to Spender at that point. I thought that given how the security log mentioned this different planet that we've not yet been to, didn't know anything about, that it was going to say in the quest log, you need to find this other area before you can continue this quest. So I was a little alarmed that it even allowed us to go to Spender at that stage, and given how we were kind of trying to accuse him when we didn't have the full information, I was getting some LA Noire vibes, like, oh, well, we want to accuse you because we're pretty sure you're guilty, but we don't actually have the evidence to back up that claim. So I thought that was going to get us in a lot of trouble. Fortunately, it looks like we can still come back once we do know more. It's not as if we have permanently failed or anything like that. But we did level, once again, which means we still have a lot of skill points to spend, but we have, I think, still more things we're looking to do here, mostly back at the Hyperion at this stage. Again, trying to kind of group things together based on what location they're in. Otherwise, I could see how this would get a little maddening, the amount of running back and forth from one area to another, because as we are now starting to see, the Nexus is pretty big. Nexus is pretty big. It's not just this one area. There is more. And on top of that, I assume docking bay is where we were previously. This is the operations area. I don't know if we've even been to habitation deck or the cryo bay. Oh no, this is for, okay, I see. That's for the Hyperion. That's for the Hyperion. Okay, gotcha. I was like, does the Nexus have a habitation deck and a cryo bay as well? But no, okay, that's the icon of the Hyperion. It says Hyperion, sort of, there. Very small. Alright. So that's good to know. So, which one is it that we need to go through? I think it is cryo bay. We should probably see. Sam is, I think that's what we need to do, is go to the Sam node. That's in cryo bay, I think? Sam node on Arc Hyperion. Let's just go for this one. Let's see which spot it's set. No, habitation deck. Okay, good thing I double checked.
An expedition to Eos in the Pythia system has discovered a mysterious facility that authorities are calling a vault. Though not much yet is known about the underground structure, it's believed to be a remnant.
Let's take a look. It's all in a book.
What we activated in the vault drastically improved the atmosphere.
Reading Sam.
It's you.
Excuse me, angry woman? You look very aggressive right now. Do we know you?
You, Pathfinder. I have a word or two for you.
Look like you're about to throw punches.
Your father is my problem. He's everyone's problem.
Alright, so it's
We're all
personal.
paying for Alec Ryder's ego. He preyed on Jean Garson's trusting nature and bulldozed us to this godforsaken place. Now she's dead, and we'll all soon follow.
Oh, okay. If you're trying to sympathize with the Jean Garson, then I have no sympathy for you, because she is a robot.
Hey, my dad died for this dream. He was trying to fix things for all of us.
Some dream. He fixed us all right. Go to hell, Pathfinder.
Alright, well, I have no respect for Jean Garson, and I officially have no respect for you either. As I've previously stated, Jean Garson, it was all a hoax. She wasn't real. Clearly. She's a fraud. What's going on here? Why is everything beeping? What? Hold on. What was that all about? What was it? What? Hold on. I'm in here. Why? Telling me to scan something. Ah, this. What do we... Oh, there was the whole... No, the wiring thing? Did we have to scan in the Hyperion area? Is that the other reason why we had to come back? What is this? Better crafting. Search for supplies in the Hyperion Atrium. Okay. Sure. Oh, this was for the bar. The ingredients for the bar. Cascade hops, Saws hops, Golding hops. Sample of the hops grown on Earth, preserved from the Milky Way. I will admit, I did not really take much mental note of what precisely the bar person wanted from... Well, I remember they needed ingredients, but I took no note of where or how we were supposed to acquire said ingredients. So is that just completely done now? Do we need... It seems like in general we don't actually need to go back to people to turn in quests. Yeah, the Xbox not as popular for multiplayer, but I do, for what it's worth, I do occasionally hear people saying when I post VODs from playing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer on YouTube that people are still interested in getting back into it, and I think occasionally I've heard people say that they used to play on Xbox, and so I have theoretically tried to direct some people your way. Oh, but this would be for Mass Effect 3, I suppose, not for Andromeda. Let's see. So, yeah, we should still go for this one for the time being, I suppose. Oh, didn't we learn we can also communicate with our sister in some way now that was not previously possible? And that might be worth pursuing as well.
Welcome back, Ryder.
Let's see. We have equations for you.
Dr. Aradana at the tech lab sent some equations for you to solve.
I'm ready.
Transferring them now. Have fun. Hey, what the? Sam!
Malicious code detected.
Oh no.
Sam?
Attempting to countermand malicious code. Please stand by.
Oh
Is there
dear.
anything I can do? Sam! Is that another malfunction, or... Sam, you trying to show me something?
Tamper with? What's happening here? Error code, cannot, what the heck? Oh, this person's going up to this control panel. Okay, so that would suggest that that's probably the one that we need to go to, although... Scan everything!
These consoles, is that it?
Oh wait, no, they are going to all of them. Oh wait, it's the order of operations. Hold on. We need to see what order they do them in, don't we? Go here, they go there, they go there. Is that what we need to do?
These
Starts
consoles,
here.
Is that it?
Okay, I think it's this, then it's that, then it's that.
Okay, I think I got it. Okay, I think I got it. Sam, talk to me!
Hello, Pathfinder. Please initialize the console to restore normal operations.
Sam, what happened?
The equations contained a Trojan horse program, a virus, specifically targeted to sever our connection and render me helpless. Reconnecting would be impossible.
As in, right now it is still impossible, or just at that point in time it was?
How do you feel? Are you okay?
I cannot feel pain. However, I would avoid repeating the experience, which is the purpose of pain in organic life.
Unlock the door. Let's head to the tech lab and see what Dr. Aradana has to say.
Okay. Very sus. Very suspicious. It's back on the Nexus? Okay, let's see if there are other things here in the Hyperion first. In fact, we might even have stuff with you, Sam, still. Let's see. So there's that one. We'll definitely confront you. I would say I totally knew we shouldn't have trusted her, except we knew almost nothing about this Asari lady, right? We basically had just met her. It was a little bit odd how she said she needed to have us send this directly to the SAM node, which is like, why? We have access to SAM from here. Why do we need the extra firepower of going directly to the SAM node? That feels like overkill. Okay. Missing arcs. Anything else here? I think these are mostly the ones that are just sort of chip away at this as you're exploring various worlds. Besides crafting things, there's not as much in the way of specific stuff.
Welcome back, Ryder.
Okay, yeah, there's basically nothing to talk to you about.
That's all for now.
Of course.
There was that little conversation about how we theoretically may be able to talk to our sister at least a little bit now, kind of, sort of, in a not ideal way. I'm kind of curious. Talk to you, though.
Ryder, this new station leadership I'm hearing about finally let you out of their sight?
Looks like.
Took them long enough.
Will you be bringing Hyperion folks out of stasis?
That's my job. We're keeping it to specific personnel for now. Those who can help the Nexus get back on its feet. But with outpost settlement starting, we'll soon be able to wake up more.
Okay.
Thanks for the talk.
Sure thing.
Give a random friend request for it. Yeah, they're learning. From this angle, it looked so much like that guy was holding a green glow stick. Which I guess is not entirely inaccurate anyway, with his data pad, but still. Okay, so I think we still want to head back to the Hyperion Cryo Bay a little bit. Can we still talk to Angry Woman? No? Okay. Alright, so before we can go back there, let's go to the Cryo Bay real quick.
A bar opens on the Nexus. Visitors herald the vortex as a sign of civility, and the opposite of civility, as more sleepers wake in need of a drink. This is HNS.
Okay, so it was the doctor, right?
Taking you over to the Nexus. You'll need to clear immigration.
There was some kind of emergency when we arrived?
Sort of.
Hit an energy cloud. They're calling it the Scourge.
Wow, that doesn't sound scary.
The Nexus got it worse. As long as you avoid it, things seem to be okay.
This is not good. Damned exiles.
Oh. Okay. What's up?
Boy, Pathfinder. Today has not been a good day.
Sorry to hear it.
Why is that?
A large shipment of medical supplies intended for Prodromus was intercepted by those damned exiles. Scouts confirmed they've divvied the supplies up among their own outposts.
Okay. Exiles will be exiles, apparently. Now, give us the details. We'll deal with it.
I'll see what I can do about reclaiming them.
That would be great. Thanks. Maybe when you come across them assholes, you can rectify all this.
I assume that means... I'm getting the impression, at least, that that's on a distant planet. It's not considered a quest here. Additional tasks. Outlaws intercepted medical supplies meant for initiative outposts, and you've been tasked to hit outlaw bases. Yeah, I mean, that's gotta be spread out across the galaxy. Oh, not the bright light flashing. Okay. Definitely want to chat with you, though, because we might be able to chat with our sister.
Harry, what's happening with Sarah?
Well, we got her out of the pod. I don't want to get your hopes up, but Sam managed to, find her, you might say.
She was out of the pod last time, for what it's worth.
I don't follow.
Well, she's still in a coma. But she also has an implant like yours, and Sam managed to access it.
So we can talk to her electronically through Sam?
He's made contact.
I mean, that is great news. That is kind of crazy that that's possible.
I wouldn't think that's even possible.
You and me both, but Sam, well, I guess supercomputers have a different view of things.
Though in a coma, Sarah's mental processes remain intact.
So, is she okay?
You can ask her yourself. A moment while I establish a link with her implant. Proceed.
Sarah? Can you hear me?
Is that you, little brother? What's happening? Where am I?
There was a problem with your stasis pod. You're in a coma on the Hyperion. Do you understand?
I think so. Am I dreaming?
Sam linked into your implant, but they say you're stable. You're safe and sound in the medbay.
This is so weird. I hear you, but I can't feel anything.
That is really weird.
Where's Dad?
Is he doing okay?
When that's an awkward question. Oh no! No! And we have to decide whether we give her the news or not. Oh man, that's brutal. That is absolutely brutal. Oh hey, yeah, by the way, great to talk to you, sis. In case you didn't know, you're currently in a coma, and oh my goodness, I almost forgot to mention, yeah, our dad is dead. Okay, bye, talk to you later. That's a lot to take in. Very, very quickly. So... yikes. Well... I mean, she just woke up. It'd be one thing if it was like, oh, well, you know, she's had a little bit of time to come to her senses. Yes, come to her senses, air quotes. She's still in a coma, obviously. But, I mean, this is like one of the first things we mentioned as well. Oh, God. If not for that, I'd say, well, you know, the truth, it may hurt, but long term it is best. But I think we still have to.
I don't know how to say this, but he's dead, Sarah.
What?
It was a freak accident.
But it's Dad. He can't die.
I know. It's been hard on everyone.
I didn't get to say goodbye.
No one did.
What about finding home? Dad kept telling me how beautiful it would be.
Okay, so now this is... oh, gosh. This is where we give her the hard facts. Or, I mean... well... I don't know if this is going to be a factor, but might be worth noting. Right now, obviously, she's in a coma, which they say her vitals are stable, but that is not exactly the safest of states of being to be in, and it's very possible to die while you are in a coma. So, you know, the kind of thing that, like, I don't know, giving her all this kind of stressful information right when she's, well, technically still in a coma, and only able to talk to us electronically, feels like that might be the kind of thing that could mess with her system a bit. And I don't know, could her ability to survive be somewhat based on how much you sugarcoat versus tell the hard truths here? I don't know, maybe not, but that does make me a little bit nervous, and maybe the hope here is that, well, we told her about Dad, yes, but, I mean, initially, sure, the planets we were trying to colonize, they were bad, but one of them we fixed up a little bit at this point, and hopefully, you know, by the time she gets up and has recovered, there will be more planets that are at least somewhat viable for colonization, so it's kind of a lie now, but by the time she gets up, it'll only be sort of a lie, right? I mean, except for the whole part where we're just you know, sugarcoating this even more. We're overemphasizing. We're saying it's even better than expected, but I think we might go for this still.
Just wait till you see it. It's amazing, even better than the hype.
At least that's something. I should be there with you.
Basically, just trying to make sure she still has hope, still has something to hold on to there. Because, oh, hey, you're in a coma, Dad's dead, the initiative is basically completely failed, but we're trying is probably not exactly the best way, the best medicine. Metaphorical medicine, if you will, in this situation. Don't worry, you will. You will.
Well, you were never one to quit, Sarah. A little nap won't hold you back.
Right. At least Mom and Dad are back together. Somewhere.
We will be too. Right here.
I hope so.
Ooh?
What happened?
The connection was only temporary. Her condition remains stable.
Sorry, it seemed better than nothing. I'll keep you posted, promise.
Thanks, Harry.
Okay. Very cool. But also... brutal. Brutal. I mean, understandably, it's like, well, I mean, the news is not great, so... To what extent do we tell the truth and... tell someone who is not in the best state physically some really bad news? Versus...
Okay. Take a deep breath when you're able.
Try to take it easy on them. What the heck is wrong with his head?
How do you feel?
Probably terrible. He's a demon. Look at him. His head is turned all the way around. He's an owl.
In some ways, that's true. It gets better.
Oh gosh. Oh, that was terrifying. That was nightmare fuel. Okay. Not really sure there's anything else back here, though. We have probably scanned all this before. I saw something suggesting there was another quest over here. Just information wall. I thought I saw a quest icon. Perhaps not? Okay. Well. Oh, not again with that flashing light. I mean, there was one here, obviously. But I think what we'll do here, I don't even remember what quest we currently have as our technically active quest. Okay, yeah, confront Dr. Aridana at the Nexus Labs. That's what I was going to say. We should probably do that before we head out. Probably should do that, and then I'm thinking it'll be a good time for us to head back out and actually go to a planet, because as I said, we have been hanging around the Nexus and talking to crewmates and what have you for a very, very long time. Oh? Apparently, we did complete the broken wire stuff as well. Alright. Sure. Just do a quick double check and make sure we're not missing anything here. But you are here, in the middle. Although, possibly up one level, it looks like. Yeah. Alright, sorry lady, you got some explaining to do. Now, I know I was talking before about how we probably won't run into any combat here on the Nexus, but this might potentially be an exception to that. We'll see. I mean, it was pretty devious what she did. So this might be even more of a trap.
It's rife with dark energy, troubling the fabric of space-time. It is monstrously dangerous to anything it touches. And it appears to be artificially created. Is it the death throes of some unknown stellar body? Or the birth pangs of something new to our physics?
Really makes you wonder, doesn't it? Doesn't it, Doctor?
Welcome, Pathfinder.
Yeah, her
Did
friends
Sam
are totally
solve
in
the
on it as well.
equations I sent?
Solve them? They almost brought down Sam Node.
The equations contained a virus designed to target artificial intelligence.
You think Never. I abhor violence against any life, organic or synthetic.
And what do you take me for?
Then how did the virus find its way into your equations?
Perhaps my files were altered or replaced. But why?
I've seen a lot of down with AI sentiment lately. Graffiti, complaints to 10. Perhaps someone took the next step.
Okay. What's wrong with AI? I mean, we know what can be wrong with AI.
Why would anyone hate artificial intelligence?
Synthetic life has different needs and motivations. It can be mysterious and powerful. Many fear what is not understood.
Okay. I mean, I guess we can understand it. Her tone of voice was very unconvincing. So my initial impression was that she's totally guilty of deliberately doing this. But it doesn't seem to be the direction that this is taking things.
Everything's uncertain. Maybe they just want to feel safer.
Attacking Sam is bold, though. I wonder if there have been similar incidents.
The AI kiosk was busted this morning.
I can look around.
Alright. Maybe it wasn't actually them. In that case... Suspicious. Very suspicious. Also, how the heck do we get out of here? Like this. Okay. Where exactly do you want us to go? Downstairs. I'm assuming is what that means. Can we talk to you again? Because we theoretically finished your quest, I think. No, I thought we finished your quest. I'm pretty sure. Didn't we just get the update for it saying that we did? As we were walking up here. Also, where was the staircase? I thought it was over here. I mean, there's definitely one over here. Oh. Hold up.
Artificial intelligence is a threat to all organic life. Why not ask for more details?
Oh! You hacked Davina. I see. That's also kind of hilarious.
You know, when the Asari AI Teleris went rogue, an entire colony had to be destroyed.
I'm curious to see what else she has to say. If anything.
You know, when the Asari AI
Okay, that's all.
Detecting Pathfinder Ryder.
Hi there. Excuse the educational stuff. I hacked Davina as a sock puppet. So, our virus set you free. Hope you're doing better without that AI jammed into your head.
Okay, I think we play along with it for the time being.
You sent that virus to free me from Sam?
Not just me. Our movement. We couldn't let you suffer with that thing in your brain.
Pathfinder, it's possible they don't realize their virus failed. Pretending that it worked might win their trust.
Exactly.
Hello? Ryder?
Yeah. No, Sam? Oh, it's great.
Yes,
it's awesome.
I can't believe I'm free. Thank you.
This is what our movement is for. Helping people like you. Knight says human AI merging is a threat to all life. She'd know, trust me.
Knight?
Oh, Knight's our founder. The virus wouldn't exist without her.
Okay. And both of these are very suspicious things, but...
I should thank Knight in person.
I'll ask her. She might even give you a tour of our sanctuary.
Oh.
Great, thanks.
Can't promise anything, but watch your email. Bye.
Oh.
A whole movement of AI-hating hackers with a leader called Knight.
She and her followers seem to have experience with human-AI partnership.
If they attacked you, they're capable of anything. I'll check my email. We need to find them.
My name is Avina. If I was intelligent, I could hold this entire station hostage.
Oh, that is good. Okay.
VI on Earth's moon killed dozens of elite soldiers. Imagine what it could do to your family.
That was Edie.
My name is Avina. If I was intelligent, I could hold this entire station
I
hostage.
think that's it. In terms of lines there. Alright, so I think, inconveniently, the way to get over to the Nexus is right here, isn't it? So I think that's probably what we're looking to do now. Excuse me, sir?
Pathfinder?
Oh, I thought that was you asking us to do a quest for you for a second. Can we not go through here? This was where our ship was. Is it not? It is not. Where is our ship? Not in this area. Oh, because I'm mixing it up with the other area here. Am I? I mean, that looks like it. Hold on. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. But yeah, what, were we not able to go through there to get it? We have to go around? That feels odd. We spoken to you?
Just when I've balanced the air mix, another Yahoo has to come wandering through. Aren't you the Pathfinder? Dr. Camden, head of hydroponic sciences. Mind the seedlings.
Okay. I guess you're maybe gonna be more important later on?
Are you always this rude to people walking in?
Only when a mistake could kill everyone on the Nexus.
What do you mean?
Hydroponics is our air, food, and water. A frail green line between us and oblivion. We almost lost it all during the mutiny. Now it's my responsibility.
I mean, sounds kind of similar to our situation. Responsible for key systems that are potentially the life or death of the entire initiative.
I know what surprise responsibility can be like.
So I hear. Perhaps we could share our burdens. I need samples of Andromeda's plant life. Our own specimens should acclimatize to them. Bring me any plants you find. You'll have a bounty in return, and my thanks.
There we go. Look, we made a friend out of him, and now we are a bounty hunter for plants. Obviously. The only logical way to go after plants, of course. Oh, we did... This is the bar, isn't it? We did forget to scan the bar previously. Well, that Turian dude's got moves. Oh, no, he's just drunk. Never mind. I mean, those two things are not entirely mutually exclusive, I suppose. We did do a quest for you before.
Where did you find those? Never mind, don't answer that. I think they're straight from the Milky Way.
Okay. And we did get the hops.
You're back. People happen when you work at a bar.
Got you there, Dutch.
I'll have to get used to you too, I guess. Fine. You can be a regular. What's your name?
Ryder.
I'm Dutch. That's Anan over there. Be careful. The snark is strong with that one.
I like the snark, I guess. We'll
Snark
play
is
along.
Good. I can work with Snark.
Ugh, you're one of those.
Looks like you're outnumbered, Dutch.
You'd think people would reconsider picking on the guy making the drinks, but no. Speaking of, wanna try this one? I'm going to call it the Tall Moose.
That moose are already pretty tall. Oh, his face. Oh no. Can we scan the drinks to determine if they're any good? No? What's your deal? Just standing there doing a whole lot of nothing? Occasionally budge ever so slightly? Oh, okay, very delayed, plus 50 experience? It seemed? It also will not go away now? Because, yeah, as I was saying before, we've done a lot of quests, not necessarily always gone back to speak to the people who gave us those quests in the first place. But that might suggest that there is more reason to make a point of doing that. I mean, are we just getting 50 experience every few seconds now? Is that the way this is working? Also, I would like to go back to our ship, please. I just want to go there. Alright, I mean, it's on this floor. Theoretically, is it actually through here? Is it in the interior area there? I just assumed there was going to be another door on the other side. I thought there was. Right? Weren't we talking to Vetra over here previously? Oh no, we just go in through here. Okay. It is here. I think aren't we good to go? Wait, hold on. Let me just double check real quick. Is there one more quest that was gonna wait for an email? Oh, I guess we could go check our email somewhere first. Collect plant samples. That's something we're gonna do across the universe, Beetle style. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're looking at the main quest now in that case, and we haven't really looked at this, to tell you the truth. Let's hop into our ship, and then we'll start looking ahead.
Cora wanted to check in with you.
Oh, okay. So, we are back on our ship. We theoretically may have an email. Let's see, free for an interview. From, again? From Carrie? Word is you had a successful mission on EOS, well done. Want to come talk about it on camera? I mean, we were just over there. It does seem like she asked for interviews very frequently. I wish they were less frequent, but longer, just so we didn't have to constantly go back over there. Is it on the Nexus? No, because that's just that. Or is that just an old email that is now out of date because we've already spoken to her, actually, on multiple occasions? Maybe that's what it was all about. We had the initial interview, and she already spoke to us an additional time on the Nexus, so we're theoretically good. PB apparently wants to speak to us, and... well, she was here. Once upon a time. Now I don't know, though. Drac and Cora are always in the same room or close by. That feels like they might have something of note to talk. And Lexi? Hold on.
Drac, I'm working with Vectra to track down prosthetic gel and those other items we discussed.
You're too good to me, Doc.
Nothing for me. Playing favorites, Lexi?
What? No?
Hmm? What is this all about?
So we have a stowaway.
You mean PB?
She's decided to set up in one of the escape pods. You don't need a psychologist to tell you that one's got commitment issues.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see. Have we really not asked you these types of questions before? A little surprised we had this many options.
So, how did a sorry doctor end up on the human ark?
But I was wondering that.
Specialist in alien anatomy, remember? That includes humans. Also, Harry insisted. Maybe he always intended to switch jobs.
Alright, what is your deal with Harry then?
How long have you and Harry been friends?
I remember when he didn't complain about arthritis. We met at a medical convention on the Citadel. He was moderating a panel on neurosurgery in low-gravity environments. His name card was crooked, but he was so damn confident, I knew we'd be friends.
Okay.
How did you get into medicine?
My mum was a dancer on Omega. Dad was a bouncer. I'd patch him up after busy nights. Discovered I had steady hands. They put every credit they earned into my education.
Are they here in Helios?
No. Both died in a turf war. Made leaving the Milky Way behind easier.
That's rough, but I guess understandable then.
How do you think the crew is holding up?
I'm happy to share what I can without violating patient confidentiality. Anyone in particular? I sort them in their files and my brain by species.
Okay, that's really weird. You could just say you sort them in your files by species, but as soon as you sort them in your brain by species, that's really weird. Yeah, about that.
Why do you sort them that way?
Just easier for me to see patterns in behavior.
Okay, weirdo.
How do you think the human crew members are handling things?
There's a lot of them.
Oh gosh, okay. I mean, yes, lots of info, but...
How's Cora doing?
She's processing. Your father was her mentor. She expected to follow in his footsteps, but he gave the role of pathfinder to you. Just because she trusts his judgment doesn't mean she's not confused. Or hurt.
Understandably so.
Gil?
Gil likes to use humor as a defensive technique. He'd rather bury himself in the Nomad than tackle emotions head-on.
Okay.
Suvi okay?
Suvi's strong sense of faith keeps her grounded. I'm not spiritual, but there's a beauty in how her mind rationalizes religion and science.
Okay. Not sure I'm loving how they're making that the Suvi's thing. Like, okay, I get it. She's religious, and I can see how that's kind of interesting. The combination of her being, maybe she's not personally a scientist. I don't actually know what her official title is, or official role, I guess. But for that to just be, oh, it feels like it's just, oh, Suvi's the religion person. And that's just the only identifying characteristic that she has about her, which is like, okay, surely there are other things we can talk about regarding Suvi. Sure, that might be important, yes, but it feels like, can we delve a little bit deeper than just that?
How's Liam?
A handful. Every time I patch him up, he breaks something new. Liam's we can't lose attitude is commendable, but I worry how he'll react when something does go wrong.
Like, take Liam, for example. I was half expecting that to just be, oh, he always asks me if we have any alcoholic beverages on tap. At least in that case, it was not continuing along those lines.
I'd like to check in on the non-human crew.
Ask away.
Okay.
Tell me about Vetra.
Vetra's used to having someone depend on her. I think that's why she's so resourceful and likes providing for other people. That being said, I think she could use a little me time.
Okay. PB, you were kind of talking trash about her before.
Is PB alright?
She's avoiding me. Probably thinks I'll poke her with a needle if she gets too close.
To be fair,
she's probably
you're always
right.
taking these shots.
Not in the hallway.
Well, debatable. Debatable.
How's our Solarian?
He's quite the gossip. Tight-lipped about himself, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what this is turning into. It's just gossip about our teammates.
Is Drac good?
That old bastard's always good. I've never met anyone who can be so stubborn and so appreciative. Could you look out for him, Ryder?
Huh? That's different, but okay.
Don't worry, Lexi. I'll keep an eye on him.
Thank you. And maybe don't mention I asked?
Yeah, okay, I was getting that feeling. Getting that vibe that perhaps Lexi is a little bit interested in Drac.
Thanks for the insight.
Alright, then just memory fragments?
I need to talk to you about something private.
Oh.
Of course. That's what I'm here for.
When Dad died, he blocked off parts of Sam's memory.
Drac is right next to us right now, by the way.
To see.
Or he thought you weren't ready for.
Maybe. I found this trigger. It unlocked a memory fragment of Dad on the Citadel from when the Alliance rejected his ideas about AI, and he found out Mom's illness was terminal.
Why do you think your father chose this specific memory?
I guess it was a turning point of sorts, but yeah, the whole don't tell Drac that I kind of am interested in him. Also, he's standing right behind you. And what was the We need to talk about something private, something confidential. Also, Drac is right next to us.
It was where his journey to Andromeda really began.
Those events started your family down a new path.
Yeah. Thanks, Lexi. Feels good to talk about this.
Okay.
I'll let you get back to it.
I'll be here if you need me.
I was not exaggerating. He's right there. He absolutely heard 100% of that conversation.
I've seen a lot of shit in my life, but that vault certainly was a first. Things are gonna be interesting with you around, kid.
He didn't go down there with us, technically speaking, but okay.
Doesn't matter what life throws at me. It's what I make of it, right?
You keep that going, you just might live as long as I have. Minus 0 at the end.
Yeah, okay. Guess we can learn a little bit more about Spender.
Now that we've been digging, it's clear you were right about Spender.
Guy like that'll do anything to get ahead. Just wonder how far he went.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well we know the war stories is kind of an ongoing thing that we don't necessarily need to do all that right now.
We can talk more later.
Sure.
Also, Lexi is totally into you. Okay, so where is PB though? Because, yes, I know we have skill points, but we were told PB in particular wanted to speak to us. Can we mark a person to chat with? No, not really, but we just continue. Wait, what? Hold on. Now I'm disoriented. No. Other direction. Either up here or... No, this is technically the upper floor. She is through here and over here.
Messing with that vault feels like early brain surgery. Just poking and hoping.
As long as it helps us to live here, I don't care how the vault's doing it.
Magnificently. That's how.
I prefer tech with more exposed bolts. If you can't open it, you don't own it.
That is one thing that I was, I guess you could say, a little bit disappointed about, was I was intrigued by going into a little more of the nerdy science of all of it, and, you know, doing things like, oh, okay, well, if we make this upgrade, then we can improve the atmospheric pressure of this planet, and that's going to make it more viable for us, and if we do this, then we can get the right atmospheric composition, and this is going to improve exposure to radiation, and this is going to, and so on and so forth. Which, I mean, I get, that's not exactly the most, the easiest thing to throw upon the average player, so fair enough. But at the same time, it was a little disappointing for it to just be, well, this planet has a whole bunch of issues, and now it's 100% better, because magic space technology, yay! So, you know, maybe there are definitely going to be more of those types of situations, but I'm hoping there's at least a little bit of the other stuff as well, where it goes a little more into the technicalities of it all, and is not just all hand-waved away.
Hi there. Just checking in.
What's up?
Did they not tell us that PB was trying to talk to us as soon as we got onto the ship? And now we're here talking to PB, and PB does not have anything to say to us? That's a little weird.
Thanks for chatting. We'll talk again later.
You know it.
Huh. Alright. I guess... No. Oh, Gil's hanging out there. Okay. I mean, we did speak to people a lot already. So I'm kind of thinking that we don't need to spend that much time, and by that much time, I mean really any time, talking to them about those types of things now.
Where's my data pad? Oh, how'd you get under there?
Suvi, were you talking to your notebook?
Oh, I wasn't I? I do that sometimes.
Come on, I know you're a Solarian, but doesn't mean that doesn't happen to you as well sometime. Also, I legitimately am not sure if that plus 50 experience is ever going to go away at this point. We've not saved for a very long time. Might it be worth saving and maybe even reloading to see if it will go away? I don't know. I mean, fortunately, it's small, so it's not very disruptive, but that is... It's been there for quite some time at this rate. Even when we open the galaxy map. Okay. It still says there's stuff at the docking bay for us to do, though? So, or maybe that exclamation point doesn't necessarily mean that. Working, or waking up the future. Wait, hold on. Waking up the future. Why do we still have stuff for waking up the future? Hold on. Oh, wait, what? Oh, no, this is for... Wait. Yeah. Wait, this was something that I wanted to talk to people about before. But I thought that this was the thing that I thought by speaking to the person next to Addison, who we had to talk to Addison first before we could do that. I thought that we had done everything there was to do there. The whole person who gave us the explanation about opening up the cryopods and what have you, spending our points there. So don't really want to go straight back to doing that after... we can do that later, right? We've spent a lot of time on various ships and not a lot of time on planets going out on the more exciting types of quests. So either way, I think we ought to head out here and get on the move. And hopefully we can just do that on a later occasion then. So, okay. Let's see what we have here. So, this is now the location of the main quest. Trail of Hope and Aya are two separate things, apparently. We've explored this area. That's where Eos is. We've not looked at... Oh, Erickson, wasn't that the cluster where... Or no, this is a cluster. The system where Habitat 7 was? I thought I remembered seeing that at one point. I feel like that might be worth... At least, I'm not sure we're going to have a main mission there, but at least investigating, kind of like we did for Pfeiffer, and seeing if there's anything notable for us there, and then going on to the big place. Let's do it. Oh, did I just accidentally leave the map when I meant to go? Oops. And by that, I mean... Let's go. Right.
So this is where the human Ark first entered Helios?
Heck of a wake-up call.
At least where we first entered. Okay. Is it also where Habitat 7 was?
Anomaly detected.
It definitely the Scourge, I would think.
Deploying probe. Anomaly found.
Ship wreckage, okay.
Shuttle spotted. Drifting. It sustained catastrophic electrical damage.
We sure this is a safe place to be? Oh man, that's pretty intense.
That's the research vessel Dr. Aridana informed us of. There are no life readings within.
She'll want to know.
Wow. Okay. And also, the little experience bug visual thing is now gone, so that's good. But Starship Wreckage is not good. Nexus 3312, Exodus, crew complement 7, I have to imagine they are all dead. Reported missing, presumed lost. The Exodus sustained pervasive damage due to Scourge flares that wiped out all internal systems. Dr. Aridana's crew was killed instantly. Vessel adrift, unsalvageable due to radiation. But Dr. Ardana is on the Nexus, right? This is a group of people who worked for her? Because that's the person that we were just suspecting might have tried to sabotage Sam, right? Okay. Remnant research data. Sure. You can check out from other angles. And go inside the Scourge. It's evil incarnate. Okay. But let's take a look elsewhere. So I thought this is where Habitat 7 was.
I'm picking up something.
Oh, okay. This is also the reason why we're here. Let's see, so Vinland. It is, whoa, that's a thick atmosphere. 81 atmosphere, 671 degrees Celsius. Finland is a small rocky world with a pressure cooker atmosphere, you don't say, composed of argon and carbon dioxide. Its valuable cobalt deposits would require robotic mining due to volatile surface gases. Always on the exact opposite side of the planet. From where we started, it's gotta be this, right?
Probe away. We've got a crater.
Yeah. I mean, I could tell you that much. Hypervelocity impact crater. Okay. It ejected silicates, mineral deposits, trace amounts of element 0. Crater caused by impact of heavy debris, possibly from the Scourge. The meteorite still contains valuable resources. Alright, I mean, I guess. See what we get here. Experience. And just experience, but... Oh, okay. I guess that works. Not really what I expected, but works. Alright, well, there's something way out there. Well, let's see. Oh, I like how the angle of the orbits are not regular, which is a nice little touch. More realistic for that reason. There it is, Habitat 7. Okay. I imagine there'll be something here, right? Surely there has to be.
I'm picking up something.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the Scourge looks way worse in this area than it did in the... Whoa! Other systems that we went to. Whatever this is, I'm not sure, but there's a light.
Probes launched. Satellite detected.
Okay. Power readings 6.4%. System report. Internal circuitry damaged by Scourge exposure. Currently inactive, but it is salvageable. So standard monitoring satellite. Its registration shows it was deployed accidentally from the Hyperion during its collision with the Scourge. Okay. Milky Way research data? Sure. Alright. And what do we... I'm curious to see what it says about Habitat 7 here, yeah. So, the atmospheric pressure is fluctuating, but it is thick. Theoretically, 2.3 atmospheres, which means that would be difficult for a human to live on that, but 17 degrees Celsius is nice for the temperature. Fluctuating as well, obviously, but even visual scans show that Habitat 7 is no longer a promising settlement world. Yeah, I mean, just looking at it, doesn't look very promising right now. The planet's atmosphere is largely argon-nitrogen, which is not a great mix. We do have argon in the Earth atmosphere to a certain extent, but it's not a large quantity. And little of the projected plant life has survived. Obviously, a notable lack of oxygen in that description. Okay, so that was Vinland and Habitat 7. So I think we just work our way out. Starship wreckage. Okay, what is this? Oh, that's... No, we saw this before. Okay, no. That's, stuff that we scanned when we were not even zoomed in on anything. So then we've... Hello, land? Very orange.
Anomaly detected.
Okay, now we're getting anomalies at all of these planets, which was very much not the case before. So let's see. This is very thick atmosphere as well, though it is nonetheless very cold. Named for the first landing of the human explorer Leif Erikson, Helluland's crust is largely composed of aluminum with sulfur deposits, brought to the surface via volcanic activity. So is this going to be a volcano? It's actually not on the opposite side of the planet. Look at that.
Probes launched. Tracking a huge mineral deposit.
Okay, it's aluminum. Valuable light metal. This deposit is close to the surface and relatively easy to mine. Let's go for it. And, understandably, gives us aluminum. Okay. That's useful. Now, I think Markland is the last thing here. Ooh, that's dramatic. Okay. Is this a moon of a much larger gas giant? You haven't said there's anything notable here. Yeah, there's almost no atmosphere. It's actually warmer than I would have thought, but Markland is a large frozen world with a surface composed mostly of silica with deposits of cobalt. The planet's albedo is unexpectedly dark, suggesting geological activity or contamination from the Scourge. Okay, but it does raise questions about what the heck that thing right next to it is. And even it shows up. Wait, can we zoom? I thought there was a way to zoom even from here, but maybe not? So yeah, you can see Markland, but you can still just barely see the other planet to the side of it. I don't know, maybe we'll have reason to come back here on a future occasion and we'll be going there, but we shall see. It looks like, yeah, 100% explored for the moment. So that means we are heading to Anoan, which is the location of the next main quest, it would seem.
We're on a collision course with unknown objects.
That doesn't sound good.
Sam, are you on this?
Collision is imminent.
Oh, that definitely doesn't sound good. What the heck is that? That doesn't look good.
Cat ships. A dozen. No, more.
Oh. Lovely. So, have they seen us? Because that looks like a humongous set of guns.
They are scanning us, Pathfinder.
Well, scan them back.
They scan us, we should scan them too.
Where is the one who activated the remnant?
You understand us, and we can understand you?
Their DNA signature is there. Answer me.
We were not able to understand the cat before. See, I would maybe say you first, but they do have a bunch of large guns pointed in our direction, and they outnumber us about 16 to 1, I believe. So I don't really think we are in a place to be calling the shots right now.
I'm Ryder, captain of this ship and pathfinder with the initiative.
You'll come with me.
They've lost navigation.
We're being steered into their ship.
Just tell me what you want.
I won't explain what you can't understand.
Ryder, I have almost regained control of the ship. I need a few more seconds.
Okay. We might understand.
I actually know a lot about the Remnant. We should compare notes.
Enough.
Well, that didn't work so well.
Your defiance is naive and reckless. This day marks the beginning of your greatness.
Did that buy enough time? Probably not.
Sam?
I don't know.
I have plotted a potential course through the Scourge.
Do it!
Oh, for what it's worth, left side of the dialogue wheels, at least in previous Mass Effects, used to be the ones that extend the conversation. Right side is the ones that tend to make them end more quickly, and I went right side, so maybe that was a mistake for that reason, but we'll see.
Damage to aft sensors.
Scourge got it?
Yes.
Get us out of here.
That's a lot of Scourge.
Callow?
Yes!
Okay.
Nice work, kid.
Yeah. But who the hell was that guy?
Ryder, we've got trouble down here. You need to find us a port now.
Great. Where'd we end up anyway?
Sensors are damaged, but I think we're at the vault's coordinates.
You think? Gil, give it what you can. We're setting down.
We're being contacted.
By whom?
We have to land. Open a comm.
Tov Jagalesto. Tov Jagalesto.
We come in peace? I think?
We're visitors from another galaxy. Our intentions are peaceful.
Av Naleseto.
They've sent us a nav point.
Set us down.
Is it a trap?
Yes.
I mean, that looks promising.
Look at that. It's beautiful.
Unless it's a trap.
We need in that vault.
Please, you're not really going out there on your own.
We can't afford a repeat of last time. I'm the Pathfinder. First contact is on me.
Most important thing ever. No pressure.
It's a great moment for us to possibly meet an entirely new species, because it doesn't seem like this was a cat group that was contacting us.
This is what it's all about, right? New worlds, new aliens. Wish me luck.
I mean, they should give us some backup, right? Shouldn't really be just us. Hello. No idea what you're saying.
Thank you.
I'm Paran Shai, Governor of Aya. We are the Angara.
Hello.
Can understand you.
I'm a Pathfinder with the Initiative.
Yes, you crossed dark space. I've heard of your journey, Joel. I have this in hand.
Ephra saw the ship come in and sent me to find out what's going on.
He's a human from another galaxy. A pathfinder.
Aya is hidden, protected. What do you want?
So they are not pleased that we found them, but at the same time, hey, they did not immediately shoot us dead. So that's good. Right? Right? I think we start by trying to lighten the mood a little bit here.
I apologize. Landing here the way we did, without warning, on fire, was not the plan.
That's good to know, because if it was, that would be a very bad plan.
Okay.
I'll inform
Fair enough.
Ephra. He'll be waiting for you in his office at the Resistance headquarters. I'll meet you there.
Oh, his cape is cool.
I will accompany you through our city. Your crew will stay on your ship. Follow me.
It is kind of weird how it is just us.
Follow closely. Do not try to explore the city or interact with anyone.
Okay.
Ephra's guards will use force if necessary.
So you're saying don't
Understood.
scan everything.
Is it okay to ask you questions?
I suppose.
Okay, just
if you're the governor,
keep it calm.
why do I need to see this Ephra?
He's leader of the resistance.
Oh?
What's that?
They fight the Ket and protect us.
Sounds like we should be friends with them.
What's happening?
Now everyone is speaking and we can understand.
I detect unusual levels of electrostatic energy in the Angara.
Okay. Care to elaborate?
You don't know what you're doing.
Am I that intimidating?
You're an outsider who invaded our home. We know nothing about you.
I'm not here to cause trouble.
Then keep moving.
I'm moving. I'm moving. We go no, we cannot go faster.
And stop staring.
Yeah, they are staring, aren't they?
None of the local flora register in my data files. We've encountered an undiscovered ecosystem.
Very cool.
Your city is beautiful.
Thank you. You're the first outsider to see it.
I'm honored.
It's impressive.
What happens if Ephra doesn't like me?
He won't. But you need to earn his trust.
Okay, that's good to
He's
know.
responsible for everyone's safety. I know what that's like.
You're a leader.
Trying to be.
Okay, her walking animation, though, is very awkward. That much is true.
This is the Resistance headquarters. Ephra is waiting inside.
Okay. Hello.
They are bullies, but this situation is now your fault. Don't get kicked out, Moran, not because of them.
But you're telling me to be weak?
No. I am telling you to be strong through your cunning and heart. Okay? Hey.
It really is the best one in the Resistance.
I know.
Trying to steal his weapon? Think he wouldn't notice?
Our experience with the Ket makes us naturally distrustful of all aliens.
Understood, but you see, we also hate the Ket, so that should make us best buddies.
We've had our own run-ins with the Ket.
Then you really do understand. When the Archon came to Helios, he demolished our sovereign state. Took what he wanted, as if we were nothing. Now, the Ket mercilessly abduct Angara. Often, we never see our people again. Come this way. Ephra is waiting.
Wait, the Ket kidnap you? Steal your people?
And the Resistance fights them every day. With everything we can.
Is it attrition? What are they after?
You should save your questions for Ephra.
Kadara be damned. I won't lose Vold.
Ephra, this is one of the aliens from the Milky Way. A pathfinder.
He's big.
Pathfinder. It's an aggressive move coming to Aya.
So he's not gonna like us. Do we try to be all apologetic about that? Or do we try to act all cool about it? Like, yeah, you know, we didn't want to do that, but now we're here. What are you gonna do about it? So I get the feeling he's, not as sympathetic as the others, but maybe we try to start diplomatic at least.
It wasn't meant that way. I have an ark full of desperate people counting on me to find them a home before they starve.
Of course, I feel for you and your people. So, Pathfinder, never mind how you even found us. Why are you here?
On a hostile planet we call Eos, I explored an ancient structure, a vault, and brought it back online. It stabilized that planet's environment.
Remnant. Recent intelligence supports that claim.
If I'm right,
they call it Remnant as well.
There's a vault on Aya that's different. I need to look inside.
They're like, yeah, we know.
You're right. There's a vault out there, but it was shut years ago and the entrance hidden. We can't help you.
The Moshai could. She's our most revered scientist and elder. She knows this vault.
But now the Ket have her, and our rescue attempts failed. She's lost to us. And you.
I mean, do it without her. Does it have to be? I was kind of expecting this to be a whole, oh, well, we can help you rescue her type of thing. Not a, well, do you have a plan B type of thing. This just feels kind of disrespectful. But again, once upon a time in the original Mass Effect trilogy, left side dialogue was things that made conversations go longer. Right side dialogue was things that made conversations end more quickly. So, I don't know. Maybe we'll just go with that.
Let me show you what I can do. I won't take one step without your approval.
You have no idea what you're dealing with. The Angara learned years ago the perils of messing with vaults. So did the Ket, for that matter. We're done here.
Oh.
Ephra. I feel... Ephra, what this alien says is extraordinary. The Moshai would want us to be brave and not let this chance pass.
Joel, you talk too much.
Let me assess this, alien. I'll be your eyes. I know you can spare me.
Go if you want, but when he tries to kill you, be prepared to strike first.
I'm Jal Amaderov. I'll be your envoy through Angaran space.
Alright, I mean... might not be the ideal person that they were saying would take us through this vault, but... I guess we'll take it. Seems like this guy has... after that, at least, very initial encounter, first impression, after we got over that, it seemed like he's pretty cool. He's, rather welcoming, comparatively speaking. Welcome aboard, question mark?
It's gonna be cozy, so I hope you like people.
Yeah, that's not the direction I would have taken, but...
I hope I don't regret this.
Me too.
Also understandable that he does not understand human customs. That was actually a good touch.
I've organized my analysis of Aya. Shall I relay it to the Nexus?
Definitely.
Okay. So we're here. Originally, they said, don't explore, don't mingle with the locals and what have you, and people were absolutely staring at us. Are we allowed to look around a little bit now? This is, of course, a new planet. Place that we've never been before. It's not really looking to do skills right now. It's more looking for maps. Because, yeah. Seems like... okay, we can only go to a small area here, but it seems like... we may still be able to do some stuffs.
Trade? Trade. Trade.
Are you asking or telling?
Wondering, do you exchange goods and services? How does your economy work?
That's actually really interesting. Oh, this is cool. This is really cool. Trying to get a sense for what an actual experience would be like. First contact with another species where they see you and they're like, what the heck is this? What is this? It's some kind of intelligent life form, but we've never seen it before, and suddenly it just appeared here out of nowhere. And what do? And it still hasn't really been explained why initially we could not understand them and they could not understand us, and then suddenly one person comes in who seems like the, wise person of the group, and so I thought they were going to be the one person who had seen humans before, and therefore they had studied our language, and they could speak in our tongue, and therefore we were going to be the only people who could understand each other, but then suddenly everyone can understand each other. That seemed for a second like trade. Like this guy had a very basic understanding of human languages, and so he was only going to be able to say the word trade, but now It just seems like he was scared that we were going to try to kill him or something, and actually can speak perfectly fine. But it's more his fear than anything that was holding him back.
We have credits, but little to spend them on.
Think you might spend them here? Could be. What are your credits worth? What can we do with them?
You pay them to us for whatever we're selling.
Now we cut open the heart. And what do you offer?
Okay, bit of a disturbing metaphor, but sure.
I don't know. What do you want?
Your ship?
Not for sale.
Worth a try.
Is there something else I can do for you?
Yes. Call me Soka. I run cargo between Aya and other worlds. Good work. Good at it. You're here to help my people. Prove it. I need help. One of my suppliers off-world stopped checking in. Has things I need. There could be trouble.
Okay. Yes, we can definitely help, but curious why you're choosing to have us help you when one would assume it would be exponentially safer and less risky to have a fellow Angara, is the name of their species, right? Have a fellow Angara do it for you.
What makes you think I can help?
You found Aya, maybe you found my supplier. Can't hurt to ask.
Alright. Now this feels like it's the opposite way around. We were just talking about where right side gives more details. Left side concludes the conversation more quickly. I don't know. Maybe it's just totally different now that the dialogue structure has been at least somewhat significantly reworked. No more Paragon Renegade or anything like that.
You're one of few people here willing to give me a chance. I'll take it.
You have a ship? I have my supplier's nav point. His name is Koldo. Find him, his supplies. Come back and prove you're helpful. Then maybe we trade.
Okay. Sounds good. I thought there was at least one other person we could talk to for a quest. Okay. Good. Right next to the ship. And the other thing that I was really tempted to just try to break out the scanner immediately upon getting here and be like, okay, so you said we can't pester the locals that much, but can we proceed to scan everything? And one would have assumed that just about everything would be scannable in this situation, as one would assume basically everything is new to us here. Oh, that's one of their ships. Manufactured space transport composed of 43% hybrid metals, 30% plastic compounds, 27% refined chemical fuel. This Angaran-made spacecraft is capable of making extended interstellar voyages. That was interesting. We kind of overheard in passing one of their conversations was that our ship looked big, but it seemed fragile. Which just kind of puts into perspective.
They shouldn't be allowed here.
You're probably right, but kind of just puts into perspective what their interstellar travel vehicular capabilities are compared to ours. Oh, what is this? The Resistance needs volunteers. Translated from Shilesh. Okay, so yeah. Technically speaking, in Mass Effect lore, the way that language is supposed to work is that, theoretically, although humans may speak a bunch of different languages, different species, humans, Turians, Asari, Solarians, what have you, Krogan, might all speak different languages. They have developed a basically auto-translator that understands these languages and can, probably not in perfectly real time, but in close to real time, translate what other people are saying so that you can understand them. However, that is still predicated on having the basic understanding of the language to program this auto-translator in the first place, which is why I thought that initially, upon getting here, we would not be able to understand the Angarans, and the Angarans would not be able to understand us. So it is still kind of weird that we can now understand them. Also, we did not actually read this. The Ket have felt the power of the Resistance, and they know their end is coming. Our victories on Vold are only the beginning of what we can achieve, but we can't defeat the enemy without your help. If you're tired of living in fear, if you believe we were meant for something greater than slavery, if you're willing to stand up and fight, you'll find a new family in the Resistance. We'll train you to strike back at the Ket and reclaim what is ours. The Resistance defends the future of all Angara. Join us. Okay. Is that scannable? No. Alright, let's go chat with that person close to the ship. And hopefully pick up a quest in the process, and then sounds like we're heading back to the ship. These people really look like they're trying to block us.
You know I will.
You really think the Moshae is alive?
I'm sure of it.
Don't kill yourself bringing her home.
No promises.
Oh. Well, that was kind of grim. Ah, you. You're who I'm looking for. Is this the person who first greeted us? It might be.
Stars above. It's you. I was hoping to get a chance to speak with you.
Or not.
You left your home to cross dark space. Is it true you can never go back?
Yeah. This is home now.
To take such a risk and give up your old life, why did you do it?
Oh, okay. Apparently this is someone who we might be able to pursue a romance with as well, but again, jumping to conclusions here, we only just met this person, we only just met this species, the Angarans, so let's slow down a little bit there. So, let's see. Why did we do it? Adventure? For the initiative. Or to meet people like you. Oh, no.
I believed in what the initiative stood for. I still do.
That's noble of you. I'm not sure I could make the same choice.
My turn for a question. Do I get to know your name?
Oh, of course. I'm Avela Kajar, curator for the Repository of History. We study relics of our past, try to piece together what we lost in the Scourge. And the truth is, there was something I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh?
Pathfinder, how much do you know about our history?
Pretty much just the Ket. And apparently you have had some trouble with them as well.
The Ket hit your people pretty hard, right?
They did. But long before that, the Scourge destroyed our technology, first targeting our ships. Many of those ships went down over Havarl. The wilds of that planet are filled with history. A scientist on Havarl just contacted me with a new nav point of an intact crash site. A huge opportunity. But with Remnant patrolling the area, we can't get close enough. Not like you can.
How do you know about me and the Remnant?
I have friends in the Resistance. They heard your conversation with Ephra. I know it's a lot to ask, but you have a ship and the means to get past the Remnant. Without your help, I'm stuck.
Still seems a little bit odd that you would be leaning on us when, again, you would assume there are other Angarans who could do it just as well and be more trustworthy.
You're trusting your history with an outsider?
I know what people say about you, but I don't agree. I think you're here to help.
I am.
Now's your chance to prove it. You want to earn Aya's respect, right? Recovering our past will go a long way.
Okay, that might be a bit of a subplot then. Perhaps doing these side quests does truly improve our standing with him in particular, and the Angarans more generally, and that might actually have some implications later on. Does Ephra know about this? I get the feeling he may, but he disapproves.
I don't think Ephra would be too happy with this arrangement.
Ephra doesn't have to know, and if he finds out, he can direct his anger at me.
It takes guts to stand up to him.
I'd face worse to get a piece of our history back.
Alright, I mean, I admire the ambition.
I've always wanted to give archaeology a try.
Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. If you find anything, I'll be here. Thank you, Pathfinder.
Okay. So another side quest in that case. We are definitely going to head back very soon. Just want to see if there's anything else we can pick up on before we hop back into the ship. There's another one of their shuttles. Okay. That seems to be it.
My brother is one of those who thinks Ephra and his people will get us in trouble.
Sorry to hear it. I mean, our luck's running high when you think about it. The Ket are bound to figure out how to get here someday.
Let's just hope it's later rather than sooner.
Okay. It's also, I mean, I guess this is kind of metagaming? I don't know. But, it was a stylistic choice, I thought. Oh, we can chat with him as well, which we'll do in a second, once I finish this thought. I thought it was a stylistic choice to give them sort of a consistent speaking style, consistent accent. And so, but then it feels like basically have voice actors and actresses all come from the same general area. Like, oh, everyone has an Australian accent here. Okay. They all sound different from people that we've spoken to elsewhere, but they sound the same as one another. It's like, okay, that would make logical sense, and kind of adds to the immersion, if you will, to the experience. But yes, they sounded different than other people that we've met thus far, but then I'm pretty sure it's still not consistent from or across the entire set of Angaran people that we've met, because like that area over there just a second ago, I'm pretty sure there were a wide variety of different types of accents where it's like, okay, fair enough. Maybe that was asking for a lot.
Assistant to Governor Paranshai. You're free to explore this area, but the city is off limits. Until that changes, I'll be your liaison. How may I help you, Pathfinder?
Okay, so it sounds like we may be able to learn a lot more about the Angarans in general from you. So, how shall we start? Maybe Angaran worlds, and maybe from Jaw later on?
What can you tell me about your other worlds?
Life on them is hard, the people harder. Every day is a struggle to survive.
Why not bring everyone here?
We will not abandon any more worlds to the Ket, and Aya cannot support all of us.
And just flying in here initially, at least this specific city, looked quite small. I mean, also, it's one thing to have a city, it's another thing to have an entire population spanning the entirety of the planet. Which, who knows, maybe there are other settlements here, but, you know, if this is the one and only place where they live on this planet, then how many people can you realistically support on this planet? Probably not a very large number, right? So, okay, what exactly is your job?
You don't just stand here waiting to answer my questions, right?
I assist the governor in all matters. While you're here, this is my priority.
Pretty far outside your normal job, huh?
I did not begin this day expecting to speak with it. You?
Okay.
Nice save.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
Okay. So if we try to get back into the city, or just gain access to other areas of the city, is that the kind of thing where doing other things to gain favor among the Angarans could perhaps open up some doors for us, both metaphorical and physical?
When am I allowed to visit the city again?
That's not for me to decide.
Who will? Your boss? Or Ephra?
Governor Shai has jurisdiction over Aya. She will authorize your entrance if you earn Ephra's trust. You spoke with Soko and Avela. Help them, and you may help yourself.
Okay, so yeah.
Ket swayed us with words. Now we judge outsiders by their actions.
Suppose that's fair. What about this Jal dude?
Sounded like you and Jal know each other.
Our families are related.
You sound nothing alike.
We have multiple worlds. Our culture is complex.
I'd like to know more.
Earn our trust, and maybe you will.
I suppose that's sort of an explanation for, as Ryder was just saying, despite them all being Angaran, a lot of them do sound different.
Thanks for your time, Enro.
Of course.
Okay. So I think that means we're ready to go here.
Ryder, ship's fixed up and ready to fly.
I may have forgotten that our ship was damaged to begin with, but yeah. Good news. It's all fine now.
Your ship is... We have nothing like it.
Wait till you see the inside.
It gets better?
Oh yeah.
You ready to go?
Sure.
I'll introduce you to the rest of my crew.
I'm just saying, as far as first contact goes, at least that went better than the last one.
That is true.
Only slightly.
Yeah, what happened? I wanted to look around.
And now we have another mouth to feed, whatever he eats.
That is true. We didn't ask about that.
Did the translators not work?
They work.
I don't know how the translators would work, again, as we were just saying before, but they do. Can't we all just play nice?
Come on, everyone. Can we just all please try to... just listen up?
Begging. Interesting strategy.
Ryder, we followed our best lead here, and now we don't even have that.
Jarl has offered to do what he can to help us access the vault on Aya.
How do we do that when we're leaving the planet it's on?
That's a fair point. Jarl?
Seriously?
Settle down. Ryder's right. There's an Angara right here. Let's hear from the new guy.
I mean, yeah, I feel like we're very negative for having just met what is not an entirely antagonistic new alien species, intelligent alien species. This should be good news. In part, at least.
One day, about 80 years ago, the Archon and the Ket arrived in Helios, and the horror began.
They declared war?
Nothing so easy to define or fight.
The Ket kidnap Angara. Their people disappear without a trace. What if they were us?
Sure, I'll fight Ket all day long, but that's no plan.
I agree. We need to get into that vault, Ryder.
Surprisingly, I'm with PB. Our own mission has to take priority.
We have a plan. Kind of. Pretty solid. Jarl?
The resistance is stretched thin. I was tasked with traveling to two of our worlds at our briefing this morning. And you'll accompany me.
Because?
Because then, Ephra will see you as trustworthy. You want that.
Jarl's told me about these two worlds, Havarl and Vold.
Before the Scourge disaster, Vold was a thriving planet of billions. A shining center of technology and life.
Okay, that's big.
And now?
It's the center of our ground war against the Ket. Our resistance base is fighting Ket Command for control of the planet.
What about the other?
Havarl is the birthplace of the Angara. It's started to degrade, to become wild and dangerous. We suspect Remnant.
Now we're talking.
We've recently lost contact with our scientists. Still don't get how any of this helps us.
I do. Help us, or rather help me, and I'll vouch for you, right? Because Jal wants inside Aya's vault too.
Pathfinder, it's your call.
I mean, this feels like this is pretty silly how... I mean, sure, they aren't letting us in here, but... Oh, this is bad news. That's not gonna help. Our objective is not necessarily to just find these vaults, okay? That's a means to finding habitable planets so that we can have a place for people to settle and establish ourselves in this galaxy. The fact that there are other, at least somewhat friendly species who have planets that they have settled and have proven are at least somewhat habitable, that's huge. That's the biggest positive news that we have had this entire time, besides maybe just the presence of a Pathfinder to begin with. So the fact that everyone is being incredibly pessimistic about this is just really, really odd to me. Like, okay, I get it. Like, maybe we have a temporary setback for the whole vault thing, but the vault thing is not a huge deal if we can potentially just befriend the Angara a bit and, I mean, at least initially, settle ourselves a little bit on, or at least get some people on planets that they have already established. And we don't need to start from scratch in that case. I mean, they're probably not going to be so keen on letting us do that, but that seems like the absolutely obvious solution, and it just seems very strange to me that they are just not even considering that. And this is just about us taking leadership here and not really asking us an actual question.
Okay, Yes, I appreciate the vote of confidence.
Maybe more like optimism. Confidence? You'll get there.
Jal, give Callow the nav points for both planets. Let's do this.
Alright, full roster. That would suggest that by adding Jal, our team is now full. Let's see. No calls. But we have learned much. We have new things to consider here. There are two big planets, one of which, or both of which are theoretically currently controlled by the Angara. They just need our help in one case to fend off the Ket, in another case to fend off the Remnant. So let's see. After making initial contact with the Angara, you must now gain their trust in order to meet Moshe and access the vault on Aya. Either Vold or Havarl would be likely place to start. Having made contact with the Angara, their trust must be gained in order to meet the Moshe and access the vault on Aya. Either Vold or Havarl may be a good place to start. Travel to Vold. Okay, so it doesn't really give us that much of the way of incremental information here. And I don't remember which one is supposed to be Ket and which one's supposed to be Remnant. Nor do I have any sense as to if one is generally better than another one to go for first. Reminds me a little bit of Mass Effect 1, once you get the Normandy and the galaxy starts to open up to you. It's like, well, I don't know. Do I go to Pharos? Do I go to Noveria? Do I go to Therum? So, really the first time we've had that kind of flexibility, at least with the main quest mission. Obviously, we've had lots of side quests as of late. But, okay. Why don't we hop down?
Still compiling my first impressions. But even their body language is so emotional. I can't wait for my first session with Jarl.
Okay.
Why not scare him away, huh?
I bet you'd be very interested.
Feeling okay?
What with your whole, can we see on crew morale? Maybe, maybe not. What with your whole, I'm an, alien biologist
How do you
thing?
think the crew is holding up?
I'm happy to share what I can without violating patient confidentiality. Anyone in particular? I sort them in their files and my brain by species.
Yes, non-human crew does have new stuff. It would seem, for Jal, exactly.
Is Jal doing okay?
He's adjusting. The rest of us have at least some understanding of each other's cultures. But to Jarl, we're all outsiders. It's a lot to take in. I'd say he's doing pretty well.
Okay.
Thanks for the insight.
So, I think we definitely want to talk to him.
I'll be here if you need me.
Let's see. Where is he? Lexi? Or, Jal's in there. Okay.
So, Jal.
So?
We haven't had a chance to talk alone. You comfortable in here?
I took it. It feels strange to stay with the others. They are... you are... aliens.
Yes. So are you.
And you're alien to us. So there. We have something in common.
We can look at it as a place to start.
Got it.
Perhaps then, if we're all aliens, it's about what kind of alien we are.
You had no idea about us, but you signed up to help us anyway.
Perhaps it had nothing to do with you.
It was bold.
Care to elaborate?
I do not.
How do you know Moshe Sefa?
She's our greatest mind on the Remnant. I was his student.
You studied the Remnant too?
A little. I was terrible. I quit. Or she threw me out. One of those. We're still very close.
So, is that your rifle?
It is now. It's Ket. With my own modifications. I like to tinker, to get my hands on something and take it apart.
That's a skill I know we can use. But I have one request. Please don't take apart my ship.
True.
You're right. I signed up. Volunteered for this. It's exciting.
Good.
There's something unique about you. Uneasy, raw, but somehow profound.
Face value, that sounds like a compliment. A nice one.
It is. Angara feel deeply. We have more trouble hiding our emotions than showing them.
Okay. I mean,
I should get back to my work.
You're being very evasive for someone who theoretically is very capable of showing emotions. We've never seen this icon before, have we? Looks like all buddy, pal type of friendship thing, so maybe we try this out.
When we have downtime, I'd love to watch you work.
Sure. I could show everyone.
No. Just us.
No, that's not what I meant,
So we can get to know each other better? Or just share a hobby?
Like if that was supposed to be a
of course.
romance thing?
Good.
If so, then I don't know why it wasn't a hearts, because that was not really what I was going for, but... He seems like... I mean, he has a weapon, obviously, so I assume he's a full-blown squad mate who at some point in time or another is going to join us in combat. So I imagine he's probably, again, the lines for the classes are seemingly a little bit more blurred in Andromeda, but based on the role or the significance of his weapon, I think he's at least partially combat, and then it seems like, given how he said, I like to take things apart, and what have you, my guess is at least part engineer-ish stuff as well, so some combination of tech and combat abilities on the battlefield at least. Alright. Speaking of which, is it finally time for us, even though we have not fought anyone in a very long time, for us to spend some of our points, although we could perhaps take a quick look here at, we know what the deal is with Core, we do not know with Jal, but we can maybe put that theory to the test. Whoa, that's a lot of health and shields, is it not? Oh no, it's the same amount, okay. For a second there, I thought that was like double what most people had. Okay, energy drain, that's a tech skill, obviously. So at least some tech. Sticky grenade. Throws grenade, sticks to surface enemies. Avenger strike. Jal cloaks before swiftly repositioning for a deadly strike from behind. It's Shadow Strike! Ah, yes! I love this ability. This power is considered a melee attack. I love this ability. Okay, I officially am a big fan of Jal. At least from an ability standpoint. Rebel Soldier improves Jal's offensive capabilities, weapon damage, weapons force, and resilience, max shields, max health. So yeah. I'm not sure if that... Can't tell if that's technically gonna be a tech skill or a combat skill, but... It says tech power. Tech power. Okay, so he might actually be an engineer in that case, or close to it. So those are pretty much all tech abilities there, although these are red, which means combat. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much what we expected then, but not that excited about the sticky grenade, but energy drain is a really solid skill. It's in large part why we took it as our starting skill. And as I said, Avenger Strike is really fun. So, be interested to see some, in fact, okay, hold on, let's take a look here. The question, I have a lot of questions about the exact mechanics of it, but let's see. Jal cloaks before swiftly repositioning for deadly strike from behind. This power is considered a melee attack. Okay, so damage 252, which is, at least to start off with, I think all of our squad mates' abilities were lower damage than ours, right? So that might actually be a little bit on the high side for squad mates, because I think that's roughly the same numbers we had with Ryder before. So you sneak up behind. Recharge. What is the recharge time? Is 20 seconds again. Recharge time for squad mate abilities was much slower than it was for us. So can you improve that though? Damage. Jal inflicts additional damage over time. 17 damage over 5 seconds is not very inspiring. More recharge speed. More damage. Or Jal surprises enemies near his target, briefly reducing their damage. Whoa. That's a lot. That's a whole lot. Okay. That's interesting. Or striking successfully increases Jaw's damage for a short time. Power damage 10. Wait, what? What? Why do you say power damage 3 separate times at 10%? Does that mean 30%? Does that mean that it stacks? Or something? I'm not totally clear how the numbers work on that. But then... Otherwise, increases damage to enemy shields and synthetic enemies. Stuns targets. And leaves targets primed for combo detonations. It primes, and then energy drain, at least for us, can detonate. But I don't remember if it... Actually, have we seen energy drain for a squad mate before? Because it seems like the priming and detonating for squad mates is also nerfed a little bit in general, requires much more significant upgrades, and only with those upgrades can it happen, whereas for us in many, but not all cases, we can just have access to the priming and detonating immediately. So damage to shields, damage to synthetics, and primes. Does energy drain if we upgrade it here, because this has the icon? Perhaps it does? Yeah, let's see. Recharge speed, damage. So this is an ability we have access to, but again, might vary a little bit compared to what we can do in terms of upgrades and base stats. Continue to restore Jaw's shields over time. Enemy target is primed, but we don't really need the priming for him specifically. Energy drain is now combo detonator. That's more what we're looking for, I think. And affects up to 2 additional nearby enemies, restoring additional shields for each target. That's probably more what we'd be looking for. Increase shield restoration and also restores the shield of nearby allies. That could be kind of useful for teammates, occasionally bailing us out. Probably not the kind of thing that we want to be relying on all that regularly, but the occasional thing that might bail us out every now and again. Increases damage, especially against shielded enemies, synthetics. Okay. Alright, so interesting. We also have not really looked at Vetra or Drac or PB because we've not had the chance to actually bring them in on a mission with us as a full-blown squad mate before, so maybe worth just taking a quick peek to see what skills they have access to as well. So we really know next to nothing about them from that standpoint. Vetra's custom armor hardens and activates reinforced shields, providing her with unrivaled protection. Power armor? Kind of like tech armor for Sentinels once upon a time in previous Mass Effects. Damage resistance, shields restored, effect duration. Okay, but it's not permanent, it's temporary. Hold on. So does everyone have the same amount of health and shields, first of all? 540 for everyone? Even our Krogan pal? Yeah, okay, so that is not something that varies. That's good to know. Okay, because I see this and I think, oh, well, maybe Vetra is in general one of our tankier squad members, and she might have more HP and shields than others, but no, that's not necessarily the case. But better damage reduction, concussive shot, combat ability, a little bit of crowd control, turbocharge, vents her weapons through her suit to improve her firing. Oh, right, yeah, we've seen this. Or we didn't choose to take it, but it was something that we theoretically could have taken with our starting ability, I think. Turian Smoke, or maybe that was the concussive shot, because this is basically Adrenaline Rush, I think. Turian Smuggler is a passive for weapons damage, and then Defensive Expert for extra health. So she's mostly combat, it seems, with some tech passives, so in truth, plays a lot more like a soldier, I would think, unless there's some wonky stuff he can do here with her shield. When power armor ends, an electric explosion stuns nearby enemies, primes them for combo detonations. That feels like that is very gimmicky. But okay, just trying to get a basic sense for what squad mates have here. Like Drac. Let's see. Blood Rage is combat. And I am not sure. There is a Blood Rage passive in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer when you're playing as a Krogan, but is this going to be like that? Drac becomes a raging force of nature, wading into battle with increased melee damage, damage reduction, and health regeneration. That is basically what it does in multiplayer for Mass Effect 3, so that checks out. Melee damage, damage resistance, regeneration delay reduction, 100%. 15-second duration, recharge speed 30. Drac still loses health and shields, but cannot die. What? Cannot die during Blood Rage? Okay. Alright, so he may have the same starting HP, but he can regenerate HP much more readily and can completely avoid death as well. Which I guess you could make the case, well, that's what he's been doing for the past 1,000+ years, so that does make some sense for that reason. Incinerate. Okay. Burning enemies are primed for combo detonations. Does that work for him even at level 1? Possibly. Flak cannon. Combat power. Okay. Broken warrior. Passives for damage. And grizzled veteran. Health shield regeneration delay. Yeah. Survivability stuff. Seems like, yeah. Everyone has an offensive passive power. A defensive passive power. 3 active-ish abilities. Although some range in activeness. Like Blood Rage and the shield that we saw on Vetra. Not a lot of biotics. Like, an alarming lack of biotics. Korra has some. Joel is a combination of tech and combat. Vetra is a combination of tech and combat. Drac is a combination of tech and combat. And Liam does not have biotics either, does he? No. He's also a combination of tech and combat. So there's almost no one with biotics. It's just Korra and, I hope, PB as well. Let's see. Invasion is a tech power. PB hacks into her enemies' hard suits, infecting them with invasive VI that weakens enemy defenses. So it's a debuffing ability. Pull. Now that's finally a biotic ability. Primes for combo detonations. And Shockwave, which I would hope with upgrades might be something that can detonate later on. Shockwave is now a combo detonator that deals extra damage to shields. Nice. Also, that animation is kind of hilarious. That is very hilarious. That in particular, that angle. Okay, that's cool. Duelist. Wasn't really the impression I was getting from her. More scavenger type. Survivalist maybe, but duelist? Improves her offensive capabilities. Is it always just going to be weapons damage? Or yeah, I was going to say, if she's one of our few squad mates here that seems to be more focused on powers than weapons. I mean, there are others to a certain extent. Like, I guess her and Jal are really the most... And, Korra are the only ones who are at least a little more inclined to use non-combat-based skills, non-weapon-based skills. So yeah, getting power damage would be more important for her, I would think. Okay. And survivalists, the defensive stuff. Although, notably, just 20% shields, whereas... Take Drac, for example. I think it was much better for him, right? His defensive, passive stuff. If you could please zoom in on Drac. 15% health, 15% health and shield regeneration delay, 20% health regeneration. I mean, I guess it's a different kind of survivability, but for a second I thought it was just the raw numbers were significantly better for other squad mates, and it was a way in which PB, although starting with the same amount of health and shields, would have less long-term once you start upgrading people. So I am a little surprised that those numbers don't differ, but again, many squad mates have defensive abilities that will, in effect, make it a little more of a difference between the various characters' survivabilities. Okay.
Aya has so much biodiversity, and the waterfalls.
Did we see waterfalls?
Just like Sirkesh.
Oh. The Solarian homeworld. Okay, let's check emails. Because we do have new stuff here. Let's see. From PB. Thanks to that remnant storage box from the EOS vault, all I need is one particular piece of RAM tech to complete my project. Right, she was working on some mysterious project. She wouldn't tell us anything about it even when we pushed her for it. My scanner located what I need on Vold. We have a chance. Can we go find it? Okay. Gotcha. Heartfelt thanks from, yes, Dr. Aradana, the person who we suspected might have tried to sabotage Sam, but apparently didn't actually do that, was not the person behind it. But we did also find some kind of absolutely demolished shuttle that was supposedly belonging to her / some of her colleagues. The families of my lost expedition asked me to convey their appreciation to you for finding their loved ones. It's always difficult when we lose people, but knowing what happened will help them begin the mourning process. I hope your next excursion has a happier ending. I hope so too. Okay, let's see. Other stuff from Cora. Thanks for talking. Things feel better, though they don't feel fixed yet. Remember to take time for yourself too. Work's important, but so is time to grieve. Grief and fear cannot rule you. Let them be your faithful servants, protective of their mistress. Loss serves a huntress, like fuel serves fire. Here I was at first, thinking, oh, Cora's into poetry. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's, perhaps not really expected. She seems so uptight, and that seemed like, the kind of art and culture that perhaps someone might not expect her to appreciate. But then it turns out that it's actually just more about the, I assume, sorry stuff. P.S. Plants are coming along. Sam and I are learning about botany together. Interesting times. Oh, that's wholesome. Let's see. PB the Peeved. Oh, I like that. Now I'm imagining like an enemy boss title. PB the Peeved. The health bar at the top of the screen. Your doctor is one of the nosiest Asari I've ever met, and that's saying a lot. She needs to take it down 4 or 5 notches, or I won't be long for this show. Which would be too bad, I think. Oh, never mind. PB. Proud to be here from Liam. Okay, so I don't know if we just always get these types of emails from our squad mates in general after we do main quest missions, or we did obviously make a pretty committed effort to speak to all of our squad mates extensively in between missions. So maybe it's more in response to that. Hey, Pathfinder. Just hitting this point again. Our team? No place I'd rather be. Here's where we get to fix things. As soon as we have people on the ground, I'll have eyes on how to get them what they need. This sort of just make it happen is why I joined Hustle, and exactly why I came here. We'll do it. Sounds a little bit like something Vetra would say, this whole, we'll find a way to get people the things that they need. Liam has included a list of media themed to frontiers. Genres include westerns, space opera, and oddly, Turian historical dramas. Okay. You do you, man. You're the boss from Vetra. Okay, yes, Vetra was, I suppose, already doing a lot of stuff here on the ship, and she was, in many ways, the person who introduced us to the ship in the first place. But I didn't really get the sense as though she was trying to threaten our authority or anything like that, more so with Cora. But understandably with Cora. I thought I ought to clarify. I know I said something about back channels, doing what I have to do. Being on the Nexus during the bad times, a lot of us got used to a lot of ugly things, because survival just isn't that pretty. But in the end, I'm here for you, here to help you. So if there's anything you don't like, I won't do it. Simple as that. Vetra. Okay. In case you're interested, from Lexi, Krogan, virility, and aggression. Okay, yeah, we got the sense that Lexi was a little bit interested in, well, maybe a certain specific Krogan. Ryder, attached is my Krogan thesis that I mentioned to you. I know only 500 pages, but I wasn't allowed to go over. If you get through it, I wrote a longer dissertation for the Citadel Journal of Medicine, around 1,400 pages, that's much more insightful and includes mating diagrams. Lexi. I mean, interesting perspective, though. I guess you could make the case that because Asari live so much longer than humans, maybe the standard length of books and other reading material is an order of magnitude longer than it would be for humans, because they live an order of magnitude longer than humans do. That actually would make some sense. Okay, this is from Jal. A manifest of items that I have brought aboard your ship, the Tempest. Blankets and bedding in the event your unfamiliar alien bedding is insufficient or uncomfortable. Okay, fair enough. A small number of personal projects. These are bits and pieces of Angaran tech and weaponry. Okay. As long as, you aren't going to cause a fire or something like that on the ship. 25 jugs of nourishment paste. This will need to be replenished regularly. I assume that is your food? Not sure how we're going to get you more of that, short of coming back to other Angaran settlements, which, granted, I suppose is what we're trying to do for the most part right now. Armor, including my 2 Rofgen, unknown, alt, cape, suspenders, and equipment to repair them. Vials of salves, creams, and perfumes. I can provide your science officer with a list of ingredients if that is required. It is of the utmost importance. I've also brought my personal weapon, a Ket rifle. I've been issued an Omni tool, which I'm currently calibrating. Oh, that's a word. That is a loaded word right there. I mean, my first impression of Jal is good, but I'm not sure that we can immediately cede the word calibrating to him. That's protected territory right there. I hope that list is compliance. Okay, now this is from August Bradley is a name that I don't remember. Pathfinder. I could use your help with something Hanley's working on. I don't fully understand it, so I'll let her explain it. She'll brief you when you get here. Oh, on Podromos. Okay. Got a plan from Liam. Come by when you've got a minute. Got an idea I want to run by you. Might help everyone deal with the craziness around here. Okay. Oh, what about the piejack? What? You was saying picking up the piejack was going to be top priority, and then we kind of got sidetracked and we never actually picked it up. Where was it, though? Hoping you might take him aboard the Tempest. You can pick him up from the Nexus Commons. Whenever you like. The Nexus Commons. Don't worry, he's quite friendly. Where was he? Oh, we didn't talk to Professor Herrick. That's true. That's true. We did not talk to him again last time we were over there. Not the bright light, please. Anything but the bright light. Alright, so Liam says he wants to talk to us. I am probably going to forget if we don't speak to him right now. Was that him right there who's walking away from us? Because if so, let's intercept him. It is.
One hell of a trip this is turning out to be. Hostiles, ruined worlds, no home in sight. Everyone's getting toasty. There was a 2-hour argument yesterday and no one even knew how it started.
That's not good.
Luckily, I have the perfect way for people to unwind. Movie night.
One of those Turian historical dramas?
Taking a breather for a good movie? I could get behind that.
Best part is, it doesn't need to be good. Still get mileage out of the bad ones.
Okay.
It's worth it to jumpstart everyone's pioneer spirit and all that.
Deliberately getting a bad movie?
Pretty dry. Could you download a movie library from Nexus Ops to see what I've got to work with?
If I have time.
Thanks. Everyone will appreciate it.
Okay, get a movie library download from the... Oh, we have to go back to the Nexus for that? Okay, I mean... Not about to do that, but eventually, sure. Okay. Tell you what. Let's take a second here, just because we have accumulated a ton of experience, ton of levels, and we've not been able to... Or we've been able to, we just have chosen not to make any upgrades for a very long time. So let's hop in and at least do that. Because I am excited to spend a few more points here. I think, as I was saying before, we are starting off with the build in the works is the Stealth Oven, which, as you can probably guess, in large part, because we've already started to invest a lot in this, Flamer is one of the key components. Now, radius is actually... Do you mean radius, or do you mean range? I mean, the icon there, I suppose, does truly suggest you mean radius. Otherwise, it's extra damage over time and duration, but I think, as we've already seen, the damage on Flamer is not the problem. The problem is just getting into position to actually use this effectively. And if we have a bunch of people right on top of us, then having a radius to more easily hit multiple people simultaneously would not be bad either. So I think long-term, getting the radius is better than the damage. One of the few cases where just going pure damage is not... Pure damage is not necessarily the right answer. So that is expensive, but... Whereas, you know, in this occasion we might want to go back to damage, but now it gets super expensive going all the way up to the last rank. So I think now, I wanted to get that radius, because I think that's just going to make make it much easier to actually put Flamer to use. Because we saw maybe not so recently anymore, but we saw back on EOS that when we did use Flamer, at the very end, when we actually did get up close and personal, it was very effective, but there were a few times when we were actually able to do that. So I'm hoping that getting that radius can help facilitate using Flamer more effectively. Then for the whole... So that's the oven part. You can probably guess what the whole stealth component of the oven is all about. It's Tactical Cloak, because Tactical Cloak was, originally, in Mass Effect 2 and 3, a unique ability only usable for the infiltrators. However, to be able to not only have access to this incredibly powerful, incredibly versatile ability, but to combine that with abilities that were not originally possible to combine it with in previous Mass Effect games is a very intriguing prospect. So I very much am interested in investing more into this here. So we can see a little preview there. Yes, we quite truly do disappear. Employs a light-bending technology to render the user invisible at the cost of shield and health regeneration. Guns, powers, and melee attacks used from Cloak gain a damage bonus but break the cloaking effect. So we're temporarily invisible. Technically, in previous Mass Effect games, if you were to cloak right on top of somebody, like right next to an enemy, they would still basically charge right at the place where you disappeared, assuming that you were standing in the same spot. But as long as you are remaining relatively mobile while you are cloaked, you should be pretty safe. And so this is the kind of thing that not only can give us a damage bonus for whatever skill we use to end the cloak, and, well, otherwise we just wait for it to expire, but it also can help us get into close range for Flamer. So that's why I think there is an interesting synergy there. Both the damage for Flamer, yes, but that may not be as big of a deal because I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work, in fact. Since Flamer is a damage over time skill, for the most part, does it only give us the damage bonus on that first proc of the Flamer damage, or if we just hold down the Flamer button, do we get the entire Flamer damage, or the entire Tactical Cloak damage for the full duration of Flamer, in which case that is absolutely humongous, and you know, maybe a little bit overkill in most cases, but against bosses, if we can get that close and personal, it could be very, very nice. So we're definitely going to invest in Cloak. One of the skills, if not the skill, that I'm most intrigued to experiment with in Andromeda here. So, starts with a 6.5 second duration, 15 second recharge time, is very slow, but there you see the 50% gun damage bonus, 50% power damage bonus, 75% melee damage bonus. Again, that is while you are cloaked, / for the first ability you activate when you have the cloak on, in which case that will deactivate the cloak. So it's not permanent by any means, otherwise it'd be ridiculously strong. But we can increase the duration here. Let's see, we have 9 points left, so we can go one further. So we can further increase the recharge speed, which would be nice given how slow it is still, I would think. Right, with just 15% recharge speed and a little more duration. Gun damage bonus, power damage bonus, melee damage bonus, though. That's hard to pass up. So here, I think the bigger question, though, is long-term, which one is harder to scale? Would we have more trouble scaling recharge speed or more trouble scaling damage? I mean, damage is damage. It's really good. But the thing with recharge speed is that a little bit is really helpful to cut down on how long it takes to use your skills. However, there are significant diminishing returns once you start to get the recharge speed down to be quite small. So let's just take a second here, because don't we have passive abilities like team support, team shields, tech power damage, tech effect duration? Hold on, let's look at these types of things. So duration could obviously be a pretty significant factor for something like Tactical Cloak. Tech force, not so much. Construct damage and health, not so much. Weapon weight, combo priming rate. Detonation rate for guns, melee attacks, powers, constructs, I think we're mostly using our skills to do that, less so our weapons. Wait, does it affect? Hold on. Guns, melee attacks, powers, and cons. Okay, I guess it still affects powers as well. Fair enough. Maybe that is a little more relevant than I'm giving it credit for. More duration. Area of effect. Flamer would benefit from this, for sure. Cloak obviously would not. Our energy drain, I don't think has any AoE at the moment, but there might be an AoE upgrade for it later on. Then shield regeneration. Okay, I mean, there's gonna be a while until we get that far up. Mostly just looking for getting a sense for the basics here, like damage versus cooldowns versus durations. See, improves tech power, recharge speed with each skill point invested in the tech skill group. Increases tech power damage with each skill point invested in the tech skill group. So these seem like two things that could give us absolutely absurd damage and recharge speed long term. Granted, those are the two things we're trying to differentiate between, so it's going to be a little bit tough to make up our minds on that front. But as we were saying, I think recharge speed has more significant diminishing returns than damage does. Assuming we can scale both of these tremendously with both of these abilities, which does seem like those could be humongous factors. This combo damage detonation for each skill point again. Wow. Okay, so these passives are no joke. Those could be huge. And does incentivize us to invest heavily in specifically the tech tree to start off with, which is what we're doing thus far. So, I mean, it might even be worth spending on those right now rather than going straight into this, but all that is to say, I think this is the damage route is probably preferable. We have 5 points here, so we can go one more. We can go for more duration, or we can go movement speed while cloaked. Okay, now duration was one of the things we could scale with one of the passives, right? That was an option. I thought we saw tech effect duration. This is tech effect duration with each skill point invested in this tech skill. Yeah, so exactly. So is that 6%? Is that the current number based on how many we've invested? Wait, 1, 2... Seems like we've invested a whole lot more than just 5. Wait, what? No, that number can't be. I think that should be much higher, right? Spent a lot more than 6 points. 1, 2, 3, 5 plus 5 is at least 10? Depending on how you're calculating that. Is it number of upgrades we've made, or is it number of skill points we've spent? Because those are different numbers. So we were paying 5 points per skill here, 4 points per skill here, and so on and so forth, or per upgrade. So depending on how exactly those numbers are calculated, that would have a significant difference on how dramatically these scale. Because if they are quite literally every skill points invested, which, I mean, that's what the phrasing is. If we interpret that literally, that number should be absolutely humongous. Like, does this number change? Numbers we were hold on. Number we were looking at before. It was said 5%. I guess it said 5% before. Now it says 6% because we did just spend 1 more point. But yeah, basically, does this actively update the number based on how many points you've invested? Because if so, this still seems smaller than it ought to be. It's odd to me. And it's making it harder for me to gauge. So again, if we were expecting huge improvements to things like recharge speed and duration from those passives, then we could maybe say, okay, we don't really need to invest in those types of things from the active skills, and we can take the more unusual stuff and just rely on the passives to cover the basics for us, cover the fundamentals for us. Now I'm reluctant to invest as much. Okay, well, tell you what. Why don't we invest a little bit in those passives to get a better sense? Why don't we do that? Even if we can theoretically have the perfect amount for this tactical cloak. That's an aside. Okay, so let's go for damage and recharge speed are perhaps two things that I'm most intrigued about here. And let's see, like, does the flamer number update? So flamer says 225 damage per second. Does that number change? Does it go up if we click on that? It does not. Okay. So maybe we just don't read into these numbers too much? I don't know, man. I don't know, man. At some point in time, we were definitely going to want to take those abilities, yes. I'm just not... I can't get a good read on just how impactful they are at this point. Can't afford the detonator damage. We aren't doing too many detonations at this point anyway. Maximum shields. That'd also be a nice thing to pick up. Relatively hard to give us a bunch of defensive boosts. Duration, the other thing we were saying, could be useful as well. If we do that. And we do this. Yeah, all those numbers seem to be going up whenever we do that. 7%. 7%. 7%. Okay. See, I guess when I first read these, I was thinking this was going to be an astronomically large number. But it might not be as big of a factor as I was anticipating they would be. And that might affect how we want to spec some of our other skills. So, alright. Still learning. Still learning for sure. But now we have the ability to cloak, to turn invisible, get a damage big damage bonus. The duration and recharge speed maybe not quite as fast as I had hoped that they might be, or at least might not scale nearly as much as I thought they might. But intriguing nonetheless, and the reason why I was not investing in these skill points when we were just hanging around on the Nexus is because, well, can't really test these things out right now. So we just spent a whole bunch of points, yes, but there's not really a way. I mean, like, yes, we'll get down on the surface soon, hopefully, but okay, our shields did go up. And we unlocked a new, or an upgraded profile, right? So now we have either technical operator. Did that say technical operator before? Or is that the updated name for the rank 2 engineer? Or it might have just said engineer before? So we were Sentinel. We are currently Sentinel. For the combo damage, which, again, we're not doing a lot of right now, but recharge speed, shield cost reduction versus more combo damage. A whole lot more combo damage, 10% more. Oh yeah, but all the tech construct stuff, which doesn't really do much for us. That's why we were not thrilled about that. Okay. We might still stick with Sentinel for that reason. Okay. That may require, I mean, it will obviously require a whole lot more planning and experimenting to figure out what the correct combination of skills and whatnot might be. But as I said, I have a general idea for what I would like to do for a few different types of builds, and so I had planned that out a little bit, given a bit of a peek at what the other skills are and whatnot, but might have based some of those builds on some incorrect assumptions on how much recharge speed and damage and duration, all that stuff we were going to end up getting from passives. So another reason why I think we'll definitely want to get down on the ground and see what those things feel like in practice.